thoughts I might have had on taking a little personal time were kicked out the airlock. The blood-chilling call from the Chult People's principal investigator and senior operative, Sale Nolan, filled me with dread. We had recently discovered and captured a Proul hive mind. The information we had on the Proul suggested they were galaxy destroyers. We had no desire to try to secure such a threat, so we turned it over to the Chult. They have a secret research facility set up to specifically contain and study the Proul. Sale Nolan contacted Justice, the AI of my ship, the Legacy, and alerted us the facility went dark. Justice put me through to Sale. "Channel open, Commander." Sale came on immediately and cut me off before I could jump to any conclusions. "Nathan! Before you assume incompetence is the reason I am calling, I must tell you we have been caught off guard by treasonous treachery." Justice was broadcasting my comms, so my mixed-race crew could hear what was being said. My first officer, Tria, who was a Chult as well, gave Sale Nolan no time to explain herself, before yelling out, "You speak madness! Who would betray our people to the Proul?" I gave my Tybor troopmaster, Clutch, and my two Grawl crew members, Kuntz and Zool, looks of apprehension. The silence that followed Tria's outburst showed Sale's displeasure with the interruption. Sale finally found her tongue and said, "All indications point to the ex-council member, Commander Greta Portia." Tria looked surprised. "You told us she was relieved of command." "Yes, she was cast out for her handling of our botched negotiations with Nathan and your followers. She was the council member responsible for ordering the use of the spyware you found on the data cubes we gave you." Tria had a scowl on her pretty face that had no right to be there. "Are you sure? I know she was not well liked, but I found it hard to believe she would betray her own people to the Proul." "No. At this point, we are not completely sure of anything. What we do know is the facility's day-to-day communications have ceased, and all of the defensive measures we installed to prevent the possibility of the base's capture have been activated." I threw my 2 cents worth into the ring. "How can you say Commander Portia had something to do with what is happening if you are not sure of the facts?" Sale exhaled loudly. "Everything I have told you and are about to reveal are secret communications to select military commanders. Charlize Krimov, the shuttle pilot for the Elder Council, was found dead in Greta's residence. She was mutilated, and all of her military ID chips cut from her body. It is normally impossible to keep the chips from dissolving upon death of the host, but Charlize was connected to some very sophisticated life support systems that kept her alive while she was being butchered. This also implies that Greta had help from a senior AI chip specialist to maintain the harvested chip's functionality. I suspect that part of my briefing has yet to come." Kuntz and Zool were having a quiet discussion. Kuntz finally asked the question that was forming on all our lips. "Principal Investigator, what does the pilot for the Council have to do with the research facility going dark?" "Because the shuttle she normally piloted and 21 members of the Senior Council were at the facility when it went dark." We were shocked. Clutch put his thoughts to words, as only a plain-spoken troopmaster can.
"What does this steaming pile of scat you are serving up have to do with us? You have had the hive mind for 17 rotations, and still have yet to allow our science team to step foot on that base. Now, I am glad they are not here, because your next step better be to destroy that place before the hive mind starts making use of your precious tech."
I was surprised by Sale's next curt comment.
"That was my assessment as well, Troopmaster. The remaining members of the Council are waiting to do whatever it takes to rescue the missing senior leadership."
Tria turned and embraced me crazy hard and whispered in my ear,
"We must help if we are able."
"Sale, are the members of the Council asking for our help?"
"No, Nathan. I am the only one asking for your help. The remaining elders have turned over all aspects of the rescue operation to the military council, many of which are the newly elected replacements for those who were dismissed. They are young and brash, and have already squandered the lives of several thousand troops and 2 warships trying to make a direct assault on the base. The systems protecting the facility are the very best we have.
Why would so many of your leadership council want to go to the research center at the same time? Surely they could have received intelligence reports that would have avoided any unnecessary travel to the facility.
Obviously, only the leadership council can answer those questions. I am giving you the limited amount of intelligence I have received.
Sale, what could we possibly do that your military has not already tried?
I don't know, Nathan. I have seen you and your people do many things others would have thought impossible. I am hoping you can come up with a plan that will spare the lives of thousands if the Council continues to throw our people against those defenses.
Zool had a look of dismay on his face, and it was not a sight most normal people could handle.
Principal Investigator, surely your scientists would have had several fail-safe devices to destroy the facility as a contingency in such a scenario. You are correct, Zool. The devices you speak of are present throughout the facility. They are yet another piece of evidence that points to Greta being the person responsible for this criminal act. She was on the team of designers that developed the emergency destruct systems.
Tria could not keep silent, and again cut Sale off.
If all this evidence points to Greta, why do you say that the military is still unsure? Because, Captain Burler, several of Greta's closest allies have been found slain. The times of death do not fit the timeline established for the Prool facility takeover or the departure of the Council shuttle. They were killed after the facility went dark. This points to a much broader conspiracy that might involve several accomplices. For all we know, the deaths may have nothing to do with a research lab, or they may have everything to do with it. What we don't have is rock-solid data. So I came to you, hoping that you could in some way help unravel what has been happening.
The twists and turns of this were making me dizzy. Sale using Tria's former military rank in her retort was an eye-opener. I wondered if it was to put Tria in her place, or to alert us she was being recalled to duty. Then my thoughts went in a new direction, and it was my turn to interrupt. Senior Operative, where were you when all of this was going on? Surely you would have been updated from the second these events started taking place.
Since I have already violated security protocols by revealing what has taken place, there is no point in stopping now. I was sent to verify the intelligence that you had gathered on Iger's whereabouts.
And?
I had to pull the insertion team off Jurlaw before they entered the Crisberry Mountains, due to the current emergency response orders.
Tria was scowling and blurted out what was on her mind.
Principal Investigator, am I being recalled to duty? Your rank is reinstated, and you will serve at your current location until I receive orders stating otherwise. All military personnel have been recalled during this crisis.
I was still digesting the Iger intel, and couldn't decide which was the bigger irritation, Tria being back under the command of the Chalt, or Sale going after Iger without giving me a heads up. In the past, intel of that nature was a two-way street. I suspected it was somehow the Senior Council's wishes to rid me of that distraction. It wasn't hard guessing their endgame. They wanted me to concentrate on discovering new technology so they could bargain with me to get their hands on it. They obviously were still choking on the bitter pill they had to swallow when I stripped the Prool salvage ship of its most valuable secrets and then pawned the scrap off on them. I was now wondering if reinstating Tria was some sort of stab at me for not giving them a larger share in the tech I recovered. Before I could pop my cork at the surmised subterfuge, Justice pinged my implants with a private message. Commander, I am aware of your concerns for Tria being used by her superiors to control your actions. I have formulated contingencies to prevent such manipulations in the future. I also believe I can secure Tria's permanent posting with the legacy without further interference from the Chalt Council. I suggest you inform the principal investigator we will get back with her with a plan to retake the research facility. I frowned and shook my head, wondering what the hell we could do that the Chalt hadn't already attempted. Sale, we will get back with you once we have a plan of action. I heard a partial comment that sounded like a less-than-friendly epithet, but justice killed the connection. My crew members were looking at me with dismay on their faces. Justice, please enlighten the rest of the crew on your plans before they have me committed to a thought reprocessing institute. My crew looked relieved that it was Justice behind my comments to Sale, and not one of my half-baked, seat-of-my-pants, almost-get-us-all-fragged schemes. Commander, we have the means to breach the Chalt Shield Dome and enter the facility. Now we all had skepticism stamped on our faces. We have yet to get a rundown from Sale on the exact nature of the defenses. Okay, Justice. Just how are we going to do that without getting shot to pieces? I know you heard Sale say that they have lost 2 warships already. The daggers are capable of phase-shifting through the shield dome. That statement had more than a few mouths gaping open, including mine. Justice sounded a little off when he made his declaration. I also noted that he did not say, safely phase-shift through the shield. I take it there are some hazards to this exploit that you have yet to mention? Yes. The dagger must be phasing at close to maximum power, and I must cycle the shift at exactly 0.5 milliseconds before the dagger strikes the shield, or it will disintegrate into a burst of atoms. The engineer in Coons could no longer hold his tongue. Justice, I was not aware the daggers were now operational. If they are indeed ready, we must formulate tests to determine if what you say can be safely achieved. Engineer Kuntz, I have been using my subsystem at Alpha Base to test the performance of the daggers. I have just completed the 20-second test flight on 4 of the daggers. I have yet to thoroughly test the weapon system, but all are functioning. Kuntz nodded and scratched his head, then asked the next logical question. How much testing have you conducted on the dagger's shield-penetrating capabilities? 1 test. As a group, we blurted out, 1? Yes. Further testing would have increased the possibility of damage to Alpha Base's shield systems. The penetration caused an unexpected feedback spike to the shield generators. A luminous discharge was also recorded that could cause permanent retina damage to an observer without proper protection. The Grawl scientists were quite adamant that I discontinue testing until I cleared it with command personnel. I was just about speechless, but had to know. Is there anything else? Yes. Stopping the dagger before it can pass through the targeted area taxes the inertial dampening systems beyond their design capabilities. I expected a little more, but when Justice did not elaborate, I again had to ask, Justice, I would appreciate it if you were to explain all of the apparent dangers of phasing through a shield. When you say beyond the design capabilities, how far are we talking about? The pilot might experience 16 or more gravities for a short period of time, depending on the angle of penetration and the circumference of the shield. Kuntz possessed the least sturdy skeletal system of my crew. He stood wide-eyed and staring at me. Zool was shaking his head, negative, then said, Surely the inertial dampeners in the battlesuits would offset the additional G-load. Justice's voice was deadpan. The gravity measurements were taken from the 2nd-generation Zane battle armor. The Troopmaster's dense body structure will be the most resistant to high G trauma. The Commander's and Tria's enhanced muscle and skeletal systems have a resiliency that should offset the probability of incapacitating damage, but the experience will most certainly be unpleasant. I cringed, because I had done unpleasant so many times it seemed to be part of my regular routine. As far as securing Tria's permanent freedom from the long arm of the Council, it was a no-brainer. If we do this and survive, we get what we want. Kuntz surprised me with a request.
Commander, since my participation in the shield breach operation will most assuredly lead to permanent damage or death, I request permission to undergo the Uluran weaponization procedure.
That got the little Grawl looks from everyone. He was well aware of the procedure and the painful recovery period. Kuntz continued to surprise me with his drive and determination to become everything that his race, as a rule, was currently not. He was going to show the other members of his people that they should also strive to be something other than the corrupt manipulators they are known to be. Kuntz, until we have an actual plan, I cannot preclude your participation. If it turns out that you will not have an active role in the operation, you will be free to make that decision. Kuntz nodded. Zul just stood, shaking his head at his fellow Grawl. Justice, what is the status of the energy matrix? Commander, we will have sufficient energy to transition to Alpha Base in 11 minutes. I have alerted the scientists to our new mission profile and have them preparing a nanite missile loadout for the daggers. Tria just about freaked at Justice's weapon selection. Justice, we cannot release weaponized nanites within my homeworld exclusion zone. It is forbidden. Tria, using your DNA model, I can program the nanites to ignore your people's biological traits. I will program a finite time code into the nanites that will be irreversible. Once they have performed their assigned missions, they will be consumed by a corrosive payload of molecular acid. My programming will cause the nanites to swarm onto any remains of the pool or their infected systems before they self-terminate. Depending on what technology the hive mind has assimilated, it may be necessary to inundate the facility with weaponized nanites to prevent any probability of escape.
We will destroy the entire facility if we do this.
Tria, I recommend that the asteroid the facility resides on be obliterated if you succeed in rescuing your senior council members. It is the only way to ensure the Prool machine infection cannot spread to your home worlds. If any of your senior scientists have somehow survived, they will confirm my evaluation. Tria's anger boiled out in an unnatural display of emotion.
How could the fools let this happen?
I embraced her and said, I am convinced that the Uluran and Sentinel races are the only ones who truly know what the Prool are capable of. It would only take a small mistake for the hive mind to have the advantage, especially if it had outside help. Clutch walked up to Tria and put his hand on her shoulder. Tria, there is an easy way to ensure something like this never happens again. We destroy every Prool piece of scat we encounter. It leaves nothing to chance. I could see the resolve in Tria's eyes when she nodded to the troopmaster. She turned to me, and I nodded to her as well. If we hadn't turned over the hive mind to Sale and her science team, none of this would be happening. I now knew why Sale came to us for help. She was blaming herself as well, and knew we would not make the same mistake twice. Justice, take us home. Acknowledged, Commander. 2. I sat, silently cursing in sentences. My first officer, Tria, had chosen me as her life mate, and I willingly accepted her claim. We have been in so many terrible situations together that there was no way I could not love her. I was all set to give her the 1,000,000-credit tour on how humans interact with their life mates. Tria's physiology was almost human in every way, except for her extra set of arms. Other than that, she was amazingly similar to a human female. Justice had, on many occasions, pointed out we would be unable to produce offspring, but we were fully compatible. Every time it seemed like we had a real moment to consummate our relationship, some freaking calamity inserted itself into the equation. This would turn out to be another of those moments. Our feelings of want and desire were going to have to take a back seat to the non-stop horrors our galaxy seemed to have an overabundance of. Justice, what is your assessment of the Uluran power source we recovered? My tests have shown that it is fully functional. I have been studying the possibilities of using the Uluran power plant to power the Legacy's beam weapons as well as the anomaly weapon. If my theories prove correct, we can increase the destructive output of our main weapons by 42%. With Engineer Kuntz's assistance and Felix's manufacturing skills, we can design and build a transfer switch capable of shunting the power source's considerable output to the beam weapons. Was the anomaly weapon Sale gave us functional? My subsystems, along with the aid of the Grawl scientists, have assembled the weapon. Static testing has shown that it is complete. It only requires a power source and AI integration. Kuntz held up a finger. Yes, Kuntz. Do you have something to add? Commander, we could possibly modify the Sentinel-designed power transfer switches that Alpha Base uses to power the defensive beam weapons. If they prove to be inadequate, we can base a more robust transfer switch on their design. Engineer Kuntz, my subsystems have already tested Alpha Base's power transfer system, and they are incapable of handling the output capacity of the Uluran power generator. Justice said. Kuntz frowned and gave me a curt nod. Justice, I will need a specification rating before I can design a transfer switch. Justice fired right back. My findings have been downloaded to the Science Lab computer and are available for your research. Our current situation had us all on edge. Kuntz and Justice sniping at each other was the usual manifestation of the crew's mission anxiety. Even I was not immune to pre-mission jitters. But Tria always had a way of easing my fears. The thought of losing a crew member weighed heavily on my mind. Tria gave me confidence that no matter what, we would pull through as a team. We never planned for failure, only the unexpected. Tria embraced me once more as my surroundings glared a brilliant white and my reality faded away. As we returned to normal space-time, Justice gave me a sitrep. Commander, I have no anomalous activity to report, and we will make a straight-in approach to Alpha Base. The scientists are prepared to start work on rearming the Legacy. Felix has been briefed on the damage to your armor and has begun manufacturing new armor suits with modifications based on my battle damage assessments. Thank you, Justice. Do you have an estimate on the time it will take to install the Uluran power generator and anomaly weapon? You know as well as I how impatient Sale is. I'm going to have to tell her something soon, or she will come knocking on our door. I estimate 37 hours with the scientists working in shifts around the clock. It will take longer to remove the Sentinel power generator and our modifications than to install the original weapon system. Has Kuntz started on a workable transfer switch? Yes, I have been monitoring his progress. He is close to a solution that will allow the Uluran power source to share power with our beam weapons. The switch design was not a problem for him, since we have the Sentinel switch as a blueprint. He is currently working on the power chokes necessary to keep from overcharging our beam weapons. I surmise it will take him several hours to formulate the correct metering devices that will meet or exceed my duty rating specifications. I've been wanting to talk to you about the way you and Kuntz pick at each other. Of all the traits you seem to have adopted from me, that particular one is not one of my more flattering. Commander, while you and Kuntz interpret my wordings as petty bickering, I can assure you it is just the opposite. Oh, really? Please explain to me my misunderstanding of your intention. Commander, my words are a carefully calculated manipulation. I observe everyone in my charge to better understand interactions between them. I have found that if I interject a small slight into my collaborations with Kuntz, it tends to bring out the best in him. Kuntz is a gifted engineer, whose talents were never fully utilized under Draen's rule. He only needs to be prodded in the right direction to get the very best of what his considerable IQ has to offer. There are several things that Kuntz excels in that my programming cannot compete with. Kuntz's ability to design complex systems from scratch is not one of my better programmed capabilities. I have to disassemble most complex devices to determine how they work before I can have a better understanding of how to improve on a specific manufacturing design. Kuntz is able to take a specification and design it from its base materials. His knowledge of hardware and systems, acquired from other races, is an invaluable commodity. I only have what little Uleron systems information was left in my memory cores. Each system Kuntz develops is a wealth of information for me to add to my files. Kuntz is in fact teaching me as he exhibits his engineering skills. I closed my eyes, shaking my head. I should have known better. The AI soaked up knowledge 24/7. While it did explain some of the bickering, it did not cover all of it. It was probably best to just let it go, unless it got to the point of affecting crew performance, but still, I needed to say something. Couldn't you just ask him nicely to teach you, rather than irritate him? Negative. Kuntz practicing the human trait known as one-upmanship is a far better learning tool than the trait normally exhibited by him, which is known as a superiority complex. Well, at least we agreed on something. You said the daggers were ready to go. Can you get 4 in the cargo bay? I still want to take an eagle with us. I can accommodate 4 in the hold now that the modified tie-downs are in place. The shuttle can remain in the hangar. It will be close quarters, but I foresee no problems with the arrangement. The thought of taking untested equipment into combat no longer bothered me as much as it used to. Most all of our loadout was tested in combat conditions. What was eating at me was the shield penetration itself. The possibility of Tria or I being mashed into scat weighed on me. Clutch was built for that kind of abuse, and I had no doubt about him going through the insertion without a scratch. During flight testing, I want the missile loadout for the daggers to be something other than nanite weapons. Since my initial assessments, I have added additional scenarios to the testing profile. The rotary launchers on each dagger will be loaded with variable-yield antimatter missiles. I will have the nanite weapons available for loading after system familiarity testing is complete. Justice made a high-speed approach to Alpha Base and landed in the hangar. It had become a ritual with the scientists to greet us upon our return to Alpha Base. When we debarked the Legacy, we received a warm welcome, and the Grawl gathered around us to make hand contact. The crew and I made it a point to touch each of their hands. My Zane replicator engineer, Felix, stood with a small smile on his face, and he too made hand contact with each of us. The Grawl were not known to be a touchy-feely race. Those who followed me felt the need on some level to touch the warriors of their adopted clan. The Grawl dispersed. Some boarded the Legacy, and some were doing a walk-around inspection of the exterior hull. Graf, Jaren, and Felix quietly waited for everyone to start on their assigned duties, and then came forward to give me their reports. Graf and Jaren turned to Felix, and he nodded. Commander, I have already completed fabrication of the new exterior armor shells for Tria and the Troopmaster. The replacement weapons and parts for all the battlesuits is queued into the replicator and should be manufactured within the next 2 hours. Some of the enhancements recommended by Justice will take a little longer, while we work on the proper engineering specifications. Thank you, Felix. Is there anything you require from me or the crew? No, sir. Justice has foreseen my needs and has assured me a very busy schedule. If you need me, I will be in the replicator building. I waved the young Zane on, and he quickly departed to finish work on our suit repairs. Felix continued to impress me. The responsibilities we heaped on the Zane had made a mature young man out of the spoiled brat we initially had to put up with. As Felix walked away, Graf stepped forward. Commander, Justice has briefed us via the Chalt real-time data link. Jaren and I have already come up with a timetable and work shifts that will not degrade the scientist's acuity and ensure a 24 work schedule.
The only hindrances I foresee will be replicator delays, due to priority materials manufacturing. Felix has assured me the replicator will be run at maximum capacity. We have stockpiled the raw materials necessary for all repairs and new systems requirements. With your permission, we shall immediately implement the new work cycles.
I could only smile. The efficiency of the Grawl was once again on display. If the Grawl race would only give up their greedy and power-hungry ways, they could be a shining example to other developing species. The smile faded from my face. A great many humans suffered from those very sins, and changing that was never likely to happen. The crew and I pitched in, and we worked non-stop shifts for 2 days straight. On the third day, Justice alerted us the daggers were ready to test fly. We looked around and saw my crew was nowhere to be seen. It did not take a genius to figure out they were probably checking out the daggers. I headed for the artifact building and saw I had guessed correctly. Sitting out front of the building were 4 of the shiny black, missile-shaped spacecraft. The cockpits were open, and Tria, Kuntz, and Clutch were sitting inside. We were wondering what the performance capabilities of the spacecraft would be. Any apprehension we had concerning our upcoming mission was nullified for the thrill of testing unknown alien technology. As I walked by each of my crew members, they made eye contact with me. Their looks of determination helped settle my jittery nerves. I gave them a small smile and a nod. They each gave me a thumbs up, broadening the smile on my face as I climbed into November 1. If I was going to be smashed into scat, I would be doing so in good company. As far as I was concerned, my crewmates were some of the finest this galaxy had to offer. I settled into the protective tub, and Justice swelled the cushioned surround to fit my torso. A floating holograph appeared in front of my face, and the cockpit closed. Commander, all daggers are optimized and ready in all aspects. Thanks, Justice. Take us for a lap around our star system so we can get an idea of the dagger's flight characteristics. Roger that, Commander. Justice took us out of Alpha Base and accelerated us to just under the speed of light. The ride was smooth and uneventful. I could see our progress as we moved at what I perceived as a snail's pace away from the base. After several minutes, I finally realized that sublight was not all that fast when you consider the vastness of space. Okay, Justice, I've had enough of slow. Give us some gas. Minimum phase drive cycle engaging now. My vision momentarily blurred, and I revisited my first encounters with jump sickness. While it wasn't debilitating, it was noticeable. My morning rations stirred in irritation. Exclamations came over my comms and made me notice our movement on the holograph. Justice highlighted Alpha Base, and it was a small, pulsating dot well behind us and rapidly fading away. I was sure the Legacy was easily this fast, but never had a display like this one to show us. Let's see what a sudden stop is like. I want to know what we can expect on the combat drop. Tango 2, Charlie 3, Kilo 4. Did you copy that? I heard a quick reply. 2, 3, 4. Justice called out. 60% phase drive. My stomach started doing some unwelcome mood swings, and my cockpit surround swelled even tighter around me. The holographic display went blank. I was guessing it could no longer keep track of our velocity. I gritted my teeth in anticipation, only to have my stomach kick its gyrations up a few more notches. Justice called out once more. 75% phase drive acceleration. Due to the design limitations of your recon armor, I will forego maximum phase drive testing. I felt a vibration that wasn't present before, and my breathing was coming a little faster now. It was a toss-up whether it was a little bit of fear or just adrenaline adding a spike in my respiratory system. All at once, I let out an involuntary grunt. The cockpit liner and my light armor felt like they were both trying to crush the life out of me. I was starting to panic when my vision blacked out. I knew my eyes were open, but I could not see. Relief flooded in as I started seeing the holographic display slowly come into view in front of my face. I ached all over and felt the cockpit and my armor ease off. I groaned out, "Tango, Charlie, Kilo. Give me a sit-rep." Clutch called back first. He sounded like he might have just run a few laps around the hangar, but other than that, he was clear as a bell.
Kilo 4 is optimal and ready for additional maneuvers.
Tria's voice was slightly hoarse, and she sounded as rattled as I was. "Tango 2 is not optimal. I was blinded by the deceleration, but I'm slowly recovering my vision." "Charlie 3, give me a sit-rep." Justice answered instead of Kuntz. "Commander, Kuntz is unconscious, and his telemetry shows he has sustained several minor stress-related fractures to his skeletal system. The Grawl equivalent of retinas have both detached, and he has minor brain swelling. Before our stop maneuver, I informed Kuntz I would not accelerate his dagger beyond 60% of phase capacity. He protested vigorously and insisted he should go higher. While I did accelerate you, Tria, and Clutch to 75% of maximum, I did not do the same for Kuntz. My suspicions proved correct, in that he would sustain minor bodily harm at 60% capacity and a full reverse phase stop." "None of that sounds like minor damage. Is he stable enough for a maximum velocity return trip to the base?" "Yes, Commander. I can assure you the damage Kuntz sustained can be easily repaired during the weaponization procedure." "Turn us around and get us back to base." I felt like I had been body-slammed by Clutch, and wondered if there was any other way to carry out our mission. The insane stop maneuver from full acceleration could leave us incapacitated and vulnerable. I knew Justice would protect us, but I really did not want to go up against the Prowl in a diminished capacity. Kuntz, demanding Justice push the envelope, had me wondering if he intentionally wanted to inflict damage upon himself. I also wondered if it might just be a plan cooked up by the two of them all along. It would be a surefire way to get the Uluron weaponization procedure sooner rather than later. He got his wish, if that was the case. I'll bet he didn't factor in the pain during the recovery time. He was going to learn the hard way. I let a small smile crease my lips. Ballsy little bastard. I was abruptly jerked back to the now of our excursion. "Commander, I have detected the signatures of multiple Quill star drives. I now confirm 16 separate tracks." Oh, shit! Something deep down inside of me hated the crits worse than the Prowl because they were cannibals. Their menu even included the deceased members of their own race. It may just be the way things go in the galaxy, but it totally repulsed me in a large assortment of ways. I was going to ask Tria what she thought, but didn't have to. Tango 2's icon lit up on my holographic display, and her voice filled my cockpit. "Commander, I request permission to reconnoiter the hostiles' location." Before I could give her a response, Clutch chimed in.
"Kilo 4 will cover Tango 2.
I rolled my eyes and shook my head. "Justice, evac Charlie 3 back to base, and go ahead with the Uluron procedure. Set the rest of us on a course that will take us to an observation point where we can see what the crits are up to." "Affirmative, Commander. I would like to first brief you on the stealth characteristics of the Dagger spacecraft. The Dagger has a very low detection threshold while using the sublight drive. When it is coasting or stationary, it is almost invisible to most all of the scanning systems I am familiar with. And when we are using the phase drive? I have found no current method to mask the unique distortion waves emitted by the drives. I theorize Sentinel Race 13 relied on the extraordinary speed of the drive and the anomaly weapon to make slashing attacks through hostile ship formations. Any combatant that is capable of targeting the daggers and actually hitting one with a weapon would find that the phase field would absorb the return fire harmlessly into interdimensional space. I surmise that any enemy commanders who found themselves in that unenviable position lost their lives shortly after the encounter. Before I could comment any further, Clutch came over the comms, and he sounded less than happy.
"Justice, just to be absolutely clear on what you are telling us, the daggers are very hard to detect while they are not phasing?"
"Yes, Troop Master."
"But doesn't that mean we are defenseless to incoming fire?"
Troopmaster, I never claimed the technology was perfect. I am briefing you on my observations. If incoming fire is imminent, the phase field can be activated at any time. The garbled grunt I heard just before Clutch terminated his comms could have been a new Tybor curse I had never heard before. Tria came over the comms again. Can the phase field be overpowered by intense enemy fire? Unknown at this time. I have no data concerning the limitations of the phase field. 3. Maybe using the daggers to investigate the Quill contacts wasn't such a great idea after all. Before I could put a voice to my concerns, my stomach went into non-stop turmoil. I could feel a small amount of positive G-load, and surmised that Justice had the daggers operating at maximum phase. My holographic display was blank, except for the 3 icons representing our formation. Apparently, Justice would be the only one to know what was going on in the galaxy until he slowed us down. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath to try to calm my urge to upchuck. I became aware of a low-frequency drumming vibration that suddenly ceased. Opening my eyes, I saw the display was back online, and filled with a solar system complete with a central star and 4 planets. The first 3 were way too close to the star, but the 4th was in the habitable zone. It was slightly smaller than a Mars-sized planet, and had 12 red markers in low orbit. There were 4 more further out that looked like they were moving in the direction of our formation. Justice decided it was time to enlighten us on the current situation. Commander, we are coasting in toward the targets. The Quill have detected our entrance into the system, but cannot pinpoint the source of the interdimensional disturbance. How do you know that? The 4 red icons that were moving toward us lit up with large pulsating circles. They overlapped each other and covered a large portion of the solar system. They seemed to be directed well to our left and would miss us on our current heading. Justice could see their sensors as they searched for our location. As we coasted in closer to the 4th planet, our sensors started giving us usable information. The planet had an oxygen atmosphere and water that covered a third of its landmass. What was really interesting was the crude radio waves Justice was recording. Commander, the radio waves are primitive, and I currently have no way to translate them, but the urgency in the unknown language is unmistakable. The inhabitants of the planet are under siege. Damned crits. I already knew what the Quill do when they take up a low orbit over a planet. They strip the planet of its resources, and in this case, it probably included the harvesting of the biologicals as well. Tria's voice filled my cockpit, and she sounded almost panicked. Commander, you know what they will do with the inhabitants. I closed my eyes and shook my head. This would be a good way to get us all killed. The thought of letting the Quill use the people of the planet as a food source made me grit my teeth. Justice, I want a no-shitter on our chances of taking out the Quill harvesters in the planet's orbit. Commander, the picket ships will have to be dealt with if you want to successfully remove the Quill from orbit. I can make additional assessments once I determine the full capabilities of our weapon systems. I have a maximum velocity attack vector on the ships currently searching for us. Once I engage the phase drives, all of the hostile combatants will be aware of our presence. Depending on the results of our attack, the harvesters may decide to retreat from their current mission. I already knew what the answer would be, but I was going to ask anyway, just in case it was the last time I would ever be able to. Tria, Clutch. Do you have any reservations about sticking it to the Quill? Tango 2 is ready.
Kilo 4 is a go, Commander.
Okay, Justice. Let's get on with it. Increasing forward velocity to maximum and anomaly weapon power generator to 100%. I felt a small amount of positive G and a hum I never heard before. The holo display showed our course correction, then blanked to just our 3-ship formation. The noticeable hum stopped almost immediately, but I heard it start to build in volume again. The holo display blinked, and there were 3 red triangles blinking from red to yellow on the very edge of my display. One of the hostile ship indicators was making a turn toward the planet, and Justice showed us it was accelerating hard in that direction. "Commander, 3 of the targets are drifting and are heavily damaged. The 4th is sending out continuous signals that I surmise are warnings or distress messages to the rest of their fleet. The anomaly weapon power source requires 22 seconds to build to 100% discharge capacity. We will re-engage the hostiles in 10 seconds." The constant churning of my stomach was slightly diminished by the excitement of knowing the daggers were able to inflict catastrophic damage to ships more than 1,000 times their size. The humming stopped once again, and Justice confirmed what my mind was comprehending. Target destroyed. Disengaging phase drive and switching to manual pilot control. A joystick raised up out of my right-hand armrest. The holodisplay lit up with detailed targeting information and put a large blinking red triangle on the closest harvester ship in orbit. Tria's and Clutch's daggers had green lines extending from them to different targets on either side of mine. They peeled out of formation on intercept courses. Missiles 24 blinked in the lower right corner of my display. A switch cover on the top of my joystick blinked at me. It left no doubt that the trigger in front of my index finger was the main weapon. I felt a bump on my left hand as a lever extended next to it. The words "Sublight Drive" appeared to one side of it, and in the center middle, above it, "Combat Maneuvering." The far forward position blinked "Phase Drive." I pushed the lever to "Combat Maneuvering," and a green line appeared on my display to the right of my current heading. I rolled the joystick right and lined up with a target heading indicator. Justice was making this as easy as possible without actually doing it himself. The action managed to take several of the twists out of my guts while I concentrated on my attack vector. The Quill were not idly waiting to be pounced. They were retracting their harvester tunnels and attempting to get underway. My target was rapidly growing in my display. I squeezed the trigger as the word "Fire" flashed across my display. I immediately felt G-load and glanced to my left to see Justice had engaged the phase drive. It was a heads-up to the incoming counterfire. If Justice did not intervene, I may have got my ass shot to pieces. Several red lines narrowly missed my escape maneuver, but suddenly stopped when the enemy ship looked like it was being pinched in half amidships. A new attack vector appeared on my display, and I pulled the drive lever back to combat maneuvering to make a course correction. Apparently, the Quill had no luck detecting us until we opened fire on them. Justice made it more than clear that once we did, phasing was the only way to keep from getting the favor returned to us. Justice quickly answered the question forming in my mind. "Commander, the phase drive will automatically engage if your detection level reaches a certain threshold, or you fire the dagger's weapons." I should have known that Justice had my back at all times. My display showed 2 additional hostile indicators disappear from the target list. The anomaly weapon was amazingly deadly. I could only guess what the much larger version on the Legacy was capable of. "Commander, the anomaly weapon rapidly siphons off the Quill energy fields protecting their ships. It appears the anomaly projected from the weapon somehow feeds on the barrier's energy and grows in strength and intensity just before it strikes the target's hull. When the anomaly contacts the target, it consumes all it touches before dissipating." A grim smile crossed my face. It sucks to be them. I lined up on my next target as it tried to leave the planet's atmosphere. It went down in 2 large pieces. The inhabitants of the planet would have the remains of their foes raining down on them. They might be able to salvage some very advanced new tech if they have the right scientific capabilities. My phase drive activated, and I flew directly at my next victim. It was firing non-stop at my dagger, and the red lines appearing on my display were intersecting with my approach vector with no apparent effect. I squeezed the trigger, and the hum began to cycle in pitch once more. The Quill ship disappeared from my screen. Clutch and Tria made quick work of the remaining Quill harvesters. I pulled back on the drive lever and made a coasting pass through the fringe of the planet's atmosphere. The fiery passage and sonic shock waves would further scare the inhabitants, but for now, their nightmare would be over. I wanted to get some data on the locals before we left the system. "Justice, get us some video and as much comms as you can record, then get us out of here." Actively recording, Commander. Tango 2 Kilo 4, form on me and let's go home. It was becoming a regular occurrence. Whenever I felt things were going to be all right, they turned to shit. Commander, I am detecting a very large transition wave on the far side of this solar system. Roger that. Justice, give us an intercept vector. Commander, I now have an unknown contact, and the target is massive. The drive characteristics are similar to recorded Quill pulse drives. The readings I am observing indicate a power curve that dwarfs any previously recorded Quill star drive telemetry. I will put you on a course that will give us data on the new target, but will ensure maximum safety. That information kicked my respiration up a notch or two. I felt the phase drive engage, and we made a sweeping turn. A new heading showed up on my display, as being well below the large red diamond. The drive disengaged when the target made a turn in our direction. We were now coasting full stealth, and Justice further corrected our course to what I assumed was an escape vector. Our formation tightened up, and I could see on my display that Justice had us about a foot apart. I was relieved to see the massive spacecraft did not align itself on an intercept with our new heading. My holodisplay flickered, and a close-up of the target appeared. Holy crap! The damn thing looked like an oblong paper wasp nest, and it was freaking big. Commander, I am detecting an enormous power spike that is still growing in intensity within the target. It also appears to have shut down its star drives. As a backward-thinking Earth boy, I could only guess what they were up to. My experience, on the other hand, told me they were up to some mean-spirited crap if they could get a lock on us. All at once, our phase drives activated, and we turned away at full power as a tremendous beam of energy shot out from the hostile ship. The shot was well behind us, but it had a warning alarm beeping in my cockpit. Justice cut our drives and made a tight turn to the right of our previous course. He sent us hurtling away and defenseless against incoming fire. The massive alien ship fired its main weapon once again down our last course, and the alarm in my cockpit stepped up an octave. I felt positive G's when my phase drive went to full power once more. We were in trouble, and Justice was trying to escape the reach of the hostile's main weapon. Justice, please tell me we are not going to get incinerated before we get the hell out of here. Commander, the ship is of Quill origin, and I surmise it is a habitat vessel. Its main weapon is more powerful and has better range than any previous enemies we have encountered. This would include the energy weapons used against us by the Prowl, as well as the beam weapons aboard the Legacy. It appears the Quill shunt the energy from all shipboard sources to fire the weapon. The vessel has re-engaged its star drive and is altering its course to align with our last phase drive heading. We are now out of the effective range of its weapon. I will make additional sprint and maneuver adjustments to our course to ensure they cannot follow. Tria came on over the comms. Justice, it appears they are able to track us while coasting. I thought we were invisible to Quill tracking technology. Tria, I hypothesized that the discharge from their main weapon ionizes the space around the beam in all directions for a considerable distance. It apparently makes us visible by the shadow we cast when in close proximity to the beam discharge. My sprint and maneuver tactics gave us the time we needed to put a safe distance between us and the hostiles. I'm surprised they gave up that easily. They have not. I am detecting more than 1,000 faster-than-light missiles attempting to track our last known course. I also detected more than 200 small fighter-class vessels of unknown capabilities. None of the weapons or spacecraft have the ability to catch or track us at our current distance. We will have no choice but to concede the battle space to the Quill. Clutch could no longer remain quiet.
What do you think is going to happen to the planet when we leave this system? You know what the crits are going to do to the inhabitants. We cannot stand by and let it happen.
Justice, I thought the daggers were immune to incoming fire. Commander, I will not risk your lives to prove my theory. The Quill weapon is unlike any previously encountered. This was not the outcome I had hoped for. The power of the Quill's main weapon system could decimate the world we were hoping to protect. Justice, you say it appears that the Quill shunt all available power to the weapon? Would that include their shields? Commander, The ship's shields remained in place, but I did notice a considerable decline in its power levels when the main weapon prepared to fire. I can follow your logic, and would like to point out that even at the shield's lowest attenuation, it was still magnitudes more powerful than a fully shielded harvester ship. I do not have enough data to determine if the anomaly weapons aboard the daggers can inflict enough damage to bring down the capital ship's shields. The troopmaster didn't seem to care either way.
Commander, I volunteer to draw the habitat ship's fire so you and Tria can make a coordinated attack. If we can inflict enough damage, they might decide to seek a softer target elsewhere.
Tria quickly added, "Nathan, we must try for the sake of the people on the planet. We cannot let them be harvested by the quill without a fight." Justice, I know you haven't installed the IST equipment aboard the daggers. Is there any way we can communicate with Alpha Base or the operative? Negative, Commander. The daggers lack comm buoys as well. I know our shakedown cruise has us a great distance from base. How long will it take us to make a full-power return? 49 minutes. I cringed. That would be more than enough time for the quill to get revenge for the bloody nose we gave them. There was a good chance they would blame the local inhabitants for our sins and decide to lay waste to the planet. Justice, what are the odds of inflicting enough damage to discourage the crits from attacking the planet? Unknown, Commander. Don't give me that crap. I want the numbers. 22%. I closed my eyes and shook my head. At least it wasn't a single digit. What about the missiles and fighters? They will be a distraction, but should not be a major threat to the daggers. The point defense weapons are more than capable of defeating the weak shield readings I am detecting on the Quill fighters. The missiles are loitering out front of the fighter screen and have powered down their drives to conserve energy. They will be incapable of targeting the daggers while making a maximum power attack run. Okay, this is how it's going to play out. I want you to turn us around and make a full-power approach at the target. Then, shut down the phase drives. Make enough maneuvers while we are coasting to take us off our original heading. I want Tria and Clutch to come in at an optimal attack vector while I go to full power and drive through the missile and fighter screen. I will go weapons hot and shoot up everything in my path. That should get me noticed by the capital ship and draw its fire. When its shields drop to minimum, Tria, you and Clutch hit them at the weakest shield readings Justice can find. Fire as fast as the main weapon will cycle. If the shield comes down, give them all of your antimatter missiles, and then get the hell out of there. Clutch would have none of it.
Commander, it was my idea to make a diversionary frontal attack. You wish to claim all the glory for your clan, and I must protest.
The troopmaster was full of it. There would be no glory in being vaporized if the Quill managed to hit me with their main weapon. Clutch, this is not the time to question my authority. I am giving you and Tria a direct order. Now, do your duty, troopmaster. I could only imagine what it smelled like in the Tybor's dagger. Tria had nothing to say, and probably knew she could not change my mind. She chose to remain silent. There was no other logical course of action. What needed to be done now, before the capital ship got any closer to the planet. Justice, turn us back now. Affirmative, Commander. I have formulated a best-scenario battle plan, and I am ready to execute on your order. Execute! I felt positive G's as my phase drive went to maximum output. The trepidation I was feeling canceled out the rotations my gut was making. With all of my heart, I wanted to think that everything would be fine, and this would be the end of the Quill capital ship. Even the beast within me was silent. What will be, will be. My holodisplay filled with targets ranging from 200 small ones to a single freaking big one. I was closing with them at incredible velocity, and then the drive went silent, as Justice made course corrections to confuse their targeting. Commander, the Quill capital ship has changed course away from the planet and is transferring power to its main weapon. The star drive has cut power, and its shield's attenuation is increasing. My hands started sweating, and I gritted my teeth. Then, a sudden calm came over me. I cranked my neck to the side, popping the kink out of it. Screw the Quill. I will drive this ship right down their throat if I have to. My point defense weapons opened fire non-stop. The phase drive went back to full power, and I plunged headlong to my destiny. 4. The drive suddenly shut down, and Justice made a hard turn from my current heading just as the Quill fired their main weapon. An alarm sounded in the cockpit, and I was pushed back into my seat once more. We made another looping turn as the nose of the dagger passed across the target. I squeezed the trigger on my joystick, sending a return gift in the direction of my foes. I saw the blue triangles of my crewmates making hard turns away from the Quill capital ship. They were blazing away at any ship within range. My point defense systems were doing the same. The shield indicator around the massive ship was blinking on my display, then returned to normal. Our weapons were pulling the shields down, but not penetrating. I cursed, and was getting ready to waste a few antimatter missiles. "Commander, I have detected the transition signature of the Legacy 62 light-years from our location," Justice suddenly called out. "I am turning on an intercept course to get us in communication range." My maker must have been watching out for us after all. Another massive burst of energy passed well to our rear as I pushed the phase drive to maximum. The Legacy must have detected our drive signatures because it made a small jump and put it squarely in our sensor range. Zool came up on our comms.
"Commander, I am detecting extremely large energy spikes and thousands of unknown drive signatures. Do you require assistance?"
"That would be an understatement, Zool. Prepare to take us aboard." We coasted in and braked hard as Justice pulled each of us into the Legacy. Justice's primary system took over and pulled the combat data from our daggers. The Legacy went full stealth as we turned back toward the Quill with the Deadliest of Intentions. As we exited the daggers, I went to Tria and hugged her, then turned to Clutch and put my arm around his big, wide shoulders. He had a very unpleasant odor about him, but at the moment it made no difference to Tria and I. "Armor up. We're going to be bait one more time." The crew gave me a questioning look, but did not hesitate to run to the ready room. Zool joined me, and I inquired as to Kuntz's condition.
"Commander, he has undergone the carbon fiber bone enhancement and is currently sedated. Justice said he should remain that way for 24 hours minimum."
I nodded, then told him to get current on the data we collected and get suited up for combat operations. He turned and followed me to the ready room. Tria and Clutch had already shed their uniforms and were putting on suit liners. I sat next to Tria and quickly did the same. Justice came up on the comms net. "Commander, the daggers have suffered no combat damage, and I am reloading the missile launchers. You will be ready to depart in 10 minutes. I stepped up into my armor, and it snugged in around me. The beast within me stirred at what I was contemplating. Zool walked up to us in his older generation armor and stood waiting for a briefing on my battle plan. "Justice, is the Legacy's anomaly weapon ready to be tested?" "Yes, Commander. The power source and weapon show no faults in my startup test. I have integrated myself with the targeting system, and all indicators show that it should function as designed." "All right, let's go test it on a worthy target. Tria, Clutch, we are going back in the daggers and letting the Quill shoot at us again. Zool, when their shield power drops off prior to firing their main weapon, I want you to jump the Legacy in close and shoot them in the ass. If the shields fail, we're going to give them everything we got aboard the daggers. Once we turn away, I want every target of opportunity turned to scrap on our way back out. We will do a quick battle damage assessment and coordinate through Justice for a follow-on attack. If everybody is ready, let's get on with it." I got 3 thumbs up, and we ran to the daggers. The padding inside the protective cockpits reconfigured itself to fit our much larger armored bodies. Justice quickly pushed us out into the void, and we went to full power on the phase drives. We joined up in our close combat formation. Data started streaming into my display, and we saw what we had feared all along. The Quill's ship had turned back toward the planet and was accelerating. "Justice, can we catch them before the fire on the planet?" "Yes, Commander, but be advised they are launching additional missiles and fighters." "You think they would have learned by now that their fighters are only an inconvenience and not a viable threat?" "Commander, The missiles and fighters are heading toward the planet and not in our direction. That statement got my blood to boiling. Justice, start launching our Chalt interdimensional missiles and have them jump ahead of the Quill. When the Quill are in point-blank range, have them go active and take down as many of the fighters as you can. I can only hope the inhabitants of the planet are still hunkered down, because I know we can't stop all the missiles. Launching now, Commander. We finally got the Quill's attention, and they were turning back to a heading that would intercept us. We flew straight at them, and were rapidly closing the distance between us. Justice's subsystem alerted us that the Quill were shutting down their star drive in preparation to fire on us. The legacy disappeared from my display, and our phase drives shut down so we could make a course change to take us out of the Quill weapon's targeting envelope. We nosed steeply down and then turned back toward the target. The legacy reappeared behind the Quill ship and then jumped away. The shield indicator around the capital ship disappeared, and the monstrous vessel started a slow, sideways drift that told me it was mortally wounded. Yes! Tango 2, Kilo 4, let's finish the job. You are weapons free. 2. 4. We were close enough to the target that Justice gave us real-time video of the capital ship. It looked like a small sun was burning in the aft section. What was truly amazing was watching the back of the ship as it was being sucked into the star-bright anomaly. The anomaly suddenly disappeared, and a huge cloud of debris started trailing out the massive cavity. Justice gave us a sitrep. Commander, our stealth missile attack destroyed 240 Quill fighters and shot down more than 200 missiles. The Legacy took out an additional 170 missiles after attacking the capital ship. Do you want the Legacy to re-engage the target? No, Justice! Take out as many missiles as you can! Commander, unfortunately the remaining missiles reached their intended targets. I have recorded more than 300 high-yield nuclear detonations on the planet's surface. It appears that the largest continent was the intended target. I am no longer detecting any radio traffic or life signs at that location. I closed my eyes and said a prayer to my Maker. This was not the outcome I had hoped for. It was a very small consolation knowing the people on the planet would not be a food source for the Quill. A burning rage filled me, and the beast was calling to me for revenge. It would get its wish. Zool, you are weapons free. Re-engage the habitat ship. Tango 2, Kilo 4. Destroy all Quill you encounter. No survivors. 2. 4. I took manual control of my dagger and made a low pass over the devastated continent. When I could stomach no more, I climbed out of the now toxic atmosphere. I headed for the nearest hostile ship and turned the fighter into whirling pieces of scrap. I looked back at the fragments that were once the Quill capital ship. My face contorted into a mask of rage, and I screamed out to no one but myself. This is just the beginning. It took us just over an hour to chase down every Quill ship that had an active power source. For good measure, I used the last of my antimatter missiles on several of the largest pieces of the Quill capital ship. I was so worked up by what the Quill had done that I had Justice launch a comm buoy into the debris field. It would broadcast indefinitely in the Quill dialect. The message stated, "This is the price you will pay for preying upon the weak and defenseless." When we returned to the Legacy, my dark mood was still haunting me. It was difficult for me to decide whether or not the fate that befell the inhabitants of the planet was better or worse after we intervened. I was trying my best to put it behind me because the perpetrators of the heinous act were all burning in hell. My crew and I stepped out of our armor in silence. We could not find words that would not have something to do with what we had just witnessed, so we kept quiet. One by one, my crewmates walked away, save for Tria, who stood momentarily at the ready room door. Nathan, do not anguish over the outcome of our battle. It was the will of our Maker. Tria's words, while somewhat comforting, did little to change my feelings. I could not sit and think about it another minute, and decided to move on to other matters. The first would be to go to the med bay and check on Kuntz. At some point, he would want to see all the video and data we collected from our encounter with the quill. The recovery period he would be forced to endure might be lengthy due to the fact that he had such a frail bone structure and physique. It was not a good foundation to build on. He would need things to occupy his mind other than the pain of healing. When I entered the med bay, I shook my head. I had a feeling the little Grawl had gone overboard on the enhancements. He proved my suspicions correct. Before I could say a word, Justice called to me. "Commander, Kuntz was quite adamant that he should receive many of the same muscle enhancements that you underwent. I cautioned him it would also require the subdermal lamination as well. He insisted I go forward with both." I rolled my eyes. One thing was quite noticeable. His head no longer dwarfed his body. Kuntz now had broad shoulders and large muscular legs. Once he finally healed, it would take us all an adjustment period to get used to him as he is now. His once burgeoning ego would most assuredly be inflated to epic proportions. He was sedated, and it was pointless to attempt to talk to him. I decided to head to the command deck and compose an intelligence report to send to Sale. The massive Quill starship would need to be discussed in detail. There was always the chance she or her people had encountered one before. Tria had no data on it. As I entered the bridge, I saw that only Tria was present. She was standing in the corridor leading to the living quarters with her arms crossed. "Justice, I want to collate and condense our video and current intelligence so I can prepare a briefing for the principal investigator." I was slightly surprised that he did not answer me. What was even more surprising was the look on Tria's face when she stalked across the bridge in my direction. I did not know what to make of it, and it gave me an uneasy feeling. I started backing up. "Tria, is there a problem that I should—" She hit me! The totally unexpected shot nailed me right in the gut, purging the words from my mouth. I threw up my hand, in a sign of surrender. I was shocked stupid when she leaned down and heaved me up on her shoulder. She turned and carried me to my cabin, where Justice was courteous enough to open the door for her. We entered, and the door quickly closed. She threw me on my bed and pounced on me like a cat. It was more than a day and a half before I was able to leave my cabin. I felt weak from lack of food, slightly battered, and lightly bruised everywhere. The mating habits of the Chalt entail total domination by the females over their male counterparts. They are, after all, the alphas in their race. I, on the other hand, am like the other 69% of males in my species. I like to be in the driver's seat. The attitude netted me a good portion of my bruises, not all of them, mind you, but a good many of them. Chalt foreplay amounted to an onslaught of Shaleen, and it took tremendous effort to shrug it off. At times, she was genuinely shocked by certain human interactions, but quickly embraced them all. If it were not for my carbon fiber-reinforced skeletal system, I might have suffered a fractured skull and a broken neck. I now have a great deal of respect for the muscular enhancements to her legs. The Chalt, having an extra set of arms, also puts the advantage squarely in her corner. The consummation of our relationship was going to be something I would remember the rest of my life. I can say without reservation that the experience was definitely 50 Shades of WWE. I was getting worried. Justice had not said a single word for more than 2 days. You could address him if you needed something done, and he would oblige you, but you would get no verbal response. The AI was eager to analyze what had taken place, but now his speechlessness was beginning to trouble me. I went back to my cabin to privately confront him on my concerns, but was unceremoniously ambushed by Tria. Talking to the AI was not going to be possible. On the 4th day, Justice finally spoke, and it startled me and my concerned crew. Clutch and Zool were trying their best to pretend nothing had happened, and everything was business as usual. Poor Kuntz had awoken in such agony Justice put him under until his body could heal and adapt to the very unnatural things done to it. All in all, I was just happy to hear the AI speak, and really didn't care what the subject was. "Commander, I have restored power to the IST as instructed by Tria. The principal investigator has 12 attempted communications queued in the system. I took the liberty of sending her the data package from our last engagement." I turned and raised an eyebrow at Tria. She just shrugged and walked off the bridge. "Justice, open a secure IST channel to Sale." "Channel open, Commander." Sale came right to the point, and I didn't have a chance to get a word in edgewise.
"Nathan Myers, I see no evidence that the Legacy sustained battle damage in your engagement with the Quill. Why has our line of communications been disrupted?"
Looking back to where Tria had walked off, I just shook my head. "Sale, there are days I don't want to hear any scat from you. I told you I would get back with you when we have a solid plan of action. Unless you have data on the research facility that you are willing to share, we are still working on a plan. I felt you should know what we stumbled into when we were testing the daggers. Do you have information pertaining to our engagement?"
"I have not thoroughly examined the data, but can say that we do not have any intelligence on that class of Quill ship. The size of the new vessel and the power of the main weapon are certainly troubling. I must commend you on your victory. It was an impressive display of courage and valor. While your tactics could have been more sophisticated, the outcome proves their viability. We all mourn the loss of life on the unprotected planet. If I have your permission, I would like to pass the battle data and coordinates of the planet to my superiors. We would like to show the Galactic Union what the Crits have been doing while they attempt to peacefully negotiate with them."
You can share the intelligence with your superiors, but not with the Galactic Union. Not all members of the Galactic Union Council are trustworthy. I am sure several are tied to the illegal artifact trade. Any data shared with them must be completely sterilized of our complicity.
"Nathan, if we can involve the Galactic Union, they will go to the planet to search for evidence. If there are survivors, they will most assuredly give the planet protected status and possibly help with decontamination."
I tell you what, Sale. You can claim whatever you like and invite the Union to see, but none of our involvement can be revealed. Are we clear?
"Yes. I will transfer the data to my council with another recommendation to allow me to contact you concerning the research station. When the council finally comes to their senses and asks for your help, I will give you a complete briefing to disclose the nature of the research center defenses."
The signal ended. I was fairly sure I could trust Sale, but still had doubts about her counsel. At some point in time, the Legacy will be in close approximation to Sale's flagship, the Fury. Justice had covertly infected the ship's AI with one of his subsystems, and we would secretly get a data dump of all pertinent information recorded by said subsystem. I knew Sale suspected Justice was aboard. I didn't think it would be a healthy idea to confirm that fact, at least not for the foreseeable future. I used my implants to try to locate Tria. For some strange reason, I could locate my other crewmates, but not the Chalt warrior. Evil robot. I needed to have a private talk with Justice, but would avoid my personal cabin to do it. I instead headed for the hangar bay. "Justice, jump us back to Alpha Base," I called out to the conniving AI. He gave me no response, which was really starting to get on my nerves. "Justice, I believe you should now have a fairly complete library of my interactions. I really need you to get back to business." The evil robot decided it would be a good time to make a deadcore jump. Everything went still and started glowing brilliant white. It was a surefire way to put a halt to the rant that was forming on my lips. When my awareness returned to normal space-time, my mood was taking a turn for the worst. I continued toward the hangar. "Justice, I have had just about enough." Suddenly, I felt my legs getting rubbery, and tried to steady myself by leaning on the bulkhead next to the science lab hatch. I was grabbed from behind and dragged inside. "Tria!" 45 minutes later, I was adjusting my uniform and trying to gather my wits. I moved to the hatch with a frown on my face. I was still determined to confront Justice for his speechless shenanigans, but now it would be difficult to be angry. Looking back over my shoulder at Justice's co-conspirator laying naked on the lab table, the frown melted from my face. I began wondering why Tria seemed so carefree. A lot of lousy crap was going on, and we were about to be up to our eyeballs in it. It didn't take but a few more steps for reality to sink in. She had doubts about the outcome of the upcoming mission, and to tell the truth, I did as well. The thought of possibly being incapacitated before our boots hit the ground put the frown firmly back on my face. I accessed my implants and found that Justice had already landed at Alpha Base. Clutch and Zool had departed more than 30 minutes ago and were in the base cafeteria. Graf and Jaren sat outside the Legacy, apparently waiting to talk to me. I didn't know if Clutch or Zool briefed them on my possible whereabouts, and I had no intention of explaining my tardiness. A shower was in order, but I thought it would be best to at least find out what the two Groll wished to speak with me about. I heard something behind me and whirled around in a defensive stance. Tria walked by with her uniform in one of her hands and nothing else on. I felt just the smallest touch of her chalene, and I backed up a couple of steps. I heard her giggle, but she never turned around. 5. I went to the boarding hatch, and both Graf and Jaren stood to meet me. I apologized for making them wait, but the little smiles they gave me suggested they might have got a thorough briefing on the nature of my activities. The cringe that crossed my face sobered their expressions. Graf stepped forward.
"Commander, we have come to ask permission to check on Engineer Kuntz. We have been told he has volunteered to undergo the Uluran weaponization procedure, and you granted him permission."
Yes, I allowed it, but the engineer chose the extent of the modifications. As far as we know, he is the first of your race to undergo the procedure. I personally believe he should have limited some of his selections. Kuntz exercised his right of free choice, and will now have to live with the outcome. Due to the extent of his modifications, Kuntz will have an extended recovery time. Justice found it necessary to sedate him because of his inability to cope with the discomfort associated with the recovery process. He is in the med bay, and I am sure Justice will answer any questions you might have. I turned toward the hatch and called out louder than was necessary, "Won't you, Justice?" His answer was elevated in volume as well. "Affirmative, Commander." The Groll looked somewhat mystified by my exchange with the AI. Waving the Groll on, I stalked back through the hatch to what I hoped would be an uneventful shower. As I made my way to the command deck, the big security doors opened, and I cautiously peeked around. I queried my implants, which seemed to be working properly, and noticed that Tria was in her quarters. I hurried down the corridor to my cabin and entered. I kicked off my uniform and treated myself to a hot shower that soothed most of the aches inflicted upon me. When I was done and dried off, I stepped out to get a fresh uniform and found Tria sitting on my bed. I thanked my maker she was clothed, because I could really use some recuperation time and a hot meal. She fixed me with a smile that made it a toss-up whether I would get either. When she got up, I stepped back, and she just laughed. "Nathan, I am starved. Shall we go see what Tam Lim sent us in the way of human and chalt rations?" I was famished, and quickly offered an arm. She looped one of hers in mine, and we went down tube and out the boarding ramp. We met several of the Groll on our way to the cafeteria. They reached out and touched our hands in passing. When we stepped out of the lift, we could hear what sounded like a party going on. We were going to go in and see what the ruckus was about, but Tria and I stopped in our tracks at the entrance. Clutch was standing with his back to us, and flailing around with one of his fists. The Groll took notice of us and immediately went quiet. That's when we heard what the big lummox was saying.
Then Tria punched him and threw him up on her.
The short, wide buffoon finally noticed the silence and ceased his theatrics. He slowly turned around to face us, then promptly sat down and commenced eating like nothing had happened. To say the least, we were slightly embarrassed and a tad irritated. If it were not for the fact we had grown used to the Tybor's antics, I would have probably given him a black eye. Tria, on the other hand, didn't take it as well as I did. As we walked by him toward the food dispenser, she shoved him face first into the large pile of rations on his tray. This brought a roar of laughter from the Grawl and a big toothy smile from the Tybor. He just shrugged his big shoulders and went right back to eating. I don't think I have ever heard the Grawl more joyous and happier. I was genuinely surprised that everyone was ignoring the upcoming mission and the perils that it would entail. It was as if Tria could read my mind. "Nathan, our clan has seen us persevere against impossible odds. We have walked through the place you referred to as hell, and we have always returned. They now refuse to accept any other outcome. All believe we will succeed." I had considered more than a few times to ask the quirky AI what our odds of success would be, but quickly cast the thought aside. I knew they were questionable, and didn't want negative apprehension creeping into our mindsets when it was go time. Looking around at my people, I decided I would never try to change that mentality. Tria and I finished our meal and went to the fabricator building to check on Felix. The young fabricator operator was consulting with several Grawl scientists and engineers. The word among the Grawl was that Justice, along with the help of the scientists and engineers, had a breakthrough in reverse engineering the IST system. It was something that the Chalt would not take kindly to if it became general knowledge that we had managed such a feat. The Chalt had made it an extremely difficult process, but Justice was relentless when it came to new tech. Felix was putting the final touches on the new comms equipment so it could be installed on the daggers. It would fill the gap that the backscatter transmitter left in our comms array. For now, what the Chalt didn't know would not hurt them. As we entered the building, Felix was all smiles and met us at the production line. Sitting on a table were 4 basketball-sized globes.
"Commander, Tria, the devices are complete and ready to be installed. Justice is waiting for me to bring them to the hangar on the Legacy."
"We will save you the trip so you can continue your work schedule," I said. "Thank you for your hard work and dedication." The young Zane bowed to us and turned to other pressing matters. Tria and I gathered up the transmitters and headed to the Legacy. Justice had the hangar doors open, and we could see he had the pilot modules pulled out of all 4 daggers. He extruded 2 long arms from the bay, and we placed the devices in them. "Commander, I will have the communication devices installed and tested in the next 3 hours. It will take an additional 4 hours to reassemble the daggers. Once complete, they will be ready for the upcoming mission." "What is Kuntz's current status?" It is unfortunate that the Grawl cannot embrace the Ularan weaponization, as well as human and Chalt physiologies. Kuntz's body is attempting to reject the enhancements. I am actively suppressing his immune system, which will lead to an extension of my previously estimated recovery time. He is slowly stabilizing, but I do not think he will be capable of participating in the strike on the research station. I will be forced to keep him in a medically induced coma until his body accepts the modifications and begins to properly heal. Damn. Kuntz was unable to go before, and now that he had undergone the weaponization procedure, he was incapacitated. The little Grawl was an intricate part of our team and was our dedicated tail gunner. He had grown adept at covering our backs, and it made me nervous to not have the additional eyes going into the research complex. I didn't know how much longer we could afford to wait. If the Prowl hive mind was indeed in control of the facility, it would not be sitting idle waiting for someone to figure out a way to bring in the troops. We could not continue pushing off the mission. Our plan of action needed to be enacted sooner rather than later. The only good thing I could think would come out of this predicament was that if we did not return, Kuntz would be able to carry on our primary mission. Again, Tria seemed to know what I was thinking. The Chalt warrior was now more than ever attuned to the emanations of my aura. She took me by the arm, and we walked out of the fabricator building.
Nathan, we must not give the hive mind the time it needs to assimilate the research station systems. When the daggers are ready, we must be prepared to go, whether we are invited or not. The Council is foolishly wasting precious time and resources. We must set a deadline for our actions and let the operative know we will go with or without clearance from the Council. We are already at a huge disadvantage, and waiting only makes it worse.
Tria was right. We would be putting ourselves at a great risk, as it was. I would not throw away our lives because of the indecision of her people's leadership. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Zul hastily moving in our direction, a look of deep concern on his face.
Commander, I have just checked on Kuntz's status and asked permission to speak freely.
Zul, you do not have to ask permission to speak freely. I want all my clan to give me their honest opinions, no matter the circumstances. What is on your mind?
Commander, I believe Kuntz may have erred in his quest to be mission-capable. While he may have had the best of intentions, the extent of his choices may prove to be detrimental. His condition is fragile, and without Justice's continuous monitoring and interaction, there is a possibility that Kuntz might permanently be disabled.
Apparently, Justice was giving me a best-case scenario. Zul, on the other hand, saw Kuntz's condition from a different perspective. Either way, I had already determined he was a no-go for our mission. I nodded to Zul. You are correct, Zul. It will not be possible for Kuntz to recover in time to accompany us. We are currently changing our mission parameters to account for his absence. He will remain here during the mission. Zul looked me in the eyes and swallowed. He then puffed his chest out like Kuntz was quite fond of doing.
Commander, I volunteer to stand in Engineer Kuntz's place, no matter the outcome.
I was surprised by what the little Groll just said. It had already been determined a Groll of normal physique would most assuredly perish during the insertion. This was not normal Groll behavior. It's a known fact that Groll prefer to leave the dying to someone else. As long as it was up to me, I had no intention of letting anyone die needlessly. It warmed my heart to know this little alien was offering up his life to try to protect ours. I could not help but smile and wonder what part of interaction with humans caused such an inordinate amount of testicle growth. No, Zul. You honor us all with your bravery, but I must decline the offer. We need your scientific expertise, and you would have to step up into a leadership position if the insertion goes badly. The Groll's chest deflated, and his shoulders slumped slightly. He gave me a dejected nod and then turned away. As Tria and I started toward the legacy, Zul's face brightened, and he suddenly looked determined once more.
Commander, what if I assembled a scientific team to explore the possibility of finding something in our Proulx salvage that might give us an advantage? We have a tremendous number of unknown devices that the Proulx decided was valuable enough not to destroy. Perhaps we could spend our remaining time before you execute the mission researching the salvage with a focus on new weaponry.
Tria and I stopped in our tracks. With everything that had been going on, I hadn't given any thought to messing with the salvage. We looked at each other in surprise. It was an option we were overlooking. Since we did not have a firm mission plan, other than to get inside the facility and shut down the shield, it would be a good idea to let Zul run with his idea. I grabbed the little Groll and embraced him. He was surprised, but returned the gesture. Zul, assemble your team and get them to the Legacy as soon as possible. We will immediately dead-cord jump to the SIG's new base of operations. I want you and your team to begin searching for useful items. I know we only have a limited time to search, and can only investigate a small fraction of our finds. If you can come up with anything useful, I will take any advantage we can get. Zul took off at a dead run. He had renewed purpose, and was delighted he was able to do something to help prepare us. The uncertain future that awaited us all didn't seem as bleak as before. Justice broadcast on the PA system so all would hear. As usual, he was always listening. His normal deadpan voice had an edge of urgency to it.
I have commenced charging the Matrix, Commander. We can depart for the SIG base in 57 minutes.
To the last growl, they all volunteered. I did not want to be the bad guy and decide who needed to stay behind. Felix would need help with materials handling, so he could keep the replicator running at capacity. I would have to decide between Graf and Jaren who had to stay and keep the base running smoothly. They would have the unenviable task of telling the other Grawl who stayed and who could go. 20 minutes later, Graf and 20 very excited Grawl were boarding the Legacy. As Tria, Clutch, and I boarded, I waved to Jaren and the skeleton crew he had selected. While Jaren kept up the act that he was indifferent to his orders, the other Grawl looked dejected. Depending on the outcome of our mission, we were all overdue for a break. I pushed the thought from my head that every time I let pleasantries like that cross my mind, the universe always took a turn for the worst. I pulled Tria close, and she smiled. It erased my pessimism. Justice took us out of our base at high speed and jumped us to the star system of the once-secret Scrun slaver base. Signaling the base with our access codes, I verified our identities. I was surprised when Sushi calmed us back and insisted on giving us a fleet escort in honor of our return. It was impressive to see the 10 gigantic SIG battlecruisers move into a spearhead formation as Justice tucked us neatly aft of the lead ship. As we crossed over the horizon of the planet, we dropped from the formation and went into low orbit. When we boarded Eagle 1, I told the Grawl they were not to discuss our mission or reveal any intel once they stepped off the shuttle. If any should ask, we were cataloging our salvage. Say nothing more. All inquiries were to be directed to me. Justice launched the shuttle with a tow beam. Clutch was in the captain's seat and let the shuttle continue falling nose down through the caustic atmosphere. I don't think the Grawl scientists were used to such actions. The once chatty cargo hold was now quiet, save for a few groans of discomfort. Clutch seemed to be having fun gliding the big combat shuttle sans the gravity thrusters. The steep, spiraling descent for the entrance tunnel brought the moaning from the cargo bay up several notches. Tria was in the other pilot's seat, giving the Tybor a sideways glance. I felt a slight thump when our dive went supersonic. I was standing behind him with an iron grip on the back of his seat, trying to keep my feet glued to the deck. The tunnel raced up to meet us at a deathly pace. The troopmaster nonchalantly reached out and engaged the gravity drives, arresting our fall and nullifying the negative gravity. This put a stop to the wail coming from the hold, and Tria's stern look of disapproval softened. Once inside the complex, Clutch put us down in the large landing area. The noise now coming from the cargo bay did not sound like blandishments. It was more of a racket that one might hear from a lynch mob. The Grawl quieted as they debarked, but all gave the Tybor a withering stare. He just gave them his usual, goofy-looking, toothy smile. We were greeted by a SIG military color guard, and were escorted past rank after rank of SIG soldiers, standing at attention. We were led to Sushi, who bowed.
"Welcome home, clan members of the SIG people. You honor us with your presence."
I gave him a warm smile and attempted to shake his large hand. It was awkward, but he played along anyway. "Sushi, it is good to see you again, but the parade was unnecessary."
"On the contrary, Mr. Myers, the exploits of you and your people are held in the highest regard by all of the members of the SIG race. You are quickly becoming the favorite subject matter in many of our training classes. You are proof that overwhelming odds are an inconvenience and not a legitimate reason to retreat." I winced at his statement. I did not want my insane exploits to be the reason someone would spit in the eye of certain death. Luck can be a very fickle ally. In our line of business, sooner or later, you will get yourself mired in a large, steamy one, only to find that your last resort has run out on you. Instead of me spewing what I believed should have been the proper cautionary words of discouragement, I changed the subject. "Sushi, we're here to catalog some of our salvage."
We are going to take items of interest back to our base for my scientists to study. We would like to get started as soon as possible with the items we stored in the former slaveholding area."
"Of course, Mr. Myers. The facility is at your disposal. Our home is your home. If you need our assistance in any way, please let me know. I will let the security station in the sector know that you are on your way. Gravity sleds will be made available to you. If the number is insufficient, let me know, and I will arrange for additional sleds."
I thanked Sushi and looked around for my science team. Everywhere I looked, there was huge piles of salvage with corridors disappearing out into them in all directions. The salvage was piled about head-high for a SIG, but was more than 4 feet over me. That made it at least 8 feet over the Grolls' heads. The corridors were just wide enough for 2 of the 8 feet by 16 feet gravity sleds to pass each other. The corridors went in all directions, and my scientists were scattered among them all. A lone SIG walked up to me, and I could see by his wrinkled appearance he was much older than any SIG I had met previously. He had what turned out to be a translator slung over the shoulder of his long, dark coat.
"Greetings, Mr. Myers. My name is Dumatura Matsumer. I am the SIG scientific scholar in charge of this facility and the head cartographer. If you would kindly gather your people, I have gravity sleds waiting to transport us to Section 124.
I tried to let the scholar's name roll off my tongue in such a way it might be properly pronounced with a certain amount of regularity. He finally held up his hands.
"Mr. Myers, unless one is adept at speaking our language, even a translator will have difficulty adjusting to the subtleties of the SIG dialect. Pasta has long ago informed us that your species would rather label us with a title of endearment that is easily pronounced and memorized, so please, feel free to do so now."
It was nice of him to make it easy for me, but try as I might, I could only look at my surroundings and come up with dumpster. There was no way I was going to pin a name on him that would insinuate the elderly SIG scientist was a container for discarded waste. My awkward silence alerted Tria to my conundrum, and she pulled me close.
"Nathan, he is a senior scholar, and we should show him respect. Please choose wisely, because I believe all our future visits will involve interaction with him. Perhaps just senior scientist for the time being."
While Tria's suggestion was appropriate, another, even more so, finally came to mind. I squeezed her arm in acknowledgement, but she could tell I had made my decision. She smiled, but was looking at me out of the corner of her eye. "Sir, I would like to bestow upon you an honorific from my homeworld. Chief is a title used by the natives of my planet to show the proper respect to the most skilled and learned of our many tribes." The elderly SIG stared toward the ceiling for more than 30 seconds before a big smile lit up his face.
"I accept your title of seniority and leadership."
Turning to Clutch, I called out, "Troopmaster, get the scientists on the sleds. We are ready to go." Clutch took off barking orders, and in no time he had gathered our flock on the sleds. He took the controls of the second gravity sled and pointed forward. Chief took the controls on the lead sled, and Tria and I stood at his side. We quickly moved off into the maze of corridors at an alarmingly brisk pace that widened my eyes. He would occasionally press a button on the T-handle, and the sled would emit a piercingly loud beep. The security teams on the path would quickly move to the side as we swiftly passed them by. 5 minutes later, we arrived in front of the pressure door that we had once blasted from its hinges. It was back in its proper place, but showed the battle scars we had inflicted upon it. It also showed where the SIG had made multiple welds and repairs to get it back in place. We slowed to a stop well in front of the doors because a security squad of 12 SIG blocked our path. Chief spoke to them in his language, and they immediately stepped 6 to a side and came to attention. The giant door creaked and groaned as it opened. We moved to the front of the old security station and unloaded from the sleds. Chief approached me.
"Mr. Myers, I will remain here. If I can be of any assistance to you for any reason, please do not hesitate to ask."
Going over to Graf, I leaned down to the senior Groll. Graf, divide your team up between 5 of the sleds. Tria, Clutch, and I will take the 6th. Meet me back here in 2 hours so we can determine if we will need more time or more sleds. Graf turned away and called to his group to get them organized. I waved to the troopmaster to get on the lead sled. When I attempted to take the controls, he gave me a not-so-subtle nudge to the side. When I frowned at him, he gave me a big, goofy grin as an apology. I rolled my eyes and took Tria by the hand and pulled her next to me. She put 2 of her arms around me and another on the troopmaster's shoulder. She looked at me and nodded her head toward the Tybor, urging me to do the same. I sighed and reached toward the Tybor's wide shoulder. I should not have procrastinated. The sled suddenly jerked forward, dumping me on my ass. If it were not for Tria riding me, I would have fallen off into the path of the trailing sled. The freaking Tybor never even turned around. The big oaf just went barreling down one of the paths to I don't know where. 6. When I could see the back wall of the storage area looming in front of us, I turned and noticed there was no longer any sleds behind us. Clutch must have decided we were wherever he determined we needed to be, and stopped. He looked at the 2 of us, and then pointed to a fork in the path.
Commander, I will search in this direction. Just yell out if you need me.
Tria and I stepped off the sled. Clutch took off, letting out a low, rhythmic croaking sound that I knew was the Tybor humming to himself. Tria and I took the opposite fork. Looking around at the endless piles of equipment, a feeling of hopelessness swept over me. Even if we found something useful, how could we possibly study it and verify its capabilities in the short amount of time we had left? I was second-guessing myself, and thought we might be wasting our time fruitlessly digging in the trash of our greatest foe. That was when I heard a faint, beeping noise. I turned around, looking at Tria, and she reached into her recon armor storage and pulled out a Guardian transponder. It was slowly, faintly beeping, and she looked at me quizzically. Justice insisted I take the transponder with us. I suspected it was so he could keep track of us, but now I am unsure of his motivations. I do not know what to make of the signal it is emitting. Tria started walking in my direction, and the beep grew louder. The repetitious cycle of the device slightly increased as well. As she got closer and held it out to me, the beep slowed. The volume also diminished to its previous output. A small frown crossed Tria's face, and she stopped. She slowly turned around and retraced her steps. The transponder went up in pitch and frequency once again. Tria stopped when she determined the signal had peaked. I moved to her side, and she again held it out to me. I shook my head, and she smiled. She turned to the salvage on her left side, and the transponder quieted ever so slightly. Turning to the right, the volume increased. Her eyes widened, and as she touched the transponder to the pile of junk, the beep increased. We started digging and throwing the collapsing pile of debris aside. The volume and cycle frequency increased as we dug. We were soon surrounded by salvage, and our path to the sled was blocked. We had uncovered several items that had to be weapons, but most were old and tarnished. None had any effect on the transponder signal, so we tossed them aside and methodically pulled items from the pile until at last the signal was a non-stop beep. There in the pile at our feet was a rectangular device 1 foot wide and twice that long. It was about 8 inches thick and tapered on both ends. The unknown device had a 10-inch diameter megaphone-shaped protrusion in the middle of it. Inside had what appeared to be a glass lens at the base. On its side was an indentation with 3 buttons. It had large, heavy straps made of an unknown material. There were 4 of the same configuration equal distances down its length. It was obviously meant to be wrapped around something, or someone. Tria reached down and touched it with the transponder. The beep promptly stopped. Whatever this thing was, it had to be of Guardian design or manufacture. I could think of no other reason for the transponder to specifically respond to it. Reaching down, I tried to pick it up, but it took both hands because it must have weighed over 200 pounds. Tucking it under my arm, Tria and I crawled up out of the mess we had made out of the pathway. As we reached the top, we saw Clutch making his way toward us, smiling.
"Commander, I have found what I believe is a Kashuga plasma caster and 3 intact power supplies,"
Clutch said, pointing back to his contributions on the sled.
"The weapon and rechargeable power packs are much larger than I remember, but I am familiar with its operation and unique capabilities. As long as the projection tube is not damaged from overuse, it is a very formidable weapon."
Tria nodded to me, then inspected Clutch's find. "This is somewhat similar to a Kashuga weapon, but appears to be of much better quality than the products they usually sell. There were several Kashuga on the last ship I served on. They are not like the Zanes, who sell the best they have. They are a mid-level advanced race that go out of their way to make as many credits as possible from any species they encounter. They build their reputation by manufacturing budget-oriented weapons for the open market. The plasma caster is one of their best sellers. The Quorum buy it in quantity, then rebrand it to avoid the infringement laws. They make considerable profits selling it on the black market. Nothing they sell has ever been of this quality." Clutch gave Tria a dismissive look, and then turned his attention to the device we had found.
"What is that, Commander?"
I looked around to make sure none of the SIG security teams were on the same path with us. I leaned in close to the Tybor. "We are not sure. Tria brought one of our Guardian transponders, and it led us to the device's location." I handed it over to him, and he hefted it up and down a few times.
"We could possibly bludgeon our enemies to death with it."
Shaking my head at the Tybor's goofy smile, I told him to put it on the cart so we could continue our search. In the process of doing so, he inadvertently pushed one of the buttons. The device emitted a barely audible hum. Tria and I stared at the machine, and then started backing away from Clutch. "Clutch, what the hell are you doing? Turn that damn thing off!" The troopmaster's lizard eyes were now the size of silver dollars, and his smile disappeared. He turned away looking like he was going to throw it. He apparently must have pushed another of the buttons in his attempt to disable it. There was a flash, like a good old-fashioned camera would make, but the results of the discharge in no way encouraged me to say cheese for a follow-up shot. On the pile of junk in front of us was a 10-foot-wide, shimmering gray circle. Before Tria and I could say a word, Clutch dropped the device like it was a hot potato, then dove headfirst into us, knocking us to the ground in an attempt to cover us with his body. Tybor weigh in excess of 600 pounds due to their unique body density. Tria and I groaned in pain as we bore the weight of the Tybor on top of us. That in itself would not have been so bad, but the tackle was accompanied by his warrior's scent. Unfortunately for us, he had knocked the air from our lungs. Our next breath of air was vilely contaminated. We heaved the troopmaster off of us and crawled, retching for more than 20 feet before we collapsed into puking fits of anger. Man, oh man, when I was done puking, I was going to put my foot so far up the Tybor's ass he would belch smart boot technology for at least a week. Tria recovered first and stalked toward the Tybor with all 4 of her fists clenched. Clutch held his hands up at her.
"Tria, I think I know what the device is."
Wiping my mouth off, I stood to join Tria for the Tybor ass-kicking contest I was about to preside over. Clutch was pointing to where the bizarre circle had once been. It was now gone. I was still mad, but now curious. My testy looks betrayed just how hairy the trigger was on my right boot, and Clutch came right to the point.
"Commander, the device is a transporter."
That put the brakes on the party I was getting ready to start, but I was still in no mood for bullshit. How the hell would you know that?
"Commander, I have spent a great many years jumping in and out of hyperspace. That opening looked like interdimensional space."
Tria looked at me. "He is correct, Nathan. I concur with his hypothesis." My anger quickly subsided, and common sense was firmly back in control. If it is a hyperspace portal, how can we be sure where it leads to? Tria picked up the device and examined it carefully.
The portal was very short-lived.
I have an idea, she said, handing it back to Clutch. Point it back at the same spot as before. Wait until Nathan and I are ready, then repeat what you did before to activate it. Tria took me by the hand and pulled me to the edge of the junk pile. She pointed upward, and we both carefully climbed up. We stood looking down at the troopmaster. Tria led me about 25 feet to the far side of the pile. We could now see the backside and an adjoining pathway. Tria told me to wait where I was and made several careful hops back toward Clutch's side. I heard her call to Clutch to activate the device. She came bounding back to me and stood staring over the side. My interest piqued, and I held her hand and watched eagerly. Nothing was happening. I frowned and was going to tell Tria we needed to continue searching and we could play with it later. Suddenly, the circle of shimmering gray appeared below us. Tria gripped my hand tightly and grinned.
"I think I have it figured out now," Clutch called to us. "It is a sequence, but I'm not sure about the third button. I will push it now."
The portal promptly disappeared. Clutch let out a whoop.
"I know how it works. Wait where you are, and I will activate it again."
The portal reappeared on the opposite side once again. I held my finger up to Tria, and she shook her head. I ran as carefully as possible back to a point I could see Clutch. "Throw something into the opening." When I turned to look at Tria, she was going down over the opposite edge. Clutch picked up an oblong piece of unknown equipment and tossed it in. It disappeared. The troopmaster and I stood staring with big smiles on our faces. Tria stepped out of the portal with the piece of scrap in her hands, and we were shocked she would do such a thing. I wanted to be mad as hell at her for pulling such a stunt, but it was the obvious next step. I decided it was my turn. Tria stopped me when we saw a red band around the edge of the opening start blinking. She gripped my arm tight, and for good reason. The band blinked faster, and then the portal disappeared. Clutch had been timing the event.
"Commander, the portal was active for 3 minutes unless I push the third button. Then it terminates immediately."
I wasn't sure what would happen if the portal closed while someone was in it, but figured it couldn't be a good thing. Red seemed like it was pretty much universal for a no-no. We needed time to study this thing, so I decided we should go back to the shuttle and get back to Alpha Base as soon as possible. The idea struck me that next time we came to look around, we would do so slowly and bring both transponders. We had spent about an hour and a half digging in the salvage, so by the time we got back, the Grawl should be gathering. Hopefully they had some luck finding items of interest. We pulled up in front of the security station, and the Grawl were already loading the shuttle with their finds. Sushi walked up to me.
"Mr. Myers, several of the security teams reported unusual flashes of light emanating from the back of the storage area. Is all well?" Sushi inquired.
Sushi was being politely nosy. I knew the security station had excellent surveillance coverage of the storage area. There was no doubt in my mind he saw some or all of what transpired. But he and his people were solid allies. Even though I would have liked to keep the devices secret, I was not willing to deteriorate the trust we had built between our races. Telling petty lies when faced with certain knowledge of the truth was something that was practiced more often than not on the planet of my birth. As one of the very few examples of my race running loose in the galaxy, I was not going to be known to my allies for exhibiting that characteristic. "We found some very interesting tech among our salvage," I explained. "We're going to take it back to our base and run extensive tests. Once we have determined it is safe to operate without fear of dangerous repercussions, we will disclose the nature of our studies with our allies." My statement netted me the desired effect. Sushi smiled.
"Mr. Myers, all our interactions will be kept in the utmost of confidence. I look forward to hearing from you."
Rather than try to shake his oversized hand, I bowed. Sushi's smile grew larger, and he returned the gesture. We boarded Eagle 1, and I took the controls for the flight back to the Legacy. This made my passengers exceptionally happy. Clutch, not so much. We exited the SIG base and made a high-speed vertical ascent toward the Legacy. When we were within tow beam range, I killed the gravity drive, quickly arresting our forward velocity. Justice locked onto us and pulled the shuttle into the hangar bay. "Justice, are you going over the data we have on the portal device?" "Yes, Commander. The interdimensional gateway device is an amazing piece of technology. It creates a tear in normal space-time that is so minuscule I did not detect its use. The short-term duration of the portal suggests a very limited range. We need to study it in real-time lab testing. I hypothesize it is only able to access cavities closest to the field emitter. While the device can give us a distinct advantage over our adversaries, it can also be dangerous to the users. We need to determine if opening a portal to the void could decompress ship spaces." The very same thought had crossed my mind. "Is the dead core charged?" "Yes, Commander. We are ready to jump on your order." "Take us home, Justice." I was relieved that Justice was back to his old self. Having a new toy to occupy his processors could deflect some of his scrutiny to more useful pastimes. I found his interest and close observation of my sexual interactions with Tria very annoying. I still did not know what to think about his extended period of speechlessness. The thought slid from my mind when my surroundings turned brilliant white. When the Legacy returned to normal space-time, Justice had nothing unusual to report, so we made a beeline for home. I made a cursory inspection of the Grall's finds. They reported loading several different pieces of equipment onto the sleds. Graf abandoned them all when one of the science teams discovered parts of what appeared to be a large missile or torpedo. What made it unique was that it was exactly the right diameter to fit the Legacy's torpedo launcher tube. The Grall had to use gravity jacks to load the pieces on all the remaining sleds. It partially filled the cargo bay, which was another reason the Grall were happy I was pilot in command for the return trip to the Legacy. A large number had to give up the relative safety of their seats to accommodate the parts of the weapon. The scientists had asked the nature of our find, and when Tria told them, they lost all interest in the missile and sat wide-eyed and gawking at the compact portal device. Clutch was not only disappointed he was not piloting the shuttle, but he was a little miffed that no one had made a single inquiry concerning his discovery. He sat on the cargo bay deck with his arms crossed, brooding, and giving off the unsavory odor of his displeasure. Everyone was more than happy to debark the shuttle. All found some place to be other than in proximity to the troopmaster. I shook my head and decided I would bolster his dinged ego. "Clutch, I want that weapon ready to go. Give it a thorough inspection to make sure it is still safe and in proper operating condition. You will be bringing it on the upcoming mission." That seemed to snap the Tybor out of his glum mood, and would undoubtedly bring the air quality on the Legacy up a notch or two. He gathered the weapon and the power packs, then headed to the science lab. This made the Grall much happier, as they unloaded the collective salvage and moved it at Graf's direction to the inspection area of the artifact building. We had a large number of artifacts collected from the Pruel ship in a makeshift lab. The new finds would join the rest in what was getting to be an overly crowded storage area. The need to build a larger lab was looming on the horizon. I could also foresee the need for additional scientists and engineers. My science teams had been divided several times already, and it was probably degrading their capabilities. We had the credits to easily make those future goals a reality. Our next mission would determine whether we needed to. I frowned in frustration because I was once again letting doubt creep into my mind. Justice picked up on it and pinged my implants. "Commander, perhaps another round of sexual combat with Tria would allay any misgivings about your upcoming mission. I have noted with great interest that it does not matter if you win or lose. It still elevates your sense of well-being to levels previously never recorded." I flinched and gritted my teeth. If the evil robot was trying to get me to think about something positive, he succeeded. I was now wondering if I should continue my goal of finding the proper orifice on the Legacy to shove my combat boot into. "Justice, the only thing I want from you at the moment is your assessment of the portal device. We need to know its capabilities and limitations." Commander, the device is indeed of Guardian origins. Its construction closely matches that of the transponders. It has no obvious openings to access and appears to be made of the same unknown materials. The operation of the machine is straightforward, as exhibited by the troopmaster. I believe it was intentionally designed that way to accommodate various levels of intelligence. Our available data suggests the Sentinel races had a large number of allies. I could not help but prickle at Justice's intended, or possibly unintended, swipe at my primitive background. I was, after all, the product of a backward-thinking world from a lonely backwater in the galaxy. Justice, could you please just give me the facts and leave out the speculation? Of course, Commander. A flashing luminous band around the portal indicates its duration is about to expire. Operators have 30 seconds to make use of or evacuate the portal after the device alerts you to imminent closure. My observations have also revealed its limitations. The crimson fluorescence also alerts the user when it is unable to complete a portal. It rapidly flashes, then the portal quickly closes. Testing indicated it was able to access voids in all directions, out to 100 feet. The device is also a choke point, able to check the environmental conditions that are present around the operator. You will be capable of entering the void through the device without fear of decompressing your location. Attempts to span greater distances through solid failed 100% of the times tested. In overhead applications, my transferred sensor device was deposited directly to the side of the portal. Unfortunately, using it for downward access, you are subjected to whatever fall might be waiting on the opposite side of the portal. The wearer of the device is capable of terminating the portal at any time by pushing the lower control button. I have made several attempts to recover sensors that I purposely terminated portals on, and all attempts have failed. All telemetry ceases upon closure of the portal. I speculate they are stranded in one of the infinite dimensions of interdimensional space. The device is an extremely valuable military asset, but as with any alien machinery, it should be used with considerable caution. I snorted in derision, thinking I should have practiced that tidbit of brilliant logic right after coming into contact with Justice. The thought also presented me with the very real scenario of an ornery, one-eared wolf teaching his whelps how to clean their teeth on my bleached white bones. I looked around and saw Tria leaving the artifact lab. The irritating AI was not 100% correct on one point. I was not a good loser. For whatever reason, Tria seemed to pick up on the vibes I was giving off. She turned and walked directly at me. A silly smile planted itself on my face, and my stride quickened. I had no intention of losing for a third time in a row. 7. I was reaching for Tria's outstretched hand when Justice tipped over the ever-present bucket of piss that must be perpetually hanging over my head. Commander, I have an IST transmission from the operative. She is demanding to speak with you now. I have twice informed her you are unavailable, but she continues to send transmissions. If it were not for the growing urgency and volume of her requests, I would have gladly shut down the devices. The look on my face went from one of anticipation to that of finding out the flavor of fecal matter. The reaction was the result of the evil robot's comments and the operative's knack for calling at just the wrong time. At one time, the IST and backscatter comms devices seemed like they were must-have tech. I have since learned they are actually a curse perpetrated on me by the operative to punish me for my primitive Earth-boy sensibilities. She could now, on a whim, verbally abuse me like a throg from anywhere in the galaxy. While this probably did not start out as that type of communication, Justice most assuredly made it one.
Nathan! If that defective machine cannot follow command directives when it comes to our communications, my people have the capability of permanently disabling the devices.
Sale barked. So, it was going to be one of those conversations. If she would have practiced a small amount of diplomacy, it might not have pushed my buttons in all the wrong order. The comms devices really benefited the operative and her people more than us. I was sure it was just another way for her to keep tabs on our movements throughout the galaxy. Why she would spout such scat when we were actively trying to find ways to help her people left me bewildered and more than a little pissed off. Tria was squeezing my arm as I took a slow, deep breath. The rest of my crew was eyeballing me, probably thinking that I was just trying to calm myself. They were going to be wrong. I was, in fact, putting a chronological order to the curse words swiftly stacking up on my tongue. Tria made it a waste of time. "Principal Investigator, we do not care if you shut down the devices, nor do we need you again trying to exert your authority," Tria said. "At your request, we have been working on ways to get inside the research facility. Something I might add that our trusted leadership on the Council has not been able to do. Your careless disrespect and the endless scat you constantly spew at us is undermining our efforts to help you. I suggest you start looking for someone else willing to yield to your command and selflessly put their lives on the line. Justice, shut down the IST." "Affirmative, Tria. All BS and IST communications equipment have been disabled." I stood staring slack-jawed at Tria. My intended harangue would have been a cool glass of water compared to the fire she had just shoved up Sale's ass. Everyone within earshot quickly found a reason to be elsewhere. I was going to step away myself, because I was considering calling the old witch back and giving her another chance to rephrase her last statements. Tria grabbed me by the back of my uniform. "With all that is going on, my patience has run out. I now more than ever find it extremely difficult dealing with Sale's constant meddling. She is becoming insufferable." Tria had a point. Sale was back to being a real pain. The way she was picking at Justice was only exacerbating the problem. He was now openly retaliating by blocking her comms, even though I knew he had more than a single reason to do so. I decided to keep my mouth shut rather than say something that might be misinterpreted. Maybe a bite to eat would be the judicious choice, given the elevated tensions. I kept a neutral face and invited Tria to join me in the galley. "I am sorry, Nathan," Tria said. "I should have remained silent. Knowing Sale, she will take her anger out on you when she has finished dealing with me. She will no doubt be here shortly and will either overlook my indiscretion or bring me up on charges of insubordination." "What makes you think she will come here after the ass-chewing you just gave her? I know I wouldn't." Trying to lighten the mood helped a little. She now had the smallest of smiles on her face and stood with arms crossed, giving me the stink eye. "Yeah, I suppose you're right. Sale isn't going to take verbal abuse from anyone, regardless of rank, and not have something to say about it." Tria frowned at my conclusion. "Sale Nolan is no longer the calm and calculating manipulator she once was. Her emotions seem to be more irrational than ever, and to tell you the truth, I cannot figure out why she continually turns her ire on us. She praises us one minute, then dumps a load of scat on us the next." I had to agree. Could it have something to do with her new rank as principal investigator? "I have no idea. It wasn't that long ago she was nothing more than an assassin for the military. Kala Mordi never had to worry about anything other than completing her assigned mission goals. Now she has to deal with the demands of our leadership as well as the military council. I suspect when she was told she would be given her freedom to do as she wished with the Fury and her crew, it was at the behest of the leadership council, and not the military council. We could be witnessing a power struggle between what remains of the Chalt leadership and the newly elected military commanders. Sale is caught in the middle." I chewed slowly on Tria's words. That would explain some of Sale's mood swings, but not all of them. I knew she was up against a brick wall when it came to ordering us around. She should be well aware that would never happen anyway. Something else was going on, and it was proving to be a weight the principal investigator could not bear. If Sale did indeed show up here, I was going to get to the bottom of it one way or the other. Tria looked at me with those big green eyes, and I could tell she was worried. "Nathan, I have a bad feeling something is very wrong. We must be prepared to do what others are not willing to do. I sense we are quickly running out of time, and the future of my people is at stake." Tria had an uncanny ability to know when things were going to shit. She had me thinking the cruel takeover at the research facility was only part of the equation. "Commander," Justice interrupted, "the Fury has just jumped into the very edge of our star system." There was only one way to get to the bottom of what was happening. I was determined to get a real no-shitter from Sale, whether she liked it or not. "Commander, the Fury made a hard about-turn and jumped away using its exact entrance coordinates. I am now detecting the telltale drive emissions of a cloaked Chalt combat shuttle. I have taken the precaution of bringing the shield and weapons generators online and await further orders." "Justice, turn the BS and IST systems back on. What is the status of the shuttle?" "It has increased its velocity to maximum. The shuttle could jump closer in system to greatly decrease its travel time. It appears that is not the pilot's intentions. ETA, 47 minutes. I took Tria by the hand and pulled her along till she was running with me toward the Legacy. "Justice, is the crew aboard?" "Yes, Commander. I have alerted them of our imminent departure." Justice was reading me like a book, and that was a good thing for a change. He now seemed like he was back to business as usual, and it helped calm my growing anxiety. We hit the boarding ramp, and it closed behind us. Justice launched before we could make it to the lift tubes. When we stepped onto the bridge, Clutch and Zool were sitting at their stations, looking puzzled. "Justice, what is Kuntz's status?" "His overall condition is slowly improving, but he will remain in an induced coma for the immediate future." I was going to revisit my decision to let members of my clan have access to the Ularan weaponization programs. It has caused us more than a few unnecessary delays at inopportune times. Up on the view dome, I could see a small blue triangle that was rapidly growing in size. "Justice, give me a sit rep." "Commander, the shuttle has ceased accelerating and is now retro-braking to diminish its forward velocity. I will recover the shuttle with a tow beam. The Matrix is charged and optimized. I will take us to the Fury's jump point and transition us to our last recorded deadcore destination. I will plot a course through the system that will allow the Matrix to recharge and then jump back to Alpha Base." I frowned, wondering what the hell we needed to jump out of system for. Tria answered my unasked question. "Justice is attempting to mask the Fury's jump into our star system. By using the Fury's exit coordinates, we will be overlapping the transition distortion waves created by its passage. It will greatly complicate any attempts to track the Fury. Our actions and those of the captain piloting the Fury are intended to mask the ship's whereabouts and transition points." I just nodded, because I was still at a loss why it should even matter. The perceived cloak and dagger routine had me worried. Something stinky was up, and it had nothing to do with Clutch. Looking at the view dome, I could see Justice slowed our intercept course. We were fortunate our shelters and the daggers were at Alpha Base. The large Chalt assault shuttle was going to be a tight fit in the hangar. We headed back to the downtube. It had to be Sale piloting the shuttle, but with all the skullduggery going on, I couldn't be sure of anything. We entered the hangar bay as the boarding ramp extended from the shuttle. Sale Nolan stepped out of the airlock and started in our direction even before it touched the ground. Her final step perfectly timed with a ramp making contact with the Legacy's deck. She looked mad, but not furious. I looked at Tria as she stood rigid and stared straight at Sale. Not knowing what to think, or for that matter what to say, I did the same. "At ease, Captain Burler. I find your military demeanor distasteful after the childish tantrum you broadcast for all to hear. You have no idea what you have just done." Sale looked at me and knitted her eyebrows. "Stop that nonsense! Are you not the ranking officer on this relic?" Sale threw up her hands and stalked away from us, only to suddenly turn and come back. "If you would have spouted that scat at any other time during the current crisis, I would have been within my rights to bring you up on charges and send you back to our homeworlds to await a military trial," Sale said, waving a finger in Tria's face. "You instead played the part I expected from Nathan so perfectly. It was as if it had been scripted. I now fear you may have done more harm than was necessary.
By declaring to one and all, you will no longer help me attempt a rescue of the Council. You have temporarily removed the targets from our backs. When the ruling Council members are finally disposed of, we will be labeled as traitors and dealt with accordingly."
Tria and I glanced at each other incredulously, then turned back to Sale. Consternation would be an understatement right at the moment. "Sale, what the hell are you talking about? Or should the real question be, what the hell have you got us into now?"
"No more secrets or political scat, Nathan. I have uncovered a plot that can change how my people are governed, and not for the better. My methods for discovering the truth have exposed my intentions. I am now a target for execution."
She was going to say more, but everything went mute, and our surroundings started turning brilliant white. When we returned to normal space-time, I called to Justice. "Call a crew meeting in the conference room." I waved Sale on, and we went to the lifts that would take us to the bridge level. As we entered the conference room, the crew was just getting seated. Justice had arranged the seating so Sale would be at the opposite end of the table from me.
"Why is Engineer Coates not present?"
Sale asked. He exercised his right of free choice to undergo Uleron modifications. Unfortunately, his Grawl anatomy did not respond well to some of his choices, I explained. Justice is confident he will pull through, but for now he is recuperating in the medbay at Alpha Base for an undetermined period of time. Before you start ranting about the devil that haunts me, he did not receive any of the imprinting protocols. Sale's mouth opened, then snapped shut. She mumbled under her breath loud enough for us to hear,
"Your madness must be contagious."
"Okay, Sale. Give us everything you got, and for all of our sakes, do not leave anything important intentionally or unintentionally out." My statement garnered me a frown, but she let it go with a clearing of her throat.
"The new military council has no interest in saving the legitimate leaders of my people,"
Sale began.
"They are in fact planning to destroy the research facility and all inside of it. It will later be divulged as a last-ditch effort to save the Chalt race from the Prool. All military vessels, including the Fury, have been recalled in preparation for the assault. Those of us who are not 100% behind the current leadership will be ordered to stand down. The current administration wants no confusion or the appearance that not all stand with them. As you already know, all information on the lab and any knowledge of its existence is classified. As the principal investigator of my people, I have stretched those rules to the breaking point. Some may assume I am within my authority, but I can assure you the conspirators now serving on the council will see it as treason. I was attempting to reach you on an open IST channel to say that the meeting you requested with me would have to be put on hold due to an undisclosed military crisis. IST transmissions are monitored, and it would have given several in our intelligence community information they previously did not have access to. It would have instigated a large number of inquiries. I did not expect Tria to reveal that I have already alerted you with highly restricted information." I looked over at Tria, and she was staring holes through Sale. We knew one thing for sure. This was not just Sale being the pain in the ass she had proven to be in the past. "Sale, start at the very beginning, so we can wrap our heads around what you are telling us. Are you saying that the Prool hive mind is nothing more than a pawn in a much bigger game?" "Not necessarily a pawn, Nathan. It was an enabler. Its takeover of the research facility has allowed certain military council members an opportunity to change the course of the Chalt people's future. They intend to return my people back to the militarized society we once were, with the military council firmly in charge of the government."
"Sale, how exactly did you come to this conclusion?" She didn't like the interruption, but I didn't care for the drama without some background facts.
"I started getting a bad feeling about who was being ordered to make a direct assault on the facility. Most were seasoned veterans, and I personally knew many of them. Several were close to retirement and would have undoubtedly been elected to leadership positions. They were ardent supporters of civilian governance.
My network of trusted allies alerted me the commanders in charge of the breach teams were getting almost no information. They were being sent in blind against our very best defensive weaponry. To me it made no sense, so I made a visit to the fool who was placed in charge of the operation. She was an officer with considerable rank, but it came from her service in strategic supplies. Her combat experience was running munitions freighters into combat zones. She was so far out of her depth, she just sat wringing her hands at my inquiries. That is when she revealed her orders did not come from her normal chain of command. They came directly from the new military council. It did not take me long to determine that the council member responsible for the orders was Greta Portia's commanding officer before being asked to join the council. I knew then things were not as they seemed. I could tell Tria was getting pissed. She finally put words to her piercing stare.
If Greta Portia was in on this, she will die when they destroy the facility.
If Greta is at the lab, we only have circumstantial evidence suggesting she is there. I believe at some point when the true conspirators come to light as our saviors, Greta will somehow be reincarnated as a hero of the people.
I sat looking up at the ceiling, shaking my head.
I have been collecting the evidence, Nathan, Sale said. I found out that Greta and her elite strike team were the first to enter the Proul lifeboat. They spent several days on the wreck before they allowed anyone else aboard. They claimed they were making a detailed security inspection. In fact, they did, but I believe that a lot of the conspiracy was planned during that time. My covert sources have informed me that Greta Strike Team Medic is also an advanced AI specialist with extensive military chip knowledge. I believe she made it possible to gain access to the ID chips and codes necessary to commandeer the Council's shuttle.
Clutch was rubbing his bullet head.
He squinted at Sale.
Someone would still have to convince the council members to willingly board the shuttle and tour the facility. Who has the power to persuade so many of your leadership to visit the lab?
There is only one person on the Leadership Council with the power to sway so many to her will. Cora Galvik. A great many solar rotations ago, she was an operative in the military. During my investigation, I found that many of her records seem to have vanished. When you have been a senior operative as long as me, you know where to look for intentionally buried and obscured records. I found data that indicates she was Greta's regimental commander when she was inducted into the services.
The look of disbelief was slowly disappearing from Tria's face. It was being replaced by shock at the revelations Sale had uncovered.
Why would Greta kill personnel thought to be her allies? I believe she tried to recruit them to her cause. Some may have voiced doubt. It is obvious the Council's shuttle pilot did. 3 of the 5 slain were also next in line should something happen to seated council members. At the time of the assassinations, several of Greta's strike team members had orders and transfer records indicating they were training on the frontier of the exclusion zone. My sources could find no records at any military barracks on any of the frontier worlds documenting their presence or training schedules. I believe they were committing the executions necessary to ensure no interference with their plans. It would be foolish of me to think they are not actively pursuing me.
Please correct me if my interpretation of your data is faulty, Zool said, taking his turn at deciphering Sale's conspiracy theory. You are saying that ousted members of your military council are attempting to perpetrate a coup using the very real threat of an imminent Proul machine infection. While that is an oversimplified explanation, you are essentially correct. We are not talking about just any former members, but one specifically cast out for the unsanctioned espionage against you and the rest of Nathan's clan.
The more I heard, the more I didn't like it. Now I wondered what Sale meant by Tria playing my part. Were we being used as well?
What the hell were you saying about Tria playing my part?
We were all scowling at Sale. This was quickly turning into a throg hump of epic proportions with each new revelation.
Nathan,
Tria's IST transmission was undoubtedly recorded, Sale said. While I would have preferred to have you be the one to vent your anger at me, Tria did it for you, and unwittingly revealed my complicity. There is the real possibility that the two of us will now be known as the traitors who turned their backs on our people in the face of a military crisis. I am sure the new powers-to-be will broadcast it far and wide that we have chosen an alliance with you over our own people. Once the research lab and everyone in it is destroyed, military law will inevitably be put into place for an indefinite period of time. The conspirators will move quickly to fill the void left in the governing body. A select few members of the ruling caste will remain, but the military council will be firmly in control. When the dust finally settles, they will come for Tria and me. Once I have been judged and executed, they will enact their revenge upon you by taking what you cherish most, or kill you all trying. The scent in the room was horrific and eye-watering, but no one said a word. "Why haven't they destroyed it yet?" I said through clenched teeth. "Because, Nathan, the hive mind broadcast a message that was picked up by military and a small number of civilian networks. It is wanting to bargain the lives of the council members for its freedom. We have legitimate videos showing that most still live. I know for a fact the council will never give the Prool its freedom. The wasted lives of my allies was to give the appearance. The new council would exhaust all options before terminating the facility. I personally believe it was also a message to me to forego interference if I wished to survive. I chose to ignore the warning. I have collected what I believe is enough evidence to convict them all of treason. It will have been in vain unless we have lawful leaders willing to listen." I had great hopes that we would one day find a race not tainted by corruption. It was chipping away at my faith to find that even the most advanced races were not immune to its poisonous touch. I took more than a few deep breaths to calm myself and the beast within me. Justice would make it a waste of time. "Commander, sensors at Alpha Base have detected the faint transition signatures of Chalt dark energy drives. I now have a solid lock on a cloaked 3-ship formation. They are skirting the edge of our star system, very close to the exit transition coordinates of both the Fury and the Legacy. If Sale didn't think we could track her people's warships while cloaked, she for sure knew it now. Judging by her reaction to Justice's alert, she obviously had doubts. Justice, give me some options. 7 minutes till minimum dead core charge. Alpha-based defensive shields and weaponry are in standby mode, awaiting your orders, Commander. Sale's eyes widened. I saw a look on her face I had never seen before. Sheer panic. Nathan, you must not attack my people. That is exactly what the conspirators want to happen. You will become an enemy of the Chalt if you do this. 8. Tria gripped my arm, but said nothing. My crew sat stone-faced and ready to follow orders no matter the outcome. Sale, I have no intention of firing the first shot, I said. However, I will not give them an opportunity to attack my base of operations. I did not like the limited number of choices available to me. If I was going to force their hands, I would have to reveal some of our capabilities to do it. The captains of those ships needed to know they did not have a marked advantage. Justice, bring Alpha Base's shields online, but do not open the weapon silos. Shield dome active, Commander. Sale looked at me, then cast her eyes to the floor. She knew I just gave away a secret to her people that I would not have done were it not for her being here. Commander, the Chalt ships have ceased cloaking and have transitioned. They have entered a high geosynchronous orbit above Alpha Base and are requesting they be allowed access. Tell them it is well documented. The only Chalt emissary allowed to enter Alpha Base is the principal investigator. Message relayed, Commander. Dead core matrix charged and ready for transition on your order. Sale looked up at me with a small smile on her face. It quickly vanished because there was the possibility her counterparts might have orders to start shooting. Commander,
They are now demanding we turn Sail Nolan over to them and have brought their shields online. That got a rise out of the beast in me, but I pushed it back to its hiding place. Sail must have sensed the change in my aura and did the unexpected. She grasped my other arm.
"Nathan, I will turn myself over to them rather than have you shed Chalt blood."
Having my favorite Chalt warrior on one arm and another that I have felt the need to strangle on a number of occasions was conflicting the hell out of me. Justice, how close to their coordinates can we jump without hitting them? They have cut their drives, and I have a destination transition plotted. We can get close, Commander. Okay, Justice, jump when I give the word. Then, I want you to make a hard turn and go full stealth. Affirmative, Commander. Vectors locked and coordinates verified. Relay my comms, please. Alpha Base comm channel open and ready to broadcast. You Throgs must be pleasuring yourselves with stim sticks. It should be more than obvious the Fury is not at this location. Clear my orbitals now, or I will pay you a visit so we can discuss the matter face to face. I wondered if I would get a response. Justice alerted me that my statement must have caused more than a little excitement. Commander, I am detecting a spike in the encrypted IST traffic between the Chalt vessels. I have now identified an outsystem IST data stream. I speculate you have sown confusion as to whether or not the senior operative is indeed at our location. Let's stir the pot a little more. Jump now, Justice. The familiar silence and whiting out of normal space-time usually brought a grin to my face upon return. The use of the magic-like tech gave me a rush of excitement that would make it difficult to hide the emotional display. This transition was an exception. Everyone on the bridge physically ducked when the view dome came back online, with the 3 massive Chalt warships filling its totality. My sphincter started sending some very mixed signals as to its reliability in holding back the riot that had suddenly gathered in the lower half of my body. A shudder rumbled through the Legacy as our warp bubble shouldered aside the ships that were more than twice our size. Their shields flared brightly in protest of our proximity. Justice cloaked and went full stealth as we made a crazy hard turn, leaving the reeling monstrosities in our wake. Justice, I said close, not ram them. Commander, all 3 ships have got underway and appear to be preparing to jump out of our star system. Sail stared at me in disbelief. She looked like a bunch of unpleasant things were about to spew out of her mouth, and I was in no mood for it. I gritted my teeth and stuck a finger in her face. Not a single word, Sail. To her credit, she bit down on the comments she was on the verge of making. She instead stomped over to Kuntz's unoccupied console and sat down with her back to me. Commander, the Chalt warships have transitioned, and I have no anomalous contacts to report. Take us back to base, Justice. ETA, 2 minutes. Tria was still a little wide-eyed, but gave me a nod of her head to let me know she was okay with the outcome. To tell the truth, now that my heart rate was back to normal, as well as my intestinal fortitude, I could also live with what had just transpired. The message to the Chalt Council should be loud and clear. Don't come pissing on my turf and expect me to be good with it. I decided I was going to find out how they feel about me defecating in their backyard. Justice, I want Sail's shuttle offloaded as soon as we land. I want Eagle 1 and our daggers ready to go in as soon as their weapons magazines are reloaded. Prep everything for the research facility breach scenario. Mission is now a go. Sail, you need to give Justice detailed coordinates on the base's location. We need to get as close as possible so your people will have very little time to react to our intrusion.
I will give you the information on one condition.
And what might that be, Sail?
I am going with you.
That's not possible. We have to use the daggers to phase through the base's shield. A shuttle would be shot to pieces long before we could recover from the insertion and figure out how to get the shield shut down. Now that your people seem to be turning on us, I'd rather leave the shield in place until we have saved your leadership council or abandoned the mission. Sail's face reddened as anger built up inside of her. I really didn't have time for any of her scat. With the beast rattling the bars to its cage, the mood I was quickly getting into made me feel that my chances were better than average, that I could beat the information out of Sale in a matter of minutes. "Commander, our 5th dagger is combat-ready," Justice said, dashing my hopes of getting a little recreation in before we got down to business. "It would be a simple matter to install Tria's backup cockpit module into it. Since I will be piloting the dagger during the insertion, no input from the operative will be required. While she may not be as attuned to our combat operations as Engineer Kuntz, she is still a viable asset. If she has knowledge on the zone of operations, it will further increase our odds of a successful mission outcome." Sale and I were both speechless. We stared at each other for an awkward amount of time. Try as I might to downplay the idea, I still had the urge to pop her in the kisser for the crap we were unwittingly being dragged into. I couldn't help but think she was directly responsible for the majority of it. If I would have heeded the troop master's advice and fried the hive mind, we would be off doing other things that were a lot healthier than tangling with a prule. Apparently, the information lag finally caught up with her, because she was now frowning. "What exactly do you mean by recover from the insertion?" "Justice has determined that the dagger's phase drives have to be operating at maximum. He also has to time the phase perfectly when we hit the shield, or our atoms will be scattered throughout your homeworlds." She was still frowning, and then her eyes opened wide. "How are we going to keep from overshooting the target area?" With a big smile on my face, I just shrugged. "No problem." Justice said he can do a reverse phase stop. "Is it possible to do such a thing?" "Yes. He has proven it is possible." "How many times?" "Once. Well, technically, twice. The second time we were actually in the daggers and only traveling at 75% of drive capacity." "What was the result of the maneuver?" Sale whispered. I had to lean forward to catch what she said. "It was kind of like having Clutch fall on you from about 40 feet. Only worse. It is how Kuntz ended up getting Uleron weaponized. Justice accelerated his dagger to 60% of maximum and refused to go higher. Kuntz sustained several injuries during the stop. He insisted he undergo the Uleron procedure when he finally awoke 2 days later. I relented to his demands, only to have his Groll anatomy reject the enhancements. He is slowly making progress, but has been in an induced coma for more than a week." Sale went back to Kuntz's station and sat down. She no longer had anything to say. Justice set us down in the base's hangar and unloaded Sale's shuttle. Sale went aboard, and I wondered what was going through her mind. I knew she would not back out, but we also did not see her while Justice loaded our daggers and then Eagle One. All the members of my clan gathered outside of the Legacy. They were making a fair attempt at hiding their anxiety. The closer it got to go time, the more their looks of optimism changed to that of concern. Tria stood at my side, and we were ready to board. One by one, the gathering each touched our hands. Young Felix was the last, and gave us a solemn nod. "Commander, Tria, I will be standing by, ready to repair your battle damage when you return. Until then, the scientists and I will be researching the large missile they recovered from your salvage. It appears to be a complete weapon that was disassembled for study. Justice's subsystem has confirmed its Uleron origins. With the help of the scientists and engineers, I will have a manufacturing specification and design schematic in the very near future. We will need to gather additional materials, but I foresee no problems adding it to your offensive arsenal." I smiled at the Zane, thinking he was just trying to occupy my mind with something other than our mission. He touched our hands and stepped back with the gathered Groll. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the hatch to Sale's shuttle open. She stepped out, wearing her heavy battle armor. The combat suit was adorned with a considerable amount of deadly-looking hardware. She had a large, long-barreled rifle, 2 pistols, and an array of thrown devices, not to mention her sword. "Nice rifle. Is that some kind of sniper weapon?" "It is a light anti-transport weapon, and no, you cannot have one." She had her helmet in the down position, giving me a stern look. The tension in the air was palpable. Not wanting to start the mission on such a heavy note, I smiled and blew her a kiss. She shook her head and cringed.
Primate.
Old witch. Tria shoved me up the ramp. Smiling, I stopped at the hatch and took one last look at the members of my clan. Each held up an arm. I did the same, then took Tria by the hand and entered the legacy. I was trying my best to leave any doubts I had about the mission outside the hatch. My mind was swirling with the low growls of the predator that would soon attempt to possess me. I'm sure it somehow resented the fact that it was no longer in complete control during combat. It was a battle of wills that I was starting to win. Justice! We are ready to roll. Affirmative, Commander. The senior operative has transferred our destination coordinates from her shuttle's nav computer. She is waiting in the cargo bay to speak with you before she boards Sierra 5. Roger that. Tria and I will be there after we armor up. We headed to the ready room, and as I walked through the hatch, I heard it close behind me. We normally left it open. One glance over my shoulder explained why. Tria shed her uniform and gave me a look that I was quickly recognizing as a precursor to a shot of her chalene. My legs almost gave out, and she caught me in her arms. If I managed to get myself killed on the mission, I would have a damn good reason to die with a smile on my face. We made it to the cargo bay almost an hour later. Zool was standing at the hatch patiently waiting, as if he had nothing better to do.
Commander, Justice and I have been going over many of the possible scenarios. We are as ready as we can be, considering how little data we have. The senior operative could only supply marginal details about the base's layout. I suspect she has intentionally done so to ensure she has a place on the strike team. I could be wrong, but it may also be a way for her to assert her authority once you enter the facility.
Tria and I have already discussed that issue. We can handle sail as long as you and Justice can keep the Chalt military off our backs.
We have a contingency plan that has better-than-average odds of keeping the military council from attempting to destroy the complex while you are inside. I know you will do everything in your power to rescue the rightful rulers of the Chalt people. If it comes down to your life or theirs, please remember you have chosen to stand for the good of all. Those held by the Prool have shown us they are allies of opportunity and would not burden themselves with such a task.
I had to give it to Zool. He didn't beat around the bush when it came to formalities. He left no doubt about whose corner he was in. He touched both of our hands.
Our Maker stands with us, Commander. I look forward to seeing you when you have completed your mission.
Tria and I entered the cargo bay and heard a heated discussion between Sail and Justice. Why they would choose to verbally spar before we started the mission was beyond me. Justice had all 4 daggers in the cargo hold to lessen our launch detection. The first dagger on this side of the cargo bay was Kilo 4. Clutch was sitting in the cockpit, and I was going to have a word with him before we launched. As I stepped up to the open canopy, the first thing I noticed was the portal device strapped onto the front of his armor. Justice must have decided it would not hinder the Tybor's movement. I was more than a little skeptical as to his selection for the machine's operator, but it was too late to change the evil robot's strategy this close to launch. I could hear a familiar low, croaking groan. The big lug was snoring. Rather than take the risk of startling him awake and suffering the consequences, we moved on to find out what Sail was bitching about. When she saw us coming, she turned her ire on Tria and me. She stalked toward us, ranting something about Justice. She suddenly stopped her blustering and stood with a look of disbelief on her face. I guess the satisfaction we were radiating made our auras a billboard declaring our activities.
"Are the 2 of you insane?" she shouted. "Could you not find something better to do with the short amount of time we might have left in our lives?"
To my surprise, Tria let out a barking laugh and shouldered past Sail, but not before commenting,
"You should try it sometime. It might make you less of a throg."
I slapped my hand to my forehead. "Thanks, Tria." She laughed again, throwing up 2 of her arms, and climbed into her dagger. I turned back to the senior operative. Her face was a mask of rage, and her language some of the more colorful I have ever heard from her. I had been in a pretty good mood, but it was quickly souring. I was just going to turn my back on her and jump into my dagger, but thought better of it. I didn't want to hear any scat from her if we actually lived through the insertion. Sale, if you calm yourself and speak civilly, I will be more than happy to hear you out. If you continue to yell and curse, I will have Justice call your people and we will jettison you out the airlock. I was surprised that did the trick, because she shut up. Her eyes, on the other hand, gave away the fact she was trying to figure out a way to barbecue me. We are ready to launch. What is bothering you so much that you feel the need to rain scat on what was the start of a wonderful day? That defective agent of the Uleron has somehow hacked into my nav computer and stolen highly restricted data, she hissed through clenched teeth. I almost laughed and let slip she had no idea how much Justice had already stolen, but canned the idea. Why would you think that, Sale? Have you gone over that machine's plan to dissuade the traitors from killing us if we manage to breach the shield dome? She had me there. I must have missed that briefing because I was trying my best not to lose another wrestling match with Tria that didn't involve wearing uniforms. Reliving the experience made it hard to concentrate on the crap Sale was spewing at me. We needed to move on. Justice, would you please enlighten me as to why the senior operative is having a meltdown? Our numerous contacts with Chalt military spacecraft have divulged a wealth of information on their detection and scanning capabilities. I have made several calibrations to enhance our cloaking equipment based on those observations. The warships sent to collect the senior operative were forced to retreat because they were unable to track the legacy and feared we might engage them. We were swept multiple times at full military power in close proximity to the emitters. I am now convinced the legacy is immune to detection from all current Chalt scanning devices. I was pretty sure that was for Sale's benefit and not mine. I asked what I thought was a simple question and was not expecting a dissertation on the legacy's stealth capabilities. It did manage to render Sale speechless, but not close her mouth, because it was now gaping. That is not what I asked. Commander, I have changed the mission parameters to ensure the Chalt Council will think twice before attacking the research facility while we attempt rescue operations. Recently acquired data has convinced the Overseer and me that there is a more viable way to draw the Chalt warships away from the area of operations. Sale could no longer hold her tongue. The crazed machine is going to overfly the council chambers on the Chalt home world of Athala. That would not be possible unless the legacy gained access to restricted information that only Tria or I would possess. Who do you think they will blame for the breach of security? I had no doubt that Sale was right, and Justice managed to burgle the data from her shuttle's computer systems. Why he would jab Sale in the ass with that information was beyond me, and hinted at the AI's use of his less desirable human traits. While the evil robot's intended plan was a bit startling, and I'm sure my reaction might have given that away, the surprise quickly passed. Since we were going to enter the Chalt exclusion zone uninvited anyway, what difference did it make how many laws we broke? If Justice could cover our backs long enough to rescue the Chalt people's rightful government, we should be able to talk our way out of just about anything. I was ready to start the mission, and Sale's endless bitching was the straw that broke the camel's back. My give-a-shit was officially busted. Sale, did you or did you not come here to be part of the rescue mission? I don't want any more out of you, just a yes or a no. I could tell she wanted to explode, but my piercing stare stifled her rebuke. Yes. You have already turned over classified information identifying your council members and the location of the research station. At this point, it will not matter how many of your laws we choose to break. What's done is done. Quit sweating the details, and let's get on with the mission. The research center is located on the fringe of the exclusion zone and nowhere near our governing homeworld. Justice's perceived threat to the council will mark your clan for termination if we do not succeed. She had a point, but I had no intention of failing. I looked back at Tria and Clutch. They were both standing up in the cockpits of their daggers with arms crossed. Neither looked worried, just annoyed that I would be standing here arguing with Sail when we had a mission to complete. "Justice, take us to the jump point." "Affirmative, Commander. Launching now. Senior Operative, I am ordering you to get your ass in the dagger or the airlock. I don't care which you choose, but do it now," I barked. Sail stiffened. The look of anger seemed to melt from her face, and then she nodded. Without another word, she climbed in Sierra 5, and Justice closed the cockpit and canopy. I got a thumbs up from Tria and Clutch and returned it. The beast was snickering in the back of my mind. The jubilant dark echoes brought a grim smile to my lips. We were going into the fire once more, and I embraced the thought of killing the enemies of all. It was as if it was all that I was ever meant to do. Maybe there was something to what many aliens were whispering. Perhaps I am the sword of my maker. 9. The ruminations on my destiny were interrupted by my reality fading away. When I became aware of my surroundings once more, I heard Justice calling to me. "Commander, launch is in 30 seconds. I have 840 Chalt warships in this sector of the exclusion zone. 122 are in close proximity to the area of operation. Our transition has been detected, and all vessels have commenced scanning at full military power. The Legacy will be visible to Chalt scanning systems during the dagger launch sequence. Once you are away, I will make several short transitions to draw as many of the warships away from the target as possible. When the ships are a predetermined distance from the research center, I will activate your phase drives and align you with the optimal insertion vector. The Legacy will be back in the area of operation in approximately 51 minutes. My ETA could be sooner or later, depending on any number of unknown factors. Good luck, and good hunting." The Legacy was cloaked and accelerated in the general direction of the lab complex. Justice made a hard turn and spit our daggers out into the void with the tow beam. The reaction from the Chalt warships was instantaneous. My holodisplay showed that all but a few made a rapid turn in our direction. We were coasting in toward the target several degrees off of our insertion vector. The Legacy's icon disappeared from my display and reappeared a blink later and uncloaked in the midst of several Chalt ships. The icon turned to a blue circle when Justice cloaked. The Legacy made another hard turn and transitioned away. The warships continued toward the Legacy's transition point, but Justice was already gone. His theory that they could no longer attack the Legacy was proving accurate. Many of the Chalt ships were now spread out and broad-spectrum scanning in all directions of the exclusion zone. The Legacy was moving through multiple scan fields with no reaction from the Chalt. Justice moved further away from the warships and uncloaked once again. This time, he got a response from all the ships in our detection zone. All were turning in the Legacy's direction, with several making jumps directly to the location. Again, Justice jumped away, and this time it was followed by my phase drive activating. The Legacy never reappeared on my display, so I assumed it was going to do a little showing off somewhere over Athella. I was intentionally watching my HUD as our daggers closed up to a tight four-ship formation. We were moving rapidly at a large asteroid that had an orange blinking box around it. My pulse kicked up a notch, as did my respiration when every ship on my holodisplay turned and accelerated in our direction. I felt the telltale positive G-load of maximum phase, and my display blanked out. An alarm sounded and quickly increased in pitch and intensity. My holodisplay was blinking on and off, and I was sure it didn't mean my popcorn was done. Last time I had the displeasure of hearing that clamor, the Quill were trying their best to incinerate me and spread my molecules about the universe. Closing my eyes, I pushed back hard against the cockpit as it suddenly expanded. The interior of my battle armor followed suit and started squeezing the hell out of me. I thought it would crush the air from my lungs. It was the last thing going through my head when I blacked out. I awoke to Clutch, rapping on my helmet with his armored fist and calling to me. I almost freaked because I knew my eyes were open, but I could not see. I hurt everywhere, and wondered if my skeleton still resided in my body.
"Commander, Tria and the operative are unresponsive, and we need to move now," the Tiber said urgently. "There is something below us, and whatever it is, it wants up here awful bad."
My vision became a small white dot that progressively got bigger. I groaned out loud and attempted to pull myself upright, but my arms felt like dead weights. I felt my head being pulled forward, and then my eyes could make out Clutch. He had his helmet pushed up against my faceplate.
"I hear something digging below us, and that can't be a good thing," he reiterated.
I grabbed the edges of my cockpit module and pulled myself up. I was wobbly, but Clutch kept me upright. My eyes were getting their act together, but I was having a hell of a time deciphering the information they were pumping to my G-mashed brain. I was inside some kind of structure that had collapsed on the interior. Where are we? Are we inside the complex?
"We made it through the shield and crashed into the side of a defensive weapons tower. The phase drives were still active for a few seconds after impact. The wreckage of the tower has siphoned into the phase field. The inside of the structure has collapsed onto the levels below us."
My eyes were back on duty, and I could see Tria's dagger sitting in a hollow that was perfectly round. She was slumped forward in her open cockpit module. Looking over my shoulder at the exterior wall, I saw 2 large round holes, and 2 that were touching each other in a pattern that resembled bullet holes on a target. Just below us was the operative's open dagger. I pulled away from Clutch and face-planted next to my dagger. He helped me up, and we trudged through the debris toward Tria. Relief washed over me as she jerked back her cockpit module. She was cursing a blue streak, and then called my name. I made it to the side of her dagger and grabbed her by her arms. "I am here, Tria. Can you see me?" "Just barely, Nathan. My eyesight is impaired, but getting better." I pulled her out of the cockpit module and embraced her till she could stand on her own. We started hearing a string of expletives that told us the operative was now coherent. Tria and I slowly made our way over to Clutch, who was trying his best to get sail out of her dagger. She was slapping at the Tybor's hands and cursing me in a case of mistaken identity. Clutch had enough of that crap, and unceremoniously jerked her out of the dagger and let her fall into the wreckage. She was now cursing me harder. I shook my head, and we stood her up. That was when I noticed the loud crunching and grinding noises coming from below us. Clutch was not kidding. Something was working overtime under our feet. Sail was still cursing me pretty good, and now repeating herself. Taking a lesson from Clutch's playbook, I wrapped her upside the helmet. "Sail! Shut up and listen. Something is digging its way in here." That got me a murderous look that quickly faded. The sound was progressively getting louder, and the operative in Sail finally took over. She turned and reached into her dagger and pulled her rifle and swords from it. "We must find defensible cover." I wanted to tell her, "No shit," but decided to recover my weapons before whatever was tunneling its way toward us made an appearance. We armed ourselves, and I called to Justice's subsystem. "Lock the daggers and activate the point defense systems." The canopies slammed shut, and the upper weapons turrets popped out. The projectors swiveled around, pointing at a mound of debris that started to shake and settle. My suit AI called out a warning. "Commander, it is advisable to seek shelter." That was all the heads-up I needed. I pointed to an outcropping that was the remains of a floor well above us. We hit our gravity thrusters and flew up through the massive cavity and landed on the ledge. We went prone, and I called out, "Weapons free!" Justice's subsystem never heard the command, "Don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes," because the turrets fired point-blank into what remained of the floor. The blinding flashes of energy sent a storm of pulverized debris upward at us as we recoiled from the edge of the perch. We could plainly hear a warbling screech as the raining wreckage finally quit falling around us. We didn't have to guess as to what would make such a hellish racket. There was a really pissed-off prowl hunter somewhere below us. Looking into the huge, glowing hole that was once a floor, I didn't know how anything could have survived the inferno unleashed by the daggers. If nothing else, we now had a way to stay in cover and exfiltrate the area. I had every intention of pointing at the hole and telling Clutch to take the lead, but was interrupted by a loud, crunching noise. A large weapons turret and the remains of the upper floors came crashing down on us, burying the daggers and leaving us sprawled among the wreckage. I was hoping this goat rope was not a premonition of things to come. I pushed a piece of roof beam off me and looked around for Tria. Hearing movement to my right, I started digging until I saw an armored hand doing the same. I grabbed on and pulled, getting several croaking oaths as my reward. Clutch burrowed out of the fallen mess. Seeing debris shifting to his right, Clutch moved in that direction.
"Commander, I think I am on the level below you," Tria called to us. "One of the daggers and possibly the weapons turret have me pinned. When I attempt to move, more rubble settles in on me."
"Hold where you are and do not move. We will come to you." I waded over to where Clutch was helping the operative climb out of the fragments. He pulled her up to her feet. She gave the troop master a strange look.
"What sort of device do you have strapped to yourself?"
She reached out to touch it, and Clutch batted her hand aside.
"It is something you should not concern yourself with."
She glared at the Tybor, but kept her mouth shut. She moved past him and pulled her rifle from the trash. I could see an opening downward through the wreckage. It was the hole the daggers had made with their point defense weapons. Pulling my shotgun from its clip, I waved in that direction. "Clutch, Tria is somewhere below us. Let's move out." The troopmaster grabbed his plasma caster and armed the projector. The operative quickly stepped behind him.
"You fool! That is not a close-quarters weapon!"
Clutch gave her an evil grin.
"I do not tell you how to use your weapons, so don't tell me how to use mine."
He moved out, leaving the operative staring at me in disbelief. I pushed past her and threw a thumb over my shoulder. "Cover our flank." The disparaging oath was under her breath, but still loud enough to hear. My concern for Tria made Sale's bullshit intolerable. I turned on her and gave her a stiff arm. "If you spout any more of that scat, you are on your own, you got that?" She looked shocked at my anger, but nodded. I said, "Have you got that?"
"Yes."
I turned and closed with the troopmaster. He had a grenade in his hand and was peering down the hole we were getting ready to descend into.
"It is suspiciously quiet below us, Commander. We already know a hunter would not give up so easily."
He tossed the grenade to the bottom, and nothing happened. He called to his suit AI.
"I need a vector to the dagger at Tria's location."
Just as his subsystem put a directional marker in our HUDs, and Clutch jumped in. He started sliding downward and threw his hand out, snagging a beam to arrest his fall. He pulled himself to the side and held an arm out. I jumped next and caught his outstretched hand, and he hoisted me to his side. I stuck a hand out for Sale, and she jumped. She made no attempt to reach for my hand and slid right by me. It pissed me off, but I was not going after her until I had Tria extracted. Several seconds later, she called up to us.
"I have no movement and will set up a defensive position."
Technically, she should have stayed with us as our tail gunner. When we freed Tria, we would be going down to reconnoiter our surroundings. I would let it slide for now, but if she did it again, she would find out what it feels like to have my foot in her ass. Clutch took the lead and started pulling pieces of the upper floors out of our way. We quickly uncovered the drive end of a dagger, and I called to Tria on a private comm channel. "Tria, Clutch and I are close. What is your status?"
"I still cannot move my legs because the dagger has me firmly pinned. I have tried lowering the landing struts, but they have nothing solid to support them."
"Roger that. We will see what we can do to get something under them." I looked around at the collapsed mess surrounding us and saw a heavy door panel wrenched from its frame. I looked back at Clutch, who was rooting through the wreckage like an old boar hog. He had about half of one side of the dagger cleared and called to me.
"Commander, I see Tria's legs. She is on the opposite side of the dagger. There is a structural beam wedged under it, and it is pinning her legs. We need to raise the dagger enough to remove the beam."
All right, Clutch. Let's see if we can get something solid under the landing struts. Tria thinks if the dagger can raise itself, she can get enough wiggle room to pull herself free. Clutch stopped digging through the debris long enough to give me a thumbs up. I grabbed onto the door slab and started pulling it free from the frame. I was making good progress when something thumped down hard above us, causing debris to rain down. Clutch and I both stopped what we were doing. 2 more thumps sent dust and trash falling into the cavity we had just cleared around the dagger. Clutch came scurrying out of the mess, pulling his plasma projector from its clip. I calmed Tria and told her what she probably already knew. Tria, we have movement above us. Sit tight until we know what is going on.
I do not have a choice. Nathan, please be careful.
Changing comm channels, I called to Sail. Sail, get your ass back here now. I think we have at least 3 unidentified hostiles above us. If they crawl down after us, you will be trapped down there.
Moving,
she replied curtly. Clutch grabbed my arm and pointed behind us. I turned and saw the metal-spiked legs of a Prool hunter that was attempting to crawl down the narrow passage. Sail was not going to make it back to our position. I cursed her for going it alone rather than staying with us. Adrenaline started flowing, and I could feel the beast commandeering my emotions. The Ularan soldier manifested itself as a hate-filled sneer. The Prool crawled down until it filled the passage. Its capsule-shaped upper torso rotated in our direction, and a pale green corona materialized around it. I was going to give it a good reason to go elsewhere, but several blinding flashes exploded on the Prool's shield, making it flicker. The operative decided to start the party without us. Clutch shoved me aside and pointed the plasma projector at the metallic monster. A pinkish glow lit the passage, and in the blink of an eye, a blue glowing ball of energy hissed out from the weapon and splashed onto the Prool's faltering shield. Everything in the narrow passage that came into contact with the splattered plasma either melted or caught fire. Clutch's eyes were as big as silver dollars. I heard him mumble loud enough over our comms to understand what he was saying.
Tria was correct. This is not of Kashuga design.
We looked on in disbelief as the hunter's shield failed. It started flailing savagely as the hellfire engulfed it. Its lower appendages were starting to melt. 2 more blinding flashes exploded on the hunter, plowing large, misshapen furrows completely through its armored torso. If it weren't for the rapidly spreading flames, it would seem things might be going our way. That kind of defective thinking usually got me in trouble, and this would be no exception. A powerful energy beam sliced downward through the debris-choked tunnel we had managed to excavate, collapsing our only exit. Another one blasted a hole not 4 feet in front of Clutch and me, knocking us sprawling. Clutch put his foot to my armored ass and shoved me toward the exposed end of the dagger. I could hear Tria ordering her AI to arm the dagger's defensive weapons, but Justice's subsystem replied it was unable to comply. Another shot from above collapsed the little hollow we had worked so hard to clear. We were now pinned against the side of the dagger. I had my share of receiving and decided to start giving. Forcing my arm upward against the better wishes of my servos, I fired a beam shot that created a hurricane of destruction point blank in our faces. The unsteady floor beneath was giving way. The dagger, along with a weapons turret, rolled on top of Clutch and me. We were now pinned with possibly tons of debris on top of us. The servos that assisted my movements gave me an assortment of warnings to stop what I was doing. Clutch's non-stop caustic dialogue let me know in no uncertain terms that he was firmly trapped as well. Thinking it could help, I tried moving with little burps of my gravity thrusters. That only made matters worse, as more rubble settled in on us. Clutch got a little testy when he asked me to kindly refrain from trying to crush him to death. There was one redeeming factor to my actions. Tria yelled over our comms that she was now free. Her exclamation was followed by a blast that felt like it was directly above us. I panicked and started yelling her name, adding to the confusing chatter of everyone talking at once. This was actually good, because I could hear Tria and the operative yelling over the top of Clutch's endless swearing. Unfortunately, an unfair percentage of my good experiences were always accompanied by bad ones. In this case, the bad was the loud creaking and crunching noises my external mic was picking up. The beast inside of me was attempting to dismiss the bad feeling I was getting when the entire floor went bye-bye. Everything went crashing downward. The objects included on that list were the daggers, turret, and a couple of Proul hunters. Justice's subsystem chose a very opportune time to lend a helping hand and engaged our gravity thrusters. I was sent careening out of control upward through an assortment of trash. I quickly righted myself and came to a hover. My HUD showed two blue icons just behind me and to my left. Tria and Clutch formed up on me, but Sail was nowhere to be seen. The dense dust cloud below us was settling, and I wondered if the hunters were as fortunate as we were. The only thermal signatures I was picking up were the plasma fires burning in the rubble below us. We no longer had cover above us and would make good targets hovering in the open framework of the wrecked weapons tower. Tria, Clutch, spread out and see if you can get a fix on Sail or the hunters. We split up and dove to the corners of the gutted tower. Clutch sounded off. Commander, I have movement. Hold your fire! Sail shouted over our comms. Clutch dropped to the rubble pile and yanked the operative up and out of the debris. She jerked her hand free of Clutch's and got down on her hands and knees, rooting in the hole she once occupied. She pulled her rifle from the mess and slung it over her shoulder. I stomped through the wreckage with my fist raised at Sail. Before I could tear her a new one, we felt the junk under us heave and then settle. At least one of the machine monsters was trying to dig its way out. We boosted above the ruins and pointed our weapons at the quaking pile. Glancing around to make sure we didn't get any more unexpected guests, I spied the holes the dagger had made through the tower. I got an idea that would upset the beast in me, because it would not involve personally blowing the alien machines to pieces. Justice, activate the phase fields on all the daggers. Commander, you are within the minimum safe distance of the phase drive transition field, my suit AI warned. I highly recommend vacating your current location. That was all the warning needed, and we boosted to the top of the decapitated tower. Looking down into the debris, we saw it heave once more, and then a metallic claw thrust upward. We took aim, and were going to open fire when a tremendous roar made me shut down my external audio sensors. The massive pile below us was being sucked downward. Inside of the grinding suction typhoon were 4 blindingly bright, pulsating globes of light. The hunter that had managed to dig its way up through the rubble let out a warbling screech as it was pulled downward. I could see it flailing wildly, trying to find something to grip onto. It disappeared into the brilliance, and the phase fields abruptly shut down. The daggers now sat in perfectly round hollows of what remained of the rubble. Some unknown dimension of hyperspace just became our personal dump. I sure hope it was not inhabited. We landed next to the daggers and armed their defensive weapon systems. My anger once again flared at Sail for her disregard of my command. Tria, Clutch, and I all turned on her. Before I could say a word, she held up 2 of her arms. Nathan, there is no excuse for my actions. I have recklessly endangered the mission and my team because I resented your command authority. If this were a Chalt mission and one of my subordinates were to do such a thing, I would have executed them. You would be well within your rights to pass the same judgment on me. I should have been focusing on the mission and not my petty vanity. The old witch took all of the steam out of my rant and left me lost for words. She had already proven that she will say one thing and do another. It was just a matter of time. I was still pissed as hell, but it would do nobody any good to stand here and rip her a new ass. We needed to get moving, because surprising the Proul was no longer an option. That thought was reinforced by 2 warning beeps in our helmet visors. Incoming aerial drones, Tria called out. We spread out and kneeled down in the debris. The defensive turrets popped out of the daggers, and their weapons rotated upward. The 2 aerial weapons platforms zoomed overhead, looking for targets. The daggers turned them to clouds of fine metal dust. I was now wondering who was operating them. The Proul Or someone else. I needed a no-shitter from the operative. Sale, do you have any idea where the additional Prul forces are coming from?
I have already told you the remnants of Prul have been collected for a great many solar rotations. All were inert, and were the objects of study. Many were only fragments. Other than the single active hunter you turned over to my people, I cannot explain the presence of other Prul forces.
Clutch's helmet visor was transparent. I could tell he doubted the intel Sale was giving us. He grabbed her by the shoulder and pulled her down to his visor.
The hunters we destroyed did not appear to be fragments or inert objects.
Sale pulled away from Clutch and turned to me.
I have given you all the information that I have. It is possible the hive mind is using resources at this facility to repair and activate additional units. If this is the case, we could be facing several dozen.
When we started this mission, I felt our tactics and equipment gave us better than average odds of a successful outcome. Now, those odds were favoring the opposition. 10. We had to push on, no matter the odds. But first things first. Sale was not going to get off that easy. You are now under Clutch's command. At his request, you are to give him the support and directions necessary for us to complete this mission. Is that clear? I was standing close enough to Sale. I could see her reaction through her faceplate. She flinched as if I had struck her and gritted her teeth.
Yes, I understand, she spit out.
I glared at the troopmaster to wipe the large, toothy grin from his face. We need to be able to control the shield dome. Give Clutch a heading to that location. I have no idea why the hive mind has not sent additional forces to attack us. It is a historical fact from my world that you should never interrupt your enemy while they are making mistakes. If you have information you feel I need, give it to me now, or let's move out. She cast her eyes downward, then slowly looked up and locked them on mine. I could tell what she was going to say would not be a confidence builder.
A lot has changed since I was last here. There has been a great deal of modernization. What was once a small collection of buildings is now the size of a settlement. I recognize a few of the older structures, but nothing else.
That little tidbit set Tria off. She banged her armored fist into Sale's battlesuit hard enough to make her back up a step. I grabbed her arm because she had balled up another fist and looked like she was ready to plant it upside Sale's helmet.
Is there anything else you would care to share the truth about? Tria, I never lied to any of you. I just omitted some of the facts in an attempt to manipulate justice into thinking I was a necessary component of your team. I had hopes you would let me lead the mission.
I was more than a little skeptical as to whether or not justice was so easily duped. I was leaning heavily on the theory she was needed more for her fighting skills than her brains. I had considered letting her lead, but not anymore. Sale, I want the facts, without the omissions.
I do have rudimentary knowledge of the base's layout and defenses, she admitted. We need to stay in cover and out of a direct line of fire from the weapons towers. They have a limited ability to fire on ground targets. As you already know, there is an unknown number of aerial drones with advanced anti-personnel weapons on board. We need to avoid exposing ourselves to their detection sensors. There were originally several missile launchers seeded throughout the base in hidden locations. I speculate that due to the current size of this facility, there will be considerably more. You should also know that if we attempt to breach the shield control building by force, we will activate the internal defenses. The countermeasures were very formidable. There are lockout contingencies that will render the systems inoperable by hostile forces. Once that happens, the only way to bring down the shield will be to destroy the power source built deep within the asteroid. I would also like to point out, it would be madness for the hive mind not to concentrate its forces at that location.
I already had that figured out on my own, I said. Let's get moving. Sale pointed to a structure in the distance that had high walls and a large orb protruding upward behind them. Our insertion point was in the shadow of a huge dish that pointed off into the void. We boosted through a large crack in the tower's wall and landed on a narrow paved pathway. We pulled our shotguns, and Clutch took the lead, with Sail at his side. Tria and I brought up the rear, with both of us taking turns glancing over our shoulders. We worked our way around the building with the dish, and came to a much wider thoroughfare. Clutch put his arm out to halt Sail, and then called to me.
"Commander, I just saw a shadow retreat into an alley down this access road on our right. If we move out onto the road, we will be exposed to the weapons towers and possibly an ambush from that alley."
Tria and I took a knee with our weapons pointing down the alley. Sail kneeled next to Clutch, pointing her large rifle out into the access road. "Let's hear some options, Clutch." The Tybor leaned down and stuck his weapon around the corner using his HUD targeting system to study the problem from a different angle. He surveyed the street for about 30 seconds, then pulled his weapon back.
"I recommend we backtrack to the building with a transmitter dish and make use of that sky bridge that spans this access road. That will keep us in cover and give us a vantage point to look down on whatever was hiding in that alley."
I got up and tapped Tria on the shoulder. She stood up and slowly walked backward with her shotgun up and ready. When I got to Clutch, he kneeled down and leaned around the corner so I could peek over his shoulder. I followed his arm to where he was pointing, and it looked like a good overlook location. "I have toured that installation, and there is no ground-level access to the building," protested Sail. "It is the central comms transmitter for this complex. It is only accessible through an underground tunnel at the main entrance of this facility. If you intend to blast your way in, the Prool will have no problem tracking our location." It was frustrating to finally make a little progress, only to turn around and go back the way we came. What Sail did not know was that we didn't need to blast anything to gain access. "We're following you, Troop Master." "Lead the way." Sail just shook her head, but kept her mouth shut. We turned around and ran back the way we came, until we were at the side of the large communications building. Tria stopped several feet behind us and took a knee, pointing her weapon down the passage behind us. Sail went several more paces up the passage and did the same. Clutch and I were standing together at the wall. He looked at me and pointed to the portal device. I gave him a thumbs up, and he slapped his shotgun to its clip and placed his fingers on the activation buttons. I leaned down and readied my weapon, then gave him a nod. The flash of the device triggering momentarily dimmed my HUD. We got a good portal first try, and I ran through with Clutch right behind me. The operative ducked when the device flashed. She spun around with her weapon and was dumbstruck to see me and then Clutch run into a glowing spot on the wall and disappear. Tria waved her over, but Sail stopped short with a look of shock on her face. Tria, none too gently, helped her step through, and then did the same. I stepped out of the portal and went prone, just to the right of my entry point. Clutch came through, taking note of my position, and did the same on the left. We were in a brightly lit room that had 4 lift tubes against one wall, and a ramp going downward on the opposite side. If it were not for the dead, decomposing bodies scattered about the floor, the lack of resistance would have made this an appealing entry point. The operative came stumbling through the portal and froze in place. She was apparently still shocked by our newly acquired tech. She should have kept moving because Tria came through and collided with her, knocking both of them to the floor. Clutch promptly hit the kill switch, and our only means of escape disappeared. Tria rolled away from the operative and took a defensive posture. Sail should have done the same, but instead pushed herself across the floor until she was at my side. She seemed oblivious to her surroundings and only had a single subject on her mind. "You could have told me you now have transporter technology." Not wanting to go into any details, I was going to blow her off, but remembered something she had once said to me. I was sure she wouldn't miss the nuances of sarcasm interlaced in the retort. "It is information that we wish to keep secret, so it was disseminated on a need-to-know basis. We decided you didn't need to know." Nothing was moving around us, so I pushed Sail away from my side and called to Clutch and Tria. "Make a quick sweep of the area and check for survivors. Sail, See if you can ID any of the bodies." Without comment, Sale got up and started checking corpses. She must not have found any council members, because she made her way to the ramp that went down to another level and descended. Tria, Clutch, and I worked our way around the room until we converged on the lifts. We counted 41 dead bodies. All were chalt, and all the corpses showed signs of mutilation. My guess was the Prool needed biological materials. For what? I had no idea. Judging by the decomposition of the bodies, they were all killed roughly a week ago. Tria was shaking her head and stepped close to Clutch and me. "We are research scholars and security personnel," she explained. "The Prool may have taken the precaution of sterilizing the complex. If this turns out to be the case, it does not bode well for the council members." This was just another grim reminder that it was the intended goal of the biomachines to do this very same thing to the entire galaxy. I was going to call Sale and tell her to get her ass back here, but she called me first. "Contact. I have at least one Prool hunter and 3 more unidentified targets moving in the tunnel that leads to the entrance to the complex." I pointed at Clutch, and then the ramp. He nodded, then ran to the top of the landing, exchanging his shotgun for the plasma projector. I pulled a grenade from my leg storage and tossed it in the bottom of the down tube. Tria did the same to the other one. If something came down from above, we would have fair warning. We ran to where Clutch waited and quietly navigated the crisscross ramp till we reached the bottom. It was dark enough in the tunnel that my low light sensors kicked on, and I could see Sale laying prone near a low wall. She had her weapon pointing down the tunnel, peering over the long barrel. "They have not reacted to our presence and appear to be guarding the entrance to the tunnel." We crouched low and kneeled behind the wall. I carefully eased the barrel of my shotgun around the corner. Using my HUD targeting system, I increased the magnification to maximum. I frowned because I could easily identify the hunter, but the other targets were a mystery to me. They looked like the cobbled-together junk one might see at a steampunk convention. They did, however, have what looked like 2 chalt assault weapons mounted on short struts protruding from their sides. "Sale, are those chalt weapons?" "Yes. You told me the IFF on your weapons are tied to the DNA of your people, and the military chips are implanted in the owners. I don't think the Prool would waste time mounting them unless they were operable." "That is correct, but I fear the Prool have worked around those precautions," Sale said. "The mutilations on the bodies we discovered are consistent with the forceful removal of the host's military ID chips. The Prool were either adept at the procedure, or Greda's assault team medic showed them how." The disgust in Sale's voice indicated the hard-on she had for Greta Portia was now a permanent fixture. The traitor was going to die a horrendous death if Sale had anything to do with it. "Can you still detonate the weapons?" "Unknown. I have the capacity, but the transmitter in my armor has a limited range. There is a security checkpoint about halfway to the targets. We already know our cloaking capabilities will not conceal us from the Prool's sensors, so unless you want to bypass them altogether, we will be forced to do it the old-fashioned way and attempt to sneak up on them." This was turning out to be a waste of time. I very much doubted we could sneak more than 300 yards through the tunnel without being discovered. A shootout would only reveal our location to hostile forces. Justice had already foreseen the need to destroy the facility to prevent any possibility of spreading the machine infection. The traitors and the Chalt government were planning to do it as well. I guess it was up to me to get that party started. "Fall back to the lifts on the upper level. I will join you momentarily." I could tell Clutch didn't like the idea and was going to protest. I jerked my thumb over my shoulder. "All of you, now! That's an order." They grudgingly moved toward the ramp, but not before Sale saw the look of distress on Tria's face. She looked back at me with a frown. Clutch gave her a shove, and she turned her venomous looks on him. They started up the ramp, but Sale couldn't keep her pie-hole pinned. "Nathan, what are you going to do?" I decided I didn't want to have this discussion right now, and didn't need to explain myself to her. The less she knew of my intentions, the better. According to Tria, my next course of action was at the very top of the Chalt no-no list. I used my implants to call up my weapons menu. I selected weaponized nanites, and the high-pressure nozzle on my wrist extended from its port. If we got this joint to jumping and Sale's intel was correct, all latecomers to the party would have to pass through this tunnel or the sky bridge that was our current waypoint. I gave the tunnel a 20-second stream of the highly concentrated nanite gel. My team was waiting for me in a defensive perimeter at the top of the ramp. I pointed to the lifts. "Lead the way, Troop Master." Of course, Sale could not stand it and had to run her mouth. After all the time we had spent together, you would think she could tell when I was not in a talkative mood. "Nathan, what have you done?" "Sale, shut up and move out." It took more than a few seconds for her look of rage to downgrade itself to anger. In that time, her weapon swung around almost 180 degrees. If it were not for Tria swatting it aside, the arc of the barrel may have ended with the business end pointing at me. The old Calamordi was still in there somewhere. I guess my natural human charm had a way of bringing out the best in Sale. She gritted her teeth, turned around, and stalked over to the lift tubes. Justice was going to have to explain in detail exactly why he wanted the operative on board for this mission. So far, she had been nothing but a pain in my ass. "Clutch, you and Sale take the left tube, and Tria and I will take the right. If we get separated, make your way to the sky bridge and we will meet you there. If Scat hits the ventilator, sing out, and we will try to flank any opposition." Clutch gave me a thumbs up. Sale gave me the stink eye. The troop master must have liked Sale's stare as much as I did. He grabbed the back of her armor and pulled her into the tube. Tria and I jumped into the other side and were whisked upward. We stepped out of the lift into the control center of the comms array. We were not alone. There were more than a dozen of the bizarre junk collection standing around. Now that I was close enough to clearly see them, I winced in repulsion. The frameworks of junk supported a grotesque glob of mutilated flesh inside of them. They seemed just as surprised to see us as we were surprised to see them. They all started scurrying around on an assortment of different protrusions that passed for legs. Several were armed and opened fire. Tria went left and I went right, but not before catching a glancing blast on my right leg that spun me to the floor. I rolled over and yanked a grenade out of my storage pouch. The beast was taking control. I wasn't sure where Tria ended up, but could hear her giving them hell with her shotgun. Against the Ularon soldiers' better wishes, I yelled out a warning. "Grenade out!" I tossed the gift from the Chalt people into the air, and it came to a hover near the large structural support beams above us. It immediately started passing out souvenirs that left no doubt this place was going to need some serious repairs. It was not one of my better choices, because pieces of shrapnel were wrecking equipment and hostiles alike. More than a few stray ricochets pinged off my armor. The rapping impacts brought with them the haunting cackle of the crazed killer lurking inside of me. One of the mechanized surrogates came around the side of a console as I was raising my shotgun. Everything was moving in slow motion. The beast must have been on the trigger because I don't recall pulling it. The machine was on the receiving end of a penetrator slug at point-blank range. The abomination, Sans gutsack, hobbled on its protrusions a few more paces before collapsing on the floor next to me. The Proul must have been throwing these things together willy-nilly. They didn't have shields to protect them, so they were vulnerable to all our weapons. The room was suddenly still, and Tria called to me. Her voice pushed the demon aside and cleared my thoughts. "Nathan, are you hurt?" "No. How about you?" "I am well, but I don't think we got them all. I'll go high, you go low." I was going to acknowledge Tria's plan of action, but the words caught in my throat when a pulsating circle appeared on the overhead. The troop master fell through, croaking out his favorite Tybor oath on his way to the floor. He was quickly followed by the operative, who came through with both her swords drawn and pistols out. She chose to slow the fall with her gravity boosters, making her a prime target. One of the machines hit her in the side with a volley from close range before she could open fire. She was blasted into a wall and disappeared to the floor somewhere behind the free-for-all Clutch started. Tria and I charged around the control consoles as Clutch unloaded a magazine of explosive buckshot. Parts of the machines flew in all directions. Several rebounded from the fronts of Tria's armor. "Check your fire," she warned. Clutch dropped his shotgun and dove on a machine with his climbing hooks extended. Sparks flew along with various parts of his victim. The hostile that shot Sale was trying to turn its weapons on Clutch. I savagely kicked it into a console and jammed my needle gun against its torso. A 1-second burst of hypersonic shards turned the biomass inside of the machine into a crimson cloud of gore. I was not aware that Sale had regained her footing and was attempting to join the melee. She popped up from cover with her pistols ready, only to catch a portion of the mess along with a few deflected needles right in the faceplate. She reeled over backward, out of sight. Tria finally put an end to the chaos with well-placed slugs from her shotgun. I stepped around the wrecked consoles and found Sale. She was wiping the mess from her faceplate, apparently okay. I reached down to help her up, but she swatted my hand away. "The equipment in this room was our only means of communicating outside the shield dome. Your careless misuse of the weapons I so foolishly supplied you was unwarranted," she reprimanded. "The murderous demon inside of you has stripped us of that option." The reality of her statement sucked. I would have liked to get a heads-up from Justice. The dome was blocking our outbound comms, and I had no way of knowing whether he had returned from his mission. Sale stood up, glaring at me. If anything, I shortened the battle. Sale was delusional if she thought this place would still be operable after all the indiscriminate fire from the hostiles. It would be a waste of time giving her a fact check. I turned my back on her and waded through the wreckage to Tria and Clutch. My teammates were reloading their weapons and looked at me questioningly. I shrugged and calmed them on a discreet channel. Sale is learning the hard way, but she is learning. It remains to be seen whether or not she will continue to resist or finally adapt to her position in our chain of command. The troopmaster croaked out a laugh.
Her decision to join us has left her no choice. She will adapt or die trying.
Tria stepped close and brushed pieces of gore from my armor. Sale did not receive the title of Calamordi because she is inept or stupid, Tria said. She will overcome the clumsiness of working with a new combat team. Her only remaining obstacle is her inability to accept your position as commander. She was trained from a very early age to be a leader among the warriors of my race. To accept an alien male from a primitive race as her leader is something that goes against everything she knows or believes. I smiled because I knew Tria was right, but I was going to have to say it anyway. You and Clutch did not have any issue elevating me to the position of commander. Both of you were more qualified, yet you chose to saddle me with that responsibility. I still question your decision on a daily basis. It is because we understand what justice sees in you, Tria said. We embrace what Sale refuses to accept. You are just the beginning. At some point in our future, the human race will arise and become the cure for what has sickened this galaxy. I quickly hid my skepticism with the monstrous image of my war face. If they knew just how screwed up the power-hungry leaders on my world really were, they would probably vote to take us off protected planet status. I slapped a fresh magazine of penetrator slugs into my shotgun and pointed to a corridor I hoped would take us to the sky bridge. Clutch masked his features, then moved out with his shotgun up and ready. I glanced over my shoulder to confirm Sale was covering our backs. Clutch gave us the all-clear from the corridor, and we moved in that direction. We made it about a dozen paces before we felt the twin thumps of the grenades we had left in the lower level. Something must have passed very near the down tubes and triggered our booby traps. A warbling screech identified the recipient. Clutch came barreling by us.
Commander, we should take cover and give that Throg a warm welcome.
There was no arguing with that logic. We ran back out into the control room and took up firing positions. The Uleron soldier inside of me was fairly quiet in our last engagement, but now it was egging me on to make use of the most lethal tool in my arsenal. I lifted my arm and made ready with my beam weapon. When Sale realized what I was doing, she dropped behind the consoles and moved to the back of the control room. Tria eased up beside me and calmed me on a private channel. "You are in command, Nathan. Lead, and the beast will follow." I shook my head to clear my thoughts, but did not lower my arm. What happened next brought a grim smile to my face and a look of horror to the operatives. Two large spiked appendages dug into the edge of the floor, and the hunter pulled itself out of the tube. Its shield was flickering as it staggered forward. It looked like the lower portion of the metallic monster's capsule-shaped body was rotting away. It had made it this far on only 2 legs. The other 4 were missing. The shield failed, and one of the machine's remaining legs buckled under its weight. It collapsed, thrashing wildly with its last appendage. It suddenly broke away, flying across the room and crashing into the wall just above Sale's head. She didn't even flinch. She instead ran to the Prool hunter and stared down at it. "Nathan, you fool!" she cried, turning to me with a wide-eyed look. "All the crimes we have committed up till now were forgivable. Releasing weaponized nanites within my people's exclusion zone is not. There is no amnesty for such a crime. Now, no matter the outcome of this mission, we will be judged guilty of breaking one of my people's most prohibitive laws. If you want to wait around and tell them, go ahead. We're going to continue the mission, whether you are with us or not." "I will not have to tell them anything. Chalt scientists will discover the evidence." "Oh, really? Take another look at the evidence." Sale turned back around and watched the last of the Prool melt away before her eyes. The floor where the machine dissolved bubbled and steamed until the corrosive completed its task. She opened her mouth to say something, but I cut her off. "Tria and Justice have discussed this scenario at length. All our contingencies are based on the use of our entire arsenal. It would be the height of stupidity to purposely hobble ourselves by not using every weapon available to us. We came here to win. There is no other plan of action. This is the last time I will explain myself to you. If you are not ready to follow orders and continue this mission, you can stay here because we will have no use for you." Turning to Clutch, I jerked a thumb over my shoulder. "Troopmaster, we are done wasting time. Get us moving." Clutch took off, with Tria and me right behind him. I did not bother to look back and see if the operative would follow. I was beyond caring what she thought, and wanted to get on with the reason we had come here. 11. We turned a corner and found ourselves at the Skybridge entrance. Clutch was short enough he only had to lean over slightly to avoid being seen through the observation windows that lined the walkway. He went across first, momentarily stopping to take a quick peek down into the alley. He calmed us the all clear. Tria and I bent low and crossed. Looking back, I saw the operative was still with us. She hazarded a quick peek out of the windows, then bent and ran to our position.
"I saw an open doorway 2 buildings down on the left side of the alley," Clutch said. "When we exit the Skybridge ramp, cross the alley quickly and take up defensive positions against the far wall. Cover me while I investigate the doorway. If all is clear, we will move on to shield control." He made eye contact with the operative to make sure she understood. She nodded, and he ran out into the alley to the opposite wall. He took a knee with his plasma weapon pointed up the alley at the open doorway. Tria had her shotgun poked around the edge of the Skybridge entrance, covering his rear. We waited for what seemed like an eternity, and then Clutch waved us over. Tria and I crossed and went prone against the wall with our weapons pointing in both directions. Sale waited until we were set, then came running across. She crouched just down the wall from us and waved us toward Clutch. I slapped Tria on her munitions pack, and we took off to Clutch's position. He nodded to me and went low through the doorway. It was taking forever, and I was getting ready to call him. He came over our group comms with a surprising statement. "Commander, I have a live civilian, and he thinks I am here to kill him."
Tria, sail. Find out what his story is. I waited until both the Chalt warriors were inside, and then followed. I could hear someone pleading for their life in the Chalt dialect. I motioned to Clutch to give Tria and Sail some breathing room, because he still had his war face on his face shield. I wanted to close the open doorway, but had no luck with the controller. Troopmaster, see if you can get this door closed. Clutch started fiddling with it the same as I had done. My frustration must have been contagious, because he pulled his shotgun and was going to butt-stroke the device into submission. Tria came up behind us and grabbed the barrel of his weapon before he could make any adjustments to the stubborn control switch. Tria stepped close to me. "Do not bother. We are leaving." What did our friend have to say? "His name is Drillin, and he is a power source engineer. He and his work crew had just been relieved by another engineering team that monitors the asteroid's power generators. 2 shifts consisting of 6 engineers manned the reactors around the clock. The other members of his team were going to eat before they retired, but Drillin decided to go to his quarters and sleep. When the containment breach alarm sounded, he attempted to make it back to the security station in the lift building. If he could have made it in time, the high-speed transport cars would have taken him 7,000 feet below the surface where the power plant control room is located. He reports once the building was locked down, the lifts were disabled from below, making it impossible to reach the reactors in safety. On his way to his barracks to find his co-workers, he witnessed them being confronted by Chalt military forces. He said, for unknown reasons, they were all shot where they stood. It sounds like Greta's strike team might still be here, and they don't want any witnesses. Possibly, but we will not know for sure unless we find them, or they find us first. I was concerned about engaging Chalt forces if we encountered any. Now, I am not. Tria nodded in agreement. Drillin recognized the senior operative, and she should be able to obtain a more complete debriefing. She says we need to move to a safer location. Where would that be? Sail wants Drillin to lead us to the building that houses the lifts for the reactors. They are located in a storage warehouse that is on our route to the shield control compound. I assume she thinks our portal device will get us into the lift shafts? Yes. If we can make it below and access the reactor room, we will have control of the shield. That will give us the option of bypassing the shield control room and any Prool forces that may be concentrated at that location. Did Drillin have any data on the location of the council members? No. He seemed shocked that we would even inquire about their presence here. Damn. I was hoping, since we caught a small break, the gods of war might look down upon us with favor. That thought was just a fabrication of my simple mind. You would think that I would know better by now. Past experiences have shown that when things seem to be getting easier and going your way, you were probably in for a world of hurt. Nathan, I have convinced Drillin to take us to the location of the reactor room lifts. Sail interrupted my misgivings. We can make use of your transporter to gain access to the shafts. Once inside, we can make our way to the reactor and take control of the power supply for the entire complex. Yep, this was sounding easier by the minute. Okay, Sail. Where to? We go up the transport road to the 4th building on the left. We need to use caution because we will have to cross open ground that exposes us to direct fire from 2 of the defensive towers. We can limit our exposure by using your transporter to access the buildings on the way to our destination. Now I was thinking piece of cake. Things were finally going our way. Clutch, check out the alley between here and the next building. The troopmaster went low out the door and against the building. I covered his back until he disappeared around the corner. Turning around, I could see that all my ducks were indeed in a row. Tria was behind me, with Drillin hunched over behind her. The operative was bringing up the rear. She was kind enough to hold her tongue, but impatiently waved me forward. She frowned when I gave her the finger. I was smiling behind the horror image that hid my face. She had no idea what the symbolization represented. Tria pulled my hand down and gave me a not-so-gentle shove toward the doorway. The troopmaster bailed me out.
Commander! The alley is clear, and I have no movement on either transport lane.
We are on our way, troopmaster. I hightailed it up to the corner of the next building and went prone. I quickly glanced down the alley and saw that Clutch was doing the same. Tria peeked out of the doorway, and I waved her on. She, Drillin, and the operative ran up the walkway and into the alley behind me. I backed away from the corner. "Make a hole, Troop Master," I called to Clutch. The Tybor was really getting into being our portal operator. He jogged up the alley and stopped beside Sale and Drillin. He then gestured for Drillin to move away from the spot he had chosen. I rolled my eyes in exasperation because he could have picked any number of places other than that one. He called out a warning. "Cover your eyes!" I turned my head away from the bright flash of the device triggering, and turned back to see he'd gotten a good portal on the first try. I bent low, and was going to charge right in, but Clutch stepped in front of me, pulling his plasma projector from its clip. Before I could start bitching, he went through. I looked back in time to see Drillin plaster himself against the opposite wall of the alley in disbelief of what he just witnessed. I calmed Tria. "Wait until you see the portal start flashing before you bring Drillin and Sale through. That should give us enough time to make sure the building is reasonably secure." Tria nodded, and as I turned to go, she slapped my armored ass with one of her hands. I ran through, and found myself in a room full of supplies. There were items of every description, ranging from mechanical devices to clothing. Clutch was peeking out of a doorway with a fist held up. He calmed me. "Commander, I think something or someone is on the level above us. It looks like there is a walkway up there that would be a good place to ambush someone if they entered the building." "Have we been detected?" "I don't believe so. The only way to know for sure will be to take a look." "Right beside you, Troop Master." We quietly stepped out of the room and turned around to get a look above and behind us. To our surprise, 2 Chalt soldiers wearing heavy combat armor stood next to a large barreled weapon that was mounted on a tripod. They had their backs to us, looking out the windows that ringed the upper floor. Both had assault rifles in their hands. I was going to give Clutch a recommendation as to our next course of action, but he came up with one of his own. He loudly cleared his throat over his external mic. "When you Throgs are done pleasuring each other, I want you to throw those weapons down here on the floor," he called out to them. It was a cringe-worthy statement, and almost funny had it not been for the fact they were both well-trained soldiers. They turned on us in the blink of an eye and opened fire. The bolts of energy from their weapons passed very close over the tops of our heads. Clutch never gave them a chance to correct their errant fire, and sent a ball of plasma into them that made a burning 6-foot hole through the wall behind where they had been standing. Their upright legs were the only evidence that they were ever there. The shelves loaded with supplies rapidly caught fire, turning the whole upper floor into a burning inferno. Tria, Drillin, and the operative came running out of the back room, shocked at the blaze consuming the building. One of the legs from the Chalt soldiers tumbled from the collapsing walkway and bounced to the floor at our feet. Drillin took one look and retched up the contents of his stomach. Clutch seemed frozen in place by the destruction he had just unleashed. I shoved him at a wall that had not caught fire yet. "Clutch, get us out of here now!" He shook off his daze and ran to the wall. We turned our backs to the flash of the portal forming. It was a good hole, and I waved Tria through. Clutch picked the engineer up by the back of his uniform and jumped through with the operative right behind him. I took one last look and jumped. My team was weapons out in a small perimeter with the engineer lying prone in the center. I looked up at the hole Clutch had shot through the wall. Thick black smoke was pouring out, announcing our exact location to the entire complex. "Make another hole, Troop Master. We need to put some distance between us and the burning building before someone comes to find out what we are up to." Clutch quickly flashed another portal into existence, and I jumped through. I found myself inside a personal residence. It was small enough to see it was unoccupied. I ran across to a door and hit the controller. It slid aside, and I took a peek. This was an apartment complex. Doors lined the hall, and ramps took you to the upper levels. I decided we needed to keep moving rather than take time to search all the quarters. My team was now holed up in the room behind me, waiting for me to move. I ran across the hall and hit the door, leading with my knee. It caved inward, exposing another vacant apartment. I waved to Clutch and pointed to the outer wall. "Let's keep moving!" He ran inside and made another portal. I charged through with Tria behind me. We were once again in an alley between buildings. The warehouse was one building over, and I wanted to get there sooner than later. Clutch rushed by and started another portal. If we were not careful when we exited this structure, we would find ourselves in the firing line of the defensive towers. It turns out the towers were going to be the least of our worries. My armor sensors detected multiple aerial targets. "Incoming drones!" Tria yelled out. I was puzzled as to why it took so long for the hostile forces to react. The destruction and telltale smoke cloud left in our wake was pointing out our progress toward the shield projector compound. The shield would have been at the very top of any saboteur's target list. If for some reason the opposition overlooked that information, we surely brought it to their attention now. Sale instructed Drillin to find some place to hide and shoved him through the portal. Clutch closed the opening, and we cloaked, taking up positions in the alley and thoroughfare. I again felt the presence of the beast haunting my thoughts and actions. I took a knee at the corner of the alley and readied my beam weapon. Tria was across the transport road from my position and had a better view of the incoming targets. She threw her arm up and sent a beam shot at the oncoming drones. The lightning flash was accompanied by 2 of the 7 targets disappearing from my HUD. The drones dispersed and opened fire on us with energy beams. Apparently our cloaking systems were unable to keep us from being targeted. Pieces of the building structures around us rained down from all directions, prompting us all to return fire. My HUD targeting was operated by Justice's subsystem. It gave me a target box that intersected with one of the drone's flight paths. I moved my arm up and left, turning the box green. I quickly sent a beam shot into the distant target marker and was rewarded with the disappearance of the drone from my HUD. Clutch took down another, and to my surprise, Sale downed one with a shot from her rifle. I was again thinking things were going our way. Tria fired again, and now there was only one target moving wildly up and down, trying to get a firing solution that would not result in its destruction. I got a piercing alarm warning in my helmet. "Incoming troop transport!" Sale called out before I could turn around to identify the threat. Damn, I was really hoping we could skip the world of hurt this time around. Rolling to the opposite side of the alley, I looked behind us. A large shuttle flying just above the buildings was heading in our direction. Tria was still hunkered down across the road, taking intense fire from the remaining drone. I could see Chalt combat troops jumping out both sides of the shuttle. Clutch was covering Tria and attempting to shoot down the drone. I got to my feet so I could get a clear shot on the transport. I had a good target box and was going to engage when something detonated on the front of my armor, sending me flying out into the street. The pain in my chest and my double vision informed me I was still alive. I could faintly hear urgent shouts over the ringing in my ears. My eyes came back to focus, and I saw the operative run to Clutch's side and pull his plasma projector from its clip. The shuttle was yawing its nose around so the troops inside could fire down on us while the rest advanced on our location. Sale sent a plasma ball into the side of the cockpit and another into the open hatch. The transport was engulfed in flames and rolled wildly over and dove in our direction. Burning bodies and molten metal rained down as it plowed nose first into the warehouse building right next to us. My team was flattened by the explosion from the shuttle's impact. I held out little hope that Drillin had somehow survived in the conflagration triggered by the crash. I felt myself being jerked along the ground. Tria was on her hands and knees, pulling me from the flaming wreckage. I could finally hear her yelling my name over our comms, telling me we had to move. To my relief, I heard Clutch calling to the operative, telling her to do the same. Reaching up, I grabbed Tria's arms and pulled myself up on my knees. I started crawling as fast as my shaking body would let me. Every breath was a painful reminder that the beast and my armor did not make me invulnerable. Tria helped me stand, and I pushed her toward the alley across the street. I could hear Sale calling over our comms. She was taking fire from the street and buildings behind us. That statement was followed up by the troopmaster's colorful language and a loud exclamation over his external microphone.
"Eat scat, you traitorous throgs!"
I saw a pink glow light up the far end of the alley, and the operative immediately started cursing in a sentence that ended with, "Put that away before you manage to kill both of us!" Flames were flaring more than 100 feet into the air, and the building on the other side of the alley was fully engulfed. Sail and Clutch came running out of the blaze, trying to make it back to our position. Sail took a shot to the back and went down hard on her faceplate in the fiery debris. Clutch slowed down enough to scoop her up and throw her over his shoulder. I thought he was stumbling under the weight of Sail's heavy armor. When his shotgun was blown from its clip, I realized his wobbly gait was from taking repeated hits. Our cloaking systems were proving to be worthless. Clutch dumped Sail and ran back into the firestorm. I was going to tell him there was no point in searching for Trillin's body, but he ran back out of the flames carrying both his and the operative's weapons. The Tybor was a hardcore warrior through and through. The thought of leaving perfectly good weapons in the hands of our enemies must have chafed him in all the wrong places. The operative was not seriously injured and was leaning against the wall of the building we had taken refuge behind. She had a pained expression on her face and slowly stood up. The gravity thruster pack she wore on the back of her armor and one of her prized swords were now scrap. I suspected we were on the receiving end of an anti-transport rifle like the one she carried. She manually released several clamps, and the remains of the wrecked equipment fell from her back. She had a prominent, blackened indentation in the back of her armor, but it showed no sign of a hole. My armor had a visible dent from the weapon's warhead, but nothing more. If it were not for Sail's thruster pack soaking up the blast of the explosive round, it was hard to say what might have happened. An amplified voice called out from somewhere behind the burning warehouse. We went prone, weapons out, not knowing what to expect.
"It is the traitor, Greta Portia," Sail whispered to us. "I thought I knew the plans of the traitors, but it seems everyone in this conspiracy is working toward a goal of their own making." "Sail Nolan, are you still alive?" Greta called out. "If you are, I know you are gravely wounded. I did not want to shoot the principal investigator of our people, but you left me no choice. You need to listen to me. The Prul have offered to make the Chult people the rulers of this galaxy. They only ask that we share the overabundance of resources that are available to us. If you surrender to me now, you will receive medical attention and the right to willingly serve your own kind. You can take your rightful place as head of our military forces and assume the title of Kalamordi once again." "I suppose I don't have to guess who is going to be our supreme ruler." "Would that be so bad, Kalamordi?" Greta responded. "We are cut from the same cloth. The two of us will do what no others have dared. With the help of the Prul, we can make the Chult people the dominant race of this entire galaxy." "What of the Council? Have you already disposed of them?" "In exchange for their lives, they have agreed to go before the Chult people and nominate me as the new leader of all the Chult worlds. They will also have a place in our government, and are only answerable to me." "How are you going to explain your partnership with the Prul?" "That will be the easiest part of all. I will be seen as the only leader to ever broker a permanent and lasting peace agreement with the Prul." Greta and her crew were double-crossing the Council, and there was nothing the Council could do about it. I was lying next to Clutch and saw the vents in his armor lock into the open position. I was pretty sure the troop master was getting ready to do something really nasty. I grabbed his leg and shook it. He looked at me with a look that confirmed my suspicions. I held a finger up to him and shook my head. I cleared my visor so he could plainly see the stern look on my face. I knew Sail Nolan could be a real pain in the ass, but she was no traitor. We needed to see how she was going to play this out. I was already having a major tug-of-war with the beast, and I was losing ground. If the Tybor started something, I knew the monster in me would push aside my attempts at control and happily join in. Tria must have been reading my mind and comped me and Clutch on a private channel. "Sail will not stand for this. She is stalling to determine a plan of action. We should follow her lead." I hoped for all of us Tria was right. We were in a tight spot and outnumbered by well-trained, experienced troops with powerful weaponry.
The weapons we would have to use to extract ourselves from this scat would more than likely cause serious injury to us all. I called up antimatter in my launcher menu. I immediately got dire warnings from my HUD. The warnings were in my teammates' visors as well. Tria rolled to my side and gripped my arm, while Clutch just nodded and gave me a goofy smile. Even the lowest attenuation of the antimatter settings gave me targeting arcs well beyond my intended target area. Sail must have somehow sensed my deadly intentions and was waving me down with two of her hands. She cleared her visor and looked at me pleadingly. I drew my finger across the neck of my armor and pointed in the direction the voice was coming from. She again waved me down. "The human and Tria Burler died when the shuttle crashed down on them," Sail called back to Greta. "What about the Tybor troop master?" "The Prul hive mind wants the spacecraft that you penetrated the shield with. If the Tybor turns them over to the Prul intact, he will be allowed to leave with his life." I was getting the feeling this bullshit session had more to do with Greta stalling us instead of the other way around. "Tria, see if you can get a look behind us without exposing yourself to a weapons tower." Tria quickly crawled across the transport road behind us. She slowly eased up to the corner of the thoroughfare and pointed her shotgun around the corner against the ground, using the weapon sight in her HUD to get a safe look. "Nathan, there are 3 Prul hunters moving rapidly up the main transport road," Tria whispered. "We need to move now, or they will have us surrounded." Greta was still trying to keep Sail distracted until the hunters jumped us. "I need an answer now, Sail, or you will die." The hellish fire burning the remains of the warehouse and the shuttle was disrupting Greta's strike team enough they had quit sniping at us. There was a good chance their sensors were being overwhelmed by the blaze and intense heat signature. I called to my team and Sail. "Everyone on me now. Clutch, we are going to get as close to the burning warehouse as we can, and I want you to start making portals until you hit the underground tunnel that leads to the power station." The news of the hunters bearing down on us was all the encouragement Sail needed to give up whatever plan she was working on. "It took you long enough. I did not think I could stall Greta much longer." I shook my head, knowing she never had a plan to begin with. She was counting on me to pull our fat from the fire. I should have let her know it was desperation that drove me to this last resort. We ran to the edge of the scorching blaze, and Clutch made his first attempt and got nothing. His second attempt was the same thing. I was thinking that the World of Hurt routine was coming around for seconds when Clutch yelled out he had a good hole. He didn't even wait to tell Sail to jump. He just pushed her in and grabbed Tria by an arm and went through, pulling her with him. He just saved me a massive amount of grief because I was going to shove her in before she could try to pull me with her. I momentarily stood there as the 3 hunters came barreling around the corner. I dialed up a full-yield antimatter round and set it for a descending air burst at 30 feet. The hunters came to a skidding halt and noticed me standing at the edge of the inferno. They turned in my direction and spun their weapons around. I launched the shell straight up into the air above me and dove through the portal. 12. I came crashing, helmet first, to the floor of a huge tunnel. Before I could yell at Clutch to close the portal, he shut it down. I jumped to my feet. "Antimatter, out!" I yelled. Tria and I grabbed Sail by her arms and boosted down the tunnel hard enough she groaned out in pain. My HUD showed Clutch was wasting no time bringing up our rear. I was wondering why the scat was taking so long to foul the ventilator. As if on cue, the whole damned asteroid seemed to jump up in front of us. The tunnel that was straight just a second before somehow changed direction. We plowed into the tunnel wall, losing our grip on the operative. The tumbling stop on the tunnel floor reminded me how much it hurt to be shot by Chalt weapons. I sat up, only to be freight-trained by Clutch. The collision had me wondering if the evil robot had installed a Tybor ass magnet in my helmet. A grinding crash and thick dust cloud let us know that going back to the shafts that could have given us access to the power generators would no longer be a viable option. The tunnel had collapsed behind us, leaving a solid wall of debris blocking our path. Sail Nolan slowly rolled over and sat up. "You primate!
Couldn't we have just slipped away without trying to kill us all?"
I almost cracked a smile. There was some of the old Sail still left after all. Sarcasm coming from her was a lot more tolerable than her endless bitching that seemed to be the norm lately. "I was just thinning the herd, Senior Operative. Get ready to move out. We need to get back to the surface before any of the survivors can regroup. Clutch, find us a spot to go up and make a hole." My retort muzzled any reply that Sail might have had. She unslung her rifle, quickly inspected it, and nodded. We moved down the tunnel about another 100 yards and found it dead-ended into a large lift. There were 3 gravity sleds loaded with different pieces of equipment sitting on it. Looking at my HUD map, I could see we were underneath another warehouse at the base of a weapons tower. We were also to the rear of the Chalt forces. Clutch climbed up on the equipment stacked on the sled. He leaned back and projected a portal, but got a negative red band, and it closed. I heard him swear something about scat parked on the lift doors, and he adjusted his aim to the corner of the shaft and tried again. We got a good hole that was smaller than usual, but it was a clear passage. Clutch boosted up and through. 15 seconds later, we saw his arm poke through and wave to us. Tria and I grabbed Sail and sandwiched her between us so we could negotiate the smaller diameter opening. She was forced to embrace me. It had us helmet to helmet. The look on her face and the way she was gritting her teeth insinuated I should not comment on this unlikely position. Me being a primate and all meant I could not keep my primitive mouth shut. "They call this a ménage à trois back where I come from." I was confident Sail knew nothing of the French or their language. It must have been the silly smile on my face that defined the comment. She headbutted me with considerable force. Tria leaned around Sail's shoulder, and I noted there was nothing silly about the look on her face. We boosted up through the hole, and Clutch shut it down. The first thing I noticed was the front of the warehouse was blown inward at a 45-degree angle. There was a huge rend to one side of the wall. I bent low and moved up to it so I could see the results of my handiwork. In the distance, plasma fires and pieces of buildings were splattered everywhere I looked. The epicenter of my detonation was barren of structures for several 100 yards surrounding the crater of the collapsed tunnel. I started getting sensor warnings on pop-up targets. Pop-up wasn't exactly the right phrase. There were Chalt soldiers crawling around and, in some cases, dragging members of their strike team with them. They must have been trying to encircle our position when I left my party favor behind. Welcome to my world of hurt.
"I have 22 targets that appear to be combat-capable," Tria said from my side. "There are 11 targets down, showing small amounts of movement and 37 fading heat signatures. I have no Prul machine emanations present in the area."
Clutch called out that there were no aerial targets and requested permission to disable the weapons tower. There was little chance the tower could depress its main battery at a steep enough angle to shoot down at us if we moved out of the building. If we decided to close the distance with the Chalt strike team, that would change. It presented a clear and present danger that needed to be dealt with sooner than later. "Take Sail with you for backup. Try to disable it without drawing attention to our position." They ran to the back of the building, and Clutch made a hole. They both jumped through, and it disappeared. I was going to concentrate on the targets in front of us when Tria leaned down next to my helmet.
"What is a ménage à trois?"
I almost bit my tongue trying to stifle my reply. It was not a good time to have that discussion. The hesitation in my answer was not overlooked. "It means three's a crowd."
"That truth will prove to be less painful than the bullshit you seem to have an endless supply of."
At least she said it with a small smile on her face. Not knowing when I would be forced to pay for my Earth boy sense of humor was bothering me more than the how. It would remain a mystery as to how Clutch may or may not have known that I had my tit in a wringer. His method for remediating the situation would not have made it on my list of approved actions. It started with a rather loud exclamation from Sail over our group comms.
"Nathan said not to draw attention!"
Tria and I both turned and looked up through a hole in the partially collapsed roof. Our view of the weapons tower suddenly brightened with a burst of plasma fire jetting from its upper reaches.
"I think we should leave now," Clutch calmly told Sale.
A hole appeared in the back of the building, and Sale ran through, cursing the Tybor's indiscretion. Clutch quickly followed, and then shut down the portal, declaring with no uncertainty that he had accomplished his mission. I was honestly lost for words. Tria and Sale ran to the front wall to observe the enemy's reaction to the fact we were probably still alive and causing additional havoc. This was accompanied by the weapons tower collapsing inward, sending a fountain of flames and smoke into the already congested atmosphere.
"Here they come,"
Sale warned. Clutch and I took up positions next to Tria and the operative. The Chalt troops were indeed charging what they must have perceived as an ambush. We hit the floor as they opened up with everything they had. The collapsed wall shuddered under the impact of the fusillade. The wall became so riddled with holes it fell inward, affording us no protection or cover. I felt the beast pull free of its cage and assert itself over me. I pulled my beam weapon up and fired multiple times into the rallying combatants. The leaders were blown to pieces, and the shock waves flattened more than half of the oncoming troops. Clutch's follow-up shots broke the back of the charge and left no one standing. Tria ran to me and pulled my arm down.
"Nathan, they are finished. Cease fire."
I shook my head to clear my thoughts. The beast skittered away into the back of my mind, leaving only its haunting laugh at the murderous mayhem. I could see the pain on Tria's face. She had not fired on the troops with her beam weapon. She had little stomach for slaughtering her own people, traitors or not. Sale Nolan stared wide-eyed at me. For a change, she had nothing to say.
"Commander, it is advisable to strip the survivors of their weapons,"
Clutch said, bringing us all back to the reality of our situation. The comment seemed to snap the operative out of it, and she moved out, weapon up and ready. I suspected she was wondering if anything remained of Greta Portia. Tria nodded to me, and we spread out on line to check for survivors. All the combatants that were out in front of the charge were reduced to unidentifiable body parts. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the operative kneel next to a body, and then draw her pistol and fire point-blank into the soldier. We went on a little further, and I saw Tria do the same with her needle gun. While the beast in me thought of it as revenge, the human in me knew it was a mercy-killing. Most of the bodies were blown apart, or missing appendages. Clutch was going around collecting weapons and throwing them in a pile. I turned to Sale when I heard her talking to one of the downed soldiers. The warrior was groping at Sale and begging to be killed. The operative stood over the soldier.
"Where is the traitor Greta Portia?"
The warrior's hand pointed to a group of bodies in the distance. I heard the soldier say that Greta was severely wounded in the blast we unleashed upon them. Sale stood, and then shot the soldier in the head. She stalked off to see if Greta still lived. Clutch reported he had collected all the usable weapons. I waved him over as I walked to Tria. She turned and looked up at me. It was not hard to see the sadness on her face.
"There are no more survivors."
I helped her to her feet and pointed to where the operative was going. She nodded and moved out without a word. I called to Clutch. "When we are a safe distance, burn it." We were most of the way to where the operative stood when a pinkish glow lit the street behind us. I turned and saw Clutch send a plasma ball into the stacked weaponry. He looked a tad close to be burning live ordnance. What I thought might be a simple meltdown turned into a flaring pyrotechnical display that ended with an explosion that nearly knocked me over. I reflexively ducked and then looked up to see the troopmaster picking himself up off the ground. He came running by me with a stupid smile on his face and threw me a jaunty salute.
"Mission accomplished, Commander."
There were times when I thought the beast in me was the only maniacal psychopath on the loose. I was now revisiting that thought. I hurried to catch up with Clutch. He ran to Tria's side and stopped because she would go no farther. The results of my antimatter shell were just as morbid as the damage from our beam weapons. There were dead Chalt soldiers laid out in rows. Most were horribly mutilated and unidentifiable. I stopped by Tria and Clutch and watched as Sail worked her way around the bodies. She paused just long enough to try to identify whether the remains were those of Greta Portia. She suddenly stopped by a body propped up against the wall of the building they were sheltering behind. The body was missing 2 of its arms on the right side and had a large, gory chunk torn out of the armor on an upper thigh. The helmet was peeled open and revealed a partially charred face. Sail kneeled next to the soldier and pulled the body closer to her helmet. Groans of agony escaped the soldier's incinerated lips. If it was indeed Greta, she was still alive.
In all the stories throughout our history that involved treason, not a single one was about the glorious rise to power of a traitor. None. Not a single one.
Sail yelled at the body.
What made you think you would somehow be an exception? The Prule only told you what you wanted to hear. They were never going to share power with any race. You would have only placed our people at the end of their extermination list. Once the Prule had a firm foothold in this galaxy and started reproducing in mass, all would die. There would be no exceptions.
Greta's head lolled to one side, and she gurgled out,
"Kill me now, Calamorti. I would not have stood over you and gloated."
I am not gloating, you fool. Your treachery has endangered the entire galaxy. We must try to stop the Prule hive mind before it is too late. Where are the council members being held?
What makes you think I would help you?
Because your actions are only suspicions at this point. If you want me to try to clear your name and restore the honor of your clan, you will help me undo the treasonous poison you have unleashed upon us all.
Greta's remaining eye grew large, and tears flowed from it.
They are held in the crew quarters of the engineering labs. The 4 remaining members of my strike team guard them. A few resisted and were executed, but the rest still live. As for the hive mind, it is hiding down in the weapons lab on sub-level 3, where it is building an army of abominations.
The operative stood and then pointed her pistol at Greta's head. I saw the Chalt warrior close her eye and nod. Sail shot her and turned away. She cast a disapproving eye at Clutch.
The troop master is correct, Sail said. We should eliminate the remaining defensive towers. We need to move quickly before the hive mind decides the council members are no longer a bargaining chip. If I might suggest a plan of action, it would be for the 3 of you to make aerial strikes on the 7 remaining towers while I investigate the shield dome complex.
It sounded like a reasonable plan, and I was definitely tired of skulking around the alleys and streets of the complex. Tria, Clutch, and I divvied up the towers among ourselves. Tria had twice the launchers, so she got the 3 towers to our south. Clutch got 2 to the north, and I got 2 to the west. We would make a single pop-up pass by each target and give it a high-yield antimatter shell. I was confident there would be no follow-up strikes. When we were done, we would rally at the Shield Dome building and find Sail. Tria was ready to move out and stop next to the operative before departing.
"Are you really going to try to clear Greta of her treason?" she asked. "No. I said what I thought would be necessary for her to reveal information she wished to die with."
Apparently, Sail had nothing else to say about it, so I mentioned our plan to use antimatter shells to resolve the tower issue. She took off at a dead run in the direction of the shield building and never looked back. My suit AI had a decent amount of information on the complex now that we had managed to crawl around more than half of it. It laid out a planned attack route for each of us. The plans included decoy maneuvers designed to attract the tower's targeting systems. When a tower attempted to engage one of us, another would attack it from a different vector. We boosted low level, down the street, and made a hard right turn at the end, and then split up. I made the first pop-up maneuver, which got the desired attention. The buildings I dropped behind took a hit that left nothing but a massive smoking crater. I made another hard turn, and my first target appeared highlighted in my HUD. The tower fired a burst at one of my crewmates, and I sent my response against the upper portion of the structure. My AI nosed me over and accelerated to maximum. The tactic was blindingly quick, and dropped me so low to the ground I involuntarily put a hand out in front of me and made contact with the pavement. A huge shower of sparks flashed from my gauntlet, and a warning tone sounded in my helmet. To my surprise, Justice's subsystem gave me a warning laced with deadpan sarcasm. It brought back a memory or two of my childhood. "Commander, it is advisable to keep your hands in the ride at all times." It's hard to say where he picked up that shit from, but it was funny, and I would have laughed if it were not for the multiple high-order detonations that rippled across the complex. My next pop-up maneuver filled my HUD with the return signals of flying debris coming down from all directions. I got a highlighted target and pumped out another shell. Once again, I nosed almost to the pavement, but refrained from reaching out to touch it. My mind turned in another direction, and I started wondering what Justice was doing. The thought was interrupted by more massive explosions. The Chalt warships that were once in close proximity to the base would have no problems detecting the blindingly bright flashes of the detonating antimatter. My suit made another course correction, and I was now rapidly moving in the direction of the shield dome building. My HUD beeped at me when a blue triangle with Clutch's name above it exited an alley to my right. An explosion in the distance let me know Tria had just finished off the last of the towers. Another blue triangle appeared in my helmet. Tria confirmed what I already suspected. "All targets destroyed." I located the operative against the wall of the shield compound. She was standing in the debris of several buildings and waved to me. I quickly landed next to her, as did Clutch and Tria. "Nathan, if we breach the wall at this location, it should put us very close to the main access of the shield control room." I've been thinking hard about our next move, and I don't think trying to take this building should be at the top of our priority list, I said. We need to secure the council members sooner than later. Is there any way to bring down the shield temporarily, without taking the control room? Not that I am aware of. We need to get the legacy inside of the dome. If we manage to secure your people, the only safe place to protect them would be aboard my ship. It might also be the only way for us all to get off of this rock. The operative looked at me with a strange look on her face. If I had to describe it, I would say it might have been newfound respect. I must admit that I had not considered that option. The shuttle that Greta Portia used to transport her troops was the Council's personal shuttle. It should have been more obvious to me that it was the only transport at this facility. I apologize for my failings. I am only focusing on the goals that I have formulated, and I am compromising the mission by doing so. It will not matter unless we can come up with a way to get the legacy inside the dome. I still think we should secure the Council's freedom before we worry about the shield controls. A pitched battle inside the control room may yield the same results as the comms building. If the shield comes down for keeps, your people are going to swarm this facility, and we are not going to know who to trust with the future of your people. Tria, Clutch, do you have anything you would like to add? My crewmates looked at each other. No, Commander. We are ready to move on your orders, Tria said. Sail, where's the engineering crew quarters located? When Sail did not answer right back, I turned on her, ready to bite off a piece of her ass. I held my tongue because she was holding up a hand to me and looked deep in thought. Nathan, there might be a way to bring down the shield for a matter of seconds. I have no way of knowing for how long, but if the legacy is close, Justice might be able to clear the shield before it comes back up. If I know Justice, he is cloaked and very close to the dome. He doesn't like being out of comms with us any more than we do. If we can bring it down for a handful of seconds, Justice will get inside. What do you think it will take to shut it down? The energy conduits that come from the power source have multiple standbys. They converge into the base of the control room in several locations, Sail explained. If we can locate the active conduits and disrupt the power supply, we could possibly bring down the shield for a very short period of time while it transfers the power load. Clutch piped in with a billion-credit question.
How are we going to know which one is carrying the load, and how are we going to find it?
There will be switching stations below the control building. We will use the portal device to find them and search each until we find the active conduits.
If we are thinking this might work, there is a very good chance that the hive mind has as well, Tria said, shaking her head. The switching stations may be guarded. At the very least, the active one will most assuredly be. It would be foolish to think the Prool will let us wander around inside the walls of the compound while we perform a random search.
It really didn't matter to the beast in me if I battled Prool inside the compound or outside. What was bothering me was that we needed to continue our momentum and assault the Prool no matter where we were. If we went with Sale's plan, it might have the positive effect of drawing hostile forces to this location and away from our priority target, which was now the engineering building. 13. Clutch, let's skirt the wall to another location and make a hole. The troopmaster threw me a thumbs up and took off through the wreckage heaped around the wall. We followed with Sale, bringing up the rear. I was starting to think it would be a good idea to use the daggers as air cover, but Sale had previously warned us about a large number of missile batteries that were still unaccounted for. I was not going to risk our only other means of transportation if everything went to hell in a handcart. We quickly made our way around the side of the wall, and Clutch stopped about halfway down. We dispersed into a defensive perimeter and took a knee. Proceed, Troopmaster. We saw the flash of the device activating, but heard Clutch grumble an oath under his breath. Apparently, he chose an unsuitable location.
Moving,
he called out to us. We got up and followed as he chose another spot about 30 feet farther down the wall. We took a knee and waited. The flash of the machine was not followed by any cursing, so I turned to look, and Clutch had his back to the portal, waving me over with his usual goofy grin. I was going to tell Tria and the operative to get moving, but it froze in my throat. A Prool hunter's leg and the capsule-shaped upper body started to step through the portal. Clutch! Kill the portal, now! The troopmaster spun around and fell backward on his ass at the sight of the hunter staring back at him. He hit the kill switch just as the hunter was deciding it was going to pay us a visit. Two of the machine's legs and part of its upper torso sheared off cleanly and fell to the ground at his feet. If I had to guess, I would say the troopmaster's waste disposal systems were busily tidying up the lower half of his armor. We had used the machine an unknown number of times. This was a first for anything coming from the other side of the portal. We should have never assumed something would not get curious about a large, round opening and not want to take a look. We would not be making that mistake ever again. Clutch got up and called out once again, "Moving!" He ran all the way around the wall to another side and then stopped. We still had no movement outside the wall, so this time we chose to turn our defensive perimeter to look in and not out. Clutch got a good hole first try, and I ran up beside him. Waving to Tria and the operative, I made a circle motion with my hand and pointed behind myself and Clutch, then held up a finger. Tria quickly nodded, and she and the operative took a knee just behind me. I tapped Clutch on the shoulder, and he went through with his weapon ready. I was right on his heels and stepped out of the portal to Clutch raising his beam weapon at two hunters. They were standing at the location of our first good hole and were carefully inspecting the sheared-off parts of the Prool that stepped through our portal. I didn't need any encouragement from the beast and slapped Clutch hard on the shoulder. I fired a beam shot, striking the unshielded Prool in the middle of the torso, and Clutch fired on the second one. Both were blown to scrap, and we searched for more targets. Tria and the operative came through the portal, and Clutch quickly shut it down. Before I could say anything, Tria opened fire with her beam weapon on a hunter that came charging around the corner of the control building. The energy discharge was blinding and brought down the biomachine's shield. A fast follow-up shot from Clutch left the remains smoldering and scattered in all directions. We waited to see if we had any more takers, but nothing happened. We ran to the side of the control building, and I went to one corner and Tria and the operative to the other. "Clear," I called out. "Clear," called Tria a second later. "I can see the entrance and have no movement." I could only hope we had taken out the hunters that were guarding the grounds, and that any inside might possibly be unaware of the racket we had just made. It was doubtful, considering the explosive force of our beam weapons, but I would remain hopeful. "Clutch, Turn that thing on and start searching the ground around the building. After seeing multiple flashes followed by an equal amount of swearing, Clutch called out,
Commander, I am finding no voids underground at this location.
Move farther away from the building and keep trying, Sale yelled out to him.
After another round of less than appropriate words, Clutch moved away from the building and started working a new search pattern. He got a good hole on the fourth try. It was a lot smaller than any we had previously encountered. It would be one person per jump. I grabbed Clutch before he could go first and let him know I would be the one jumping. He didn't like it, but it also wasn't a question with a multiple-choice answer either. I pulled my shotgun from its clip and jumped before he could tag-team with Tria. I was a little surprised at the sudden drop of about 30 feet. Before I could react, I glanced off of the riser tubes going upward into the building. Using my gravity boosters, I arrested my fall and righted myself before hitting what I assumed was the roof of the switching station. I sat down as gently as possible and used my no-light sensors to find the service hatch that was snuggled up to the power conduits. I called to my team, gave them a sit rep, and told them to hold tight in a defensive perimeter. Tria came on and gave me just enough backwash to let me know she still cared. I swallowed my cheeky reply and let her know I needed some time to work the problem. Talking wasn't going to solve the issue. If I lived through this, I felt I would somehow pay for my remarks. I carefully examined the hatch, and it was easy to see that there was nothing high-tech about it. There was no other way to access this tunnel unless you entered from the room below me. It was a simple tab of metal on a turn latch. All I had to do was turn the tab and let it fall into the opening. I reached down and grabbed the tab, turning it slowly until it was ready to open. I pointed my shotgun down and let the door fall free. It was faintly lit inside the room, and there was nothing moving. I dropped inside and quickly looked around. If this was the machinery operating the shield, it sure didn't look like it. There were 2 lights on a panel that were close enough to the color of red that I went ahead and made the leap of faith that meant it was in the off position. Clutch called down and said the portal had just started flashing. I told him I was on my way, and as an afterthought, I pulled a grenade, then tossed it inside. It would suck to be the first hostile through that door. I boosted hard up the narrow tunnel and saw the portal stepping up in the frequency of flash. I cleared the opening with enough velocity I would have flown to the bottom of the projector dome. Clutch foresaw this eventuality and stood over the opening. I hit him at a fair clip, but he held on. We were both dumped against the side of the building as the portal disappeared.
Ha! You still had at least 3 seconds, Commander.
The looks I was getting from Tria and the operative did not seem as light-hearted as Clutch's. We got up off the ground and moved back to the rear of the building. Clutch had paced off the distance to the location of the shaft and got a good hole right off. I stepped forward, but Tria grabbed the back of my weapons pack. She came up on one of our discreet comms channels.
I have heard you use certain statements in the past when you thought one of us might not be getting a job done in the proper amount of time. I am only going to repeat it because it is, after all, an Earth saying and not necessarily one that other races would consider using. I do wish to make sure it is stated properly. Stop dicking around. She gave me a shove, and down I went. This time, I used my boosters to stop about a foot above the hatch. I eased down and readied myself. When I let the door fall, it bounced off the head of a cruel hunter. Where the hell were all these pieces of shit coming from? It was one of those times where you didn't know which of us was more surprised to see the other. Thinking I could quickly resolve the situation, I held down the trigger on my shotgun, deciding to give it the whole shebang. The trip hammer explosions of a dozen penetrator slugs to the machine's head drove it violently to the floor. The slugs made some impressive dents in the Prule's armor, but did not penetrate. The hunter thrashed around on the floor and quickly let me know that $1's worth of nickel knots was not going to dissuade it from trying to kill me. I could hear the whine of its energy weapon getting warmed up as the machine's power whip smashed through the ceiling. I boosted backward from the opening and sent a beam shot in reply. I will never know what caused the massive explosion that followed my shot, because I was blown back up through the portal. Tria and Clutch were standing, ready to arrest my ascent, but the attempt was in vain.
I hit them with such velocity they were knocked to the ground. The huge blast that belched me from the opening canned the operative as well. I stopped my spin and righted myself. As I looked up, I could no longer see the opacity of the shield dome that had once dominated the star-filled horizon. Just about 4 heartbeats later, it flickered back into place. "Justice?" "I am here, Commander." I had to admit, the voice of the quirky AI was an overwhelming relief. As of that point forward, all of his past annoyances were officially forgiven. "I have a lock in your position, Commander, and will upload your battle armor's recorded combat data for current intelligence assessments. I have also located the daggers for retrieval and have identified a large number of hostile targets moving en masse toward your coordinates. All are emanating Proul machine communication signals. I recommend you shelter in place, and I will address the situation." "Roger that, Justice. Setting up a defensive perimeter, and we'll move on your recommendation." I quickly landed, and we went weapons out with our backs to the building. I cleared the demonic image from my visor and made eye contact with my team. Even the old witch had a smile on her face for a change. My audio pickups detected a rumbling in the otherwise quiet hum of the shield station. The noise gathered in volume until it was felt as vibrations in my boots. Justice was hammering the machine shit out of the Proul and their minions. I tried my best to keep from thinking things were going our way. It had proven to be a faulty philosophy on more occasions than I care to remember. Try as I might to suppress it, I was feeling more upbeat every second the ruckus in the distance grew louder. "Commander, I request permission to initiate sterilization protocols." "Your weapons free, Justice!" The smile that was on the operative's face turned to a cringe at Justice's call. She knew what was about to happen, and surprised me by not saying a word. She may have finally realized that our success so far was pure dumb luck, and we had stretched it to the breaking point. I heard 3 hissing pops that were followed immediately by jarring booms that echoed across the complex. When there were no more reports, I knew the deed was done. The Proul were going to find that the environment in this place would no longer be to their liking. The beast, stalking the peripheries of my mind, was snickering because there would be no relocation plan the Proul could fall back on. They would never leave this place. "Commander, I have suppressed the last of the anti-ship systems defending this complex. We now control the hostile airspace, and I am detecting no movement in your area." "Roger that, Justice. We will move outside the shield control complex and await extraction." "Affirmative, Commander. I am en route to recover the daggers and will have a sitrep available for your dissemination once you are aboard. ETA, 5 minutes. I pointed at the exterior wall and slapped Clutch on the back of his armor. We moved quickly across the open ground, and Clutch made a hole. Tria ran through with me at her back. The operative and Clutch stepped out last. We made our way out into the middle of the thoroughfare, weapons out. The 5 minutes pickup time Justice had alerted us to seemed much shorter. That would be a first, because it was usually just the opposite. Justice swept us up with the tow beam and set us down in the hangar. The combat stress that had gripped me earlier eased considerably. "Commander, I have taken the liberty of activating Tria's 3rd-generation Zane battle armor. I have taken note of the senior operative's battle damage and have determined she will be a liability in combat without fully functional battle armor. If she is to continue the mission, I recommend she make use of the battlesuit." "Sail, report to the science lab, and Zul will assist you in getting suited up. Justice will make sure you know what you need to, and will make the transition as seamless as possible." Without comment, the senior operative headed out of the hangar. This was a side of Sail that I could come to enjoy. She was not known for shutting up, no matter the circumstances. Her quiet compliance might be a small indication she was finally willing to accept my command. "Justice, bring us up to speed on everything going on outside of the dome." "Commander, before I departed for the Chalt homeworld of Athela, I commandeered a large number of IST communication frequencies. I broadcast messages to Chalt assets that appeared to balk at orders to attack the Legacy. I sent misleading information that indicated the senior operative was in charge of a rescue operation supported by us with the intention of freeing the Council and eliminating the Prowl. Other than Sale being in charge, that doesn't sound like it was very misleading. I broadcast it from the operative's IST and used her voice recordings to simulate her orders to stand down. That raised my eyebrows because it was a new angle on getting things done. I had no idea the AI would take matters into its own hands and make the decision to go in that direction. Justice was wargaming at levels that were bordering on disturbing. I have to admit I would like to discuss this with you in detail at some future date, but now is not that time. Out of curiosity, what effect did it have on Chalt warship movements? More than 70% broke off engagement maneuvers and have stationed themselves in a very high orbit above this base. The remaining warships attempted to engage with all available weapons. It necessitated my excursion to Athela and drew those forces away from this location to cover the traitors claiming power. They have declared military law and issued statements claiming we are rogue elements of a coup instigated by Sale Nolan. They are claiming it is our intention to install her as leader of the Chalt people. The false council has proclaimed Greta Portia as the new supreme commander until our treasonous actions are crushed by the military. Apparently, Greta's ambitious plan was the only one the traitors had left to fall back on. It was nice to know something good came out of us wrecking the comms array. The fools that were in charge didn't have a clue as to what was going on. They were blindly assuming their new partners could handle all comers. That mistake was going to be a big nail in their coffins. If nothing else, the real rebels just shot themselves in the foot as far as their leadership appointment went. When the dust finally settled on this shit stack, the real perpetrators would be easily identifiable. The trick now would be to save as many of the legitimate rulers as possible before things stopped going our way. It would be important to show we were only here on a rescue mission, and nothing more. Is Sale privy to this intel? No, Commander. For now, let's keep it that way. There is no point in relighting her fuse. I concur, Commander. I have nutritional supplements and hydration liquids for all crew members to consume that will alleviate combat fatigue and renew acuity. The operative has already ingested the supplements and is undergoing armor acclimation training at an advanced pace. Are you equipping her with full armament? Yes, Commander. She will have a first-generation beam weapon and limited antimatter bombardment capability. I will remain in control of all weapons of mass destruction to limit the possibility of fratricide. I flinched a little. I knew the AI spent quite a bit of time in the early days of my combat missions doing exactly the same thing with me. I have replacement munitions and repair components for your armor staged in the ready room. When you are ready, we will move to the engineering building and initiate rescue operations. We went to the ready room and stepped out of our armor so Justice could start the repair process. Sitting on the top of our lockers was a pitcher of water and what looked like breakfast bars. Clutch had his mouth stuffed full and asked for seconds. I sat with Tria and ate the slightly sweet nutrition bars and chased it down with the water. The pick-me-up was needed, and within 10 minutes I felt like I had inhaled a bucket of coffee. I heard a thumping in the corridor and turned in time to see an armor-clad Sale Nolan run past the ready room hatch. Justice was not kidding when he said she was getting up to speed quickly. In the time it took Justice to repair our armor, the operative went by the ready room 2 more times, running and using the gravity drives. I would leave it up to Tria whether or not she would let Sale keep the armor. After the amount of weaponry and equipment Sale has given to us in the past, the beam weapon technology would just about even us up. I kissed Tria, then slapped Clutch on the back. "Let's settle this scat, once and for all," I said. "We have better things to do than hang around the Chalt homeworlds." We armored up and went to the hangar. Sale was standing at the open hangar door, looking down on the research station. When she saw us coming, she stepped away from the opening and pulled her rifle from the clip Justice had engineered for it. Clutch took his place in front, with Tria and I just behind him at his sides. Sale stepped up behind us, and Justice moved us rapidly across the complex. He stopped us just above the third largest structure on the asteroid. The Legacy was cloaked, but could not hide the large opening of the hangar door. Our presence registered as a non-event, with no reaction from below.
"This is the engineering building," Sale called to us. "The crew quarters are on the top floors."
I rapped Clutch on the back, and he jumped, with the three of us close behind him. The drop was about 100 feet, and we arrested our fall just above the roof deck. We eased down, and I pointed to a spot on the deck. Clutch wasted no time and gave us a good hole first try. Tria and I went in, with the operative backing us. We landed in a dark hallway with a light at the far end. We moved to the side as Clutch dropped in and closed the portal behind us. A quick sweep revealed nothing, and Clutch gave us another hole in the same location as the last one. This time, things got a little livelier when Tria and I landed on top of the junk piles the Prool were turning out for their army. I cut my gravity drive and landed full weight right on top of the 5-foot bio-machine. Grabbing onto the machine's weapon, I wrenched it off of its makeshift feet and body-slammed it into the wall. Jamming my needle gun into the crimson gore cradled inside of the metallic framework, I gave it a burp of hull shards. This did the trick, and it collapsed at my feet. Tria made quick work of her target with her climbing hooks. She pushed the mess away and stood, ready to back up Clutch and the operative as they made well-placed shots on the remaining 3 Prool soldiers. It was all over in less than 2 minutes. The hostiles never got a shot off before we overwhelmed them. Sale sprinted to the end of the hallway and leaned into the drop tube.
"There is movement at the bottom of the lift. I think they are moving the prisoners."
It would have been foolhardy to use the tube to pursue whoever was down there, so I had Clutch start making holes. The floor below us had 2 more Prool soldiers standing at the lifts. We sent their scattered remains into the tube, and Clutch moved away from the lifts.
"They know we are coming, Commander. We need an access point that can't be easily ambushed."
We moved back to the end of the hallway, and Clutch blasted a door open with a shotgun. The room was a mess and showed evidence of recent occupation. He made a hole, and I jumped with Tria. We landed in a matching room, but it had 2 mutilated Chalt bodies dead on the floor. It looked like they had made an attempt to barricade themselves in. But the futile move cost them their lives. The operative was the last into the room, and quickly peeked out the shattered doorway.
"There is a large number of Prool guarding the lift tubes."
I was going to shake a grenade at her to show my intentions, but Sale had 2 out and looked at me for acknowledgement. I made eye contact with Clutch and Tria and pointed at Sale. They nodded, and I made a pitching motion at Sale. She threw the grenades down the corridor. The blasts came simultaneously, and I felt the concussion in the hallway on my armor. We charged out into the hallway, opening fire on anything that moved. We got an unexpected surprise as the entire end of the building blew up in our faces. The shockwave and flying debris scythed us down and sent us flying back in the direction we had come from. Some of the upper floor collapsed onto us. I called out to my team and got quick replies. Other than getting the shit knocked out of us, we were unharmed. Sale was pinned under heavy floor supports that we had to move to free her. Her scathing review of the incident was a wake-up call. Things could have turned out much different.
"I saw the last members of Greta's strike team just before the blast. The fools are scared and set off their trap too soon. They should have waited until we were in the transfer tunnel before detonating the explosives. Your portal device is still an unknown factor, and they cannot come to a consensus on how we are able to appear in such close proximity to their forces. They are starting to believe the stories."
Sale, what the hell are you talking about? If they hadn't screwed up, we would be buried, or worse right now.
"Nathan, I have noted you are becoming adept at constraining the vile creature inside of you, but your aura broadcasts its presence for all to fear. You emanate the deadliest of intentions, and the blackness of your aura makes my skin crawl in repulsion. Tria and your followers seem immune to your horror. All else who feel its presence are smothered by fear and uncertainty."
There was no doubt my good guy Earthboy image just took a ding. I didn't know what to say, and decided I would let people think whatever the hell they wanted to. Clutch, get us outside of this mess, and see if we can still access the tunnel to the labs. The troopmaster turned to the nearest door and pulled his shotgun. He gave it a blast of explosive buckshot, turning the door to scrap. We followed him in, as he went to the exterior wall and ported us a hole. We jumped through and ran around the edges of the collapsed building until we came to another structure. This had to be the ground floor of the weapons lab. Clutch started working the ground, using his favorite expletives to keep us abreast of his progress. It didn't sound promising because the cursing was turning into compound words. Tria and I were weapons out and watching his back. Sail decided to work her way back into the debris field and see what she could find on her own. I would have discouraged her from doing that, but I didn't like sitting out here in the open any more than she did. This was one of the times it paid off to remain silent. The operative came running from the wreckage.
"Nathan, I think I have found an access point," she called to us.
We followed her back into the rubble, and she stopped at a spot that was depressed from a cave-in below the location. Just in front of the depression was about 6 feet of level ground. Sail pointed at the spot.
"Try here, Troopmaster."
Clutch leaned forward and activated the machine. We had a good, usable hole. Clutch gave the operative a nod, and we stacked to jump. If Sail was correct, I was hoping my deadly intentions preceded me and would possibly scare off anyone waiting to ambush us. I was taking no chances and had my beam weapon up and ready when Tria and I went through. The fall was long enough I had time to hit my boosters before I made contact with the floor. It was pitch black, and my no-light sensors kicked in to give me a look at our surroundings. Sail and Clutch touched down, and he killed the portal. We were on the other side of the cave-in. At our backs was about 100 yards of tunnel that stopped in front of a large, heavily reinforced door. We moved cautiously toward it and stopped to get a closer look. The door was marked with a lot of warnings saying to stay the hell away. As with most things posted in this manner, it only made you want to be on the other side of the door that much more. 14. I pointed to the side of the door, and Clutch made an attempt that was a no-go. We tried the other side, with the same result. It was solid to each side of the door, which probably meant that there was more tunnel to deal with once we gained access. We were left with no other choice but to go up the middle. My butt kinda puckered, because I was thinking that it was going to get messy when we did. They wouldn't have put this big-ass door here without making sure they could secure it. The beast was goading me and wanted to take action. Waiting was not something I was known for anyway, so I made the decision to use a can opener instead of a corkscrew. I waved my team back down the tunnel. They didn't have to guess what was going to happen, and we all went prone just in front of the collapsed tunnel. Tria and I were to one side, and Clutch and the operative the other. Single beam shot on 3. 1, 2, 3. The tunnel flared into brilliance as the door blew inward in an explosive blast. We boosted from the floor with our gravity drives and flew into the smoke-filled tunnel. My sensors showed wreckage and bodies scattered in all directions. There were 3 Proul hunters attempting to right themselves. We cut them down with multiple beam shots that obliterated the checkpoint they were guarding and started a huge fire. The remains of several Proul soldiers were thrashing about on the deeply gouged tunnel floor. Clutch and Sail put an end to their tribulations. I noticed Tria bent over, looking at what may have been a Chalt soldier. I went to her side, and she cleared the image from her helmet. The hurt in her eyes was evident.
"These are the remains of Greda's strike team. I will never understand why they have chosen this path. Their auras are so diminished. They have no spirit to renew. They are lost forever for the crimes they have committed against their own people."
I wanted to say they got what they deserved, but held the comment in check. I had no idea what would make these soldiers turn their backs on everything they once cherished. I felt it had to be something the hive mind had done to them. There could be no other reasonable explanation. The time they spent on the Proul salvage ship must have somehow affected them. It no longer mattered, because they would never be able to tell us.
"Incoming hostiles!" Clutch shouted.
My helmet sensors pierced the smoke-filled tunnel and revealed a mass of biomachines boiling out of a side corridor. They quickly filled the tunnel from wall to wall. Most of the targets defied description, and I realized that most were only partially able to move. They were being pushed along by the ranks behind them. The largest of the targets were 2 hunters, and it was obvious they were an assembly of scraps. They were pulling themselves along in a single appendage and pushing the others along in front of them with their power whips. I could hear the Uluran soldier inside of me, barking out orders of death and destruction. I gritted my teeth and took a knee, spinning up my minigun. I sent a non-stop stream of explosive shells into the wall of hostiles. Tria and Clutch joined in, and my sensors became overwhelmed by the flying machine parts and gore exploding inside of the tunnel. When the minigun ran dry, I sent all 200 rounds of anti-personnel from my launcher tube into the mass of shattered machinery. I felt several sharp raps on my shoulder and realized Clutch was calling to me.
"Commander, cease fire! There are no more targets!"
I slowly lowered my arm and looked up at the troopmaster, then at Tria. They pulled me to my feet, and I turned to find the operative. She was standing with her back against the tunnel wall, staring back at me in silence. I couldn't think of anything useful to say that would make everyone believe I was in control, so I did what all soldiers do. Carried on. "Clutch, take point. Let's not give them any time to regroup." The debris was so thick on the tunnel floor that Clutch boosted above it, and we made our way to the corridor that the enemy wave had come out of. We sat down in the knee-deep carnage, and Clutch poked his shotgun low around the corner. Using his weapon sight in his HUD, he took a good look at what awaited us. It was not encouraging when he started cursing.
"Commander, there is a lift at the end of the corridor, and the hive mind is herding several Chalt into it."
Damn. I leaned my head around the corner and saw the hive mind push its way into the lift, loaded with Chalt. They had to be the council members we were here to rescue, and the machine was not going to let that happen. The biomachine saw me looking and raised some kind of weapon. I jerked back around the corner, pulling Clutch with me as a bright flash of energy impacted the corner above our heads. The energy blast knocked us sprawling on the gore-covered floor. We got back to our feet and charged around the corner in time to see the lift disappear up the tube. I had no idea what the hive mind was planning to do, but we had it on the run. Taking the council members meant it was down to its last bargaining chips. That would be the Prule's only shield against our retribution. "Nathan, as far as I know, there is only one exit to this building other than the tunnel behind us, and it opens to the exterior shuttle pad." Sale calmed us. Her heads up gave me a feeling of dread. Things were about to come to a reckoning sooner than later. If that was the case, I was hoping the hive mind would make the mistake of going out onto the shuttle pad. I knew for a fact justice would put an end to the biomachine's plans, no matter what they were. We ran to the lift tube, and I gritted my teeth in frustration. The lift had stopped one floor below the shuttle pad. We would be forced into another confrontation that could spell doom for the Chalt Council. I pointed back down the corridor. "Clutch, pick us a spot and make a hole. We need to get up to the 4th floor and find out what the biomachine is planning to do." Clutch took off running and stopped after about 100 yards. He leaned back and activated the portal device and got a good hole. "Don't stop until we are on the 4th floor, Troopmaster." We boosted up through the hole 2 at a time, and Clutch closed one side and activated another. We didn't bother to stop, and were on the same level as the lift in less than 3 minutes. This floor was unlike the others, because there was no open hallway leading to the lift. It looked like we were inside of a sizable storage area. I could only guess, but it may have been the supply depot for the lab areas. Clutch ran to a large doorway at the end of the room. We quickly followed, and stacked to the side that had a large button that said, "Open," above it. I tapped Clutch on the shoulder, and he hit the button. The door opened with a slight hiss, and we could see the lift across from us. It was open and empty. A voice boomed down the corridor in the Chalt language. "The failure of one faction's ambitions of power only slightly diminishes my bargaining position. I know there are others who place great value in the biological vermin I hold here with me. They will be dissected, a piece at a time, if you do not yield to my demands." Well, there it was. The place I knew at some point I would be, but thought I could come up with a plan to avoid it. The big problem was I had no idea how to get the Council out of this alive. I would be damned if I let the hive mind leave this place. I moved to the corner of the corridor and used my shotgun as Clutch did. I saw the hive mind backed into the corner of a large common area with 14 of the Chalt Council members, 4 being held by their appendages. I sent the video feed to my teammates. "Clutch, get outside of that wall and have Justice bring the legacy in as close as possible. If I can distract the hive mind, I want you to make a hole and pull as many out as you can. Wait for my call and do whatever it takes to try to save them. Sail, back them up as best you can. We may only have one chance at making this work." The operative and Clutch ran to the exterior wall and poured it out. Tria stepped in close to me, and I put my arm around her. The determination in her eyes wordlessly told me what I already knew. This would stop here, and now. "Nathan, we may be forced to sacrifice some to save the rest," she said. "I can think of no scenario where they will all see another star rise." I was going to lie and tell her she was wrong, but was interrupted by a blood-chilling scream. "I have come to the conclusion that biological infestations are not capable of clear and precise thought." The voice boomed out again. "Past experience has shown me your respect for your superiors is only reinforced by displays of power. Since you obviously lack the thought processes necessary to communicate or bargain with me, I will demonstrate my resolve." Another blood-curdling scream forced my hand, and I stepped around the corner and into the open. I stood, staring at the hive mind. The biomachine had taken the parts from cruel hunters and manufactured legs and arms for itself. What was once jokingly similar to an oversized light bulb was now a horrific abomination. Revealing myself did have the effect of stopping the hive mind from doing whatever it was going to do to the elderly Chalt female it was holding in its spiked hand.
"You. I should have foreseen it would be the minions of the ancient enemy."
The beast in me stifled the indecision fogging my senses. I felt its rage building. My breath became heavy and deep as I reined in my murderous intentions. I had to try something, anything, before I unleashed an attack that would undoubtedly kill everyone in the room. My mind was working enough to remember my last encounter with a cruel hive mind. I had disguised my voice to ensure nothing would point to humans or the planet of my birth. "You wanted to bargain? So I will bargain with you," I said, in the Scrun dialect. "Set the prisoners free, and I will allow you to leave this place."
"You insignificant piece of effluent! Do you think I would err and make such a flawed decision? Here is an error you should have considered before spouting your mindless nonsense."
The biomachine lifted the Chalt it was holding and held her out toward me. The end of its power whip extruded a glowing rod. It whipped it downward, and with a hiss of burning flesh, sheared 2 of the arms from the council member. The screams of agony had me raise my beam weapon and point it at the Prool. Tria ran to my side, pulling my arm down. "No, Nathan, there has to be another way," she yelled over my comms. The whip came around again and sheared off the Chalt's legs. The hive mind tossed her aside and raised another.
"Here is a bargain even a parasite like you should understand. The 2 of you will shed your armor and stand before your god and master. Then I will release the biological waste you have come here to save."
Tria knew the Prool had just sealed the fate on itself and the remaining members of the council. She saw the blackness that surrounded me and felt the rage of the monster coming forward. There was only one option she could think of that would bring me back from the brink and save the council members. She did the incomprehensible. She called Clutch and Sail and told them to port in on the count of 3. She then popped the seals on her armor and stepped out. "Here is the only option that will spare your existence," Tria called to the hive mind. "I will stand in the place of my people." The world around me froze. The words from her mouth were like swords shearing away the darkness, blinding me. The reality of what was going to happen swept the Uleron soldier aside with a tidal wave of fear. Tria was going to sacrifice herself for the council. "Tria! No!" I cried. I tried to move in her direction, but the cruel hive mind saw the truth in Tria's words. It dropped the council members and charged across the room. If I opened fire, she would die by my hand. A portal appeared on the back wall, and the operative and Clutch ran through. They did not hesitate and started pushing and shoving the Chult Council through the opening. In a handful of seconds, they were all out, and my team took up firing positions. The hive mind snatched Tria up from the floor and held her as a shield. It turned to see that the Chult Council was gone, and it was now surrounded by the beings responsible for its capture. The piercing note of its rage and indignation could be felt as vibrations on our armor. The biomachine shook Tria like a rag doll, then pulled her across the front of its torso. She called to me in anguish, "Nathan, do what must be done." The beast was blinding me with hate. I raised my beam weapon, but something inside of me snapped, and I let it fall to my side. All of these events were my fault, because I failed to listen to the psychopathic killer imprinted in my brain. I should have never let the hive mind leave the lifeboat alive. Nothing I could do now would change the past. The final choices that led me to this crossroad were mine to make, and I once again let compromise be the deciding factor. The hive mind wasted no time trying to capitalize on its new bargaining position.
"Throw your weapons down, or I will disassemble this soldier a piece at a time."
Clutch and the operative looked to me for guidance. The hesitation cost Tria a lower arm as the biomachine flicked its power whip's cutting tool down her side. She gasped out in pain. In a move that surprised me, Sail threw down her weapon and stepped back. Clutch grudgingly did the same. The blackness surrounding me blotted out all but the hive mind, and I raised my beam weapon and pointed it at the loathsome machine. The machine pushed Tria out in front of itself.
"I sense you value this soldier more than the prisoners I once held. Abandon your armor and surrender yourself to me, and I will spare the female's life."
The howling rage of the monster inside of me was deafening. My conflict with the beast brought another scream of pain from Tria as the machine sheared away her other lower arm. It held the cutting tool next to her legs.
"Step from your armor now. My patience is at an end."
The reality of what just happened was like a sledgehammer blow, and I was suddenly free of the Uleron soldier conflicting my mind. I popped the seals on my armor and stepped down to the floor. The Proul threw Tria at Clutch and the operative's feet and quickly snatched me up from the floor by my neck. I spit out what I thought would be my final order. "Get Tria out of here. Now." Clutch opened a portal and pulled Tria inside, with Sail backing in behind them, with both her pistols drawn. The portal disappeared, and I resigned my fate to the will of my maker. This was never how I envisioned my end to come. Now that it was at hand, I tried to find solace in the fact that I did make a small difference in the lives of others who had no future until I intervened. The biomachine whipped me around, tightening its grip, and my vision started whiting out.
"Order the intelligence of your ship to transport us aboard now, or I will prune your appendages a fragment at a time."
For reasons unknown, I thought the biomachine's order was funny. and I laughed out loud. The only response that came to my mind was an epithet. "See you in hell, you piece of shit." The Pruel obviously do not possess a sense of humor. It slammed me into a wall for my lack of capitulation. The explosion of pain was a tidal wave blotting out my world. As blackness enveloped me, I saw a shimmering circle appear behind the hive mind, and then my world blanked out. 15. When I was young, I had a lot of things to be thankful for, according to my grandparents, and they were right. Out of curiosity one day, I asked Granddad what he was the most thankful for. He smiled at me and said, "Waking up another day knowing you are with the people you love." At the time, I accepted the response as any inquisitive child would have. I now realize what an understatement his answer was. "Commander, I have stabilized your condition and need you to speak with Tria," Justice's voice said. "She is refusing surgery necessary to remove the sheared bone fragments from her wounds. We must assure her that you are well and in command. I have introduced nanites and stimulants into your system that should allow you temporary mobility. I recommend we convince Tria to undergo surgery immediately before she suffers further neurological and physical damage." I could not see out of one eye, and didn't know why. My other eye felt like someone had stepped on it, but it had enough vision I could see Clutch and Sale Nolan standing at the edge of my med pod. My voice came out in a hoarse whisper. "Get me out of this thing." They tried their best to gently stand me up. Even with the work Justice had done to me, I could tell I was in piss-poor condition. Whatever he was using for pain blockers must have been at a dose level to allow me to speak without slobbering, because I hurt everywhere. It was an effort not to groan out with each step I took. I could feel Clutch holding me up from behind. His grip felt like knives stabbing into me. Out of my good eye, I could see Tria in an open med pod. She was staring at me. I could see the sheared-off bones protruding from her sides, and tried my best to keep a neutral expression on my face. It would be one of the most difficult things I had ever done. "I took a little damage, but Justice says I will be fine," I reassured her. "Unless you allow Justice to repair your wounds, I will also refuse further medical treatment until you come to your senses." She tried to hold an arm up to me, but did not have the strength. I did not know how much blood she had lost, but it had to be substantial. She was in shock, and I could see tears running down her cheeks. I put my hands on the edge of her pod. The effort was rewarded with pain. I felt Clutch grab the back of my uniform and keep me from falling face first onto her. I kissed her as gently as possible. "I will be here when you awake." Her eyes clouded over, and her head lolled to the side. Clutch pulled me away, and Justice's extruded arms urgently went to work. The med bay started making some unusual gyrations, and the next thing I knew, Sale Nolan was in my face. She turned her head and called to Clutch. "He is back with us again." For lack of anything better to say, I told her she needed a mint. The frown my comment elicited turned to a small smile. "Primate." "What happened to the hive mind?" "Justice took it upon himself to have Clutch activate a portal, and he sent a nanite missile through with the tow beam," Sale said. "It was an admirable shot and struck the hive mind dead center. When the missile released its payload, the biomachine lost all interest in using you as a hammer. The troop master collected a sample of the hive mind before it was completely consumed. He is holding the containment vessel in isolation and refuses to give me access. I have informed him that the biomass that sustains the Pruel collective of entities must be hydrated with biological fluids, or the sample will cease to function. On his orders, Zul has sealed the brig, so I am unable to determine the status of the sample." "What about the council members?"
Other than being scared for their lives and deprived of food for several days, they are as good as can be expected. They have been supplied with rations and water. Justice has them locked in the crew quarters. They believe the internment is for their own protection, and they are compliant for now.
Is there someone on the outside we can trust to tell your people what has really transpired?
My most trusted commanders already know, and the captain of the Fury should be covertly spreading the word to all the right people. Unfortunately, the traitors have more time to prepare for the coup than we have to stop it. All the major communication hubs are firmly in their control, but that will change with time.
I briefly closed my good eye and took a deep breath. While it hurt to do so, it reminded me I was still here, and the hive mind was not. Or was it? Clutch. Why do we need any part of the cruel hive mind? Sale stepped aside, and the Tybor's face filled what little vision I had.
Commander, it was a decision that Justice made. The only reason I complied was because I told him if I collected the sample, it would be in my control, and I alone would decide its fate until you were back in command. He has agreed, and I have a small sample in a containment vessel designed by Justice and the Overseer.
I would like a few minutes to speak with Justice. The two of you have done an amazing job. The mission would have failed without you. Take some time to rest, and I will be expecting recommendations on our next mission goals. They both turned and left the medbay. When the hatch closed, my anger at Justice's decision to get a Prowl sample burned like a live coal inside of me. Justice? I want that Prowl shit off this ship now. The AI knew when to use tact and when to work on deflecting my anger as much as possible. He did choose the one subject that would stop my oath-laden tirade. Commander, Tria is now stabilized and will make a full recovery. While it is not possible to restore her severed limbs, I ensured that there would not be truncated appendages to inhibit her or the necessity to create prostheses she must adapt to. I was angry, dizzy, and felt like a mudhole that had been stomped dry by Clutch. The path Justice chose to deflect my anger was becoming more perplexing than his decision to keep a Prowl sample. What the hell are you talking about? Commander, Tria is a veteran of many conflicts. She has witnessed a significant number of battlefield amputations. She is also well aware of how advanced mechanized prosthesis can be. I assured her I could return full mobility to her severed limbs with military-grade prostheses. She has informed me of her wishes, and they will not include the use of robotics. My head now felt like a drum that someone was playing a war beat on. I could not think of a reasonable explanation for the cryptic doublespeak I was getting from Justice. My anger was once again on the rise, and I was going to need some straightforward answers before I popped my cork. The AI was very perceptive and knew when to lay all the cards on the table. Tria told me to make her look more like a human. What? I shouted. Rather than rely on the use of artificial appendages, Tria has decided to adapt to using only two. She instructed me to remove the severed arms in their entirety. The procedure was without complications, and she will be back to limited duty within the week. I was thinking the galaxy had gone mad. Yes, Earth had a very large percentage of truly wonderful people, but we also had our share of some who were bent in all the wrong ways, and nothing would change them. The infatuation of other races to be more like humans had me dumbfounded. They chose to see only what they perceived as a way to change everyone for the better. While it was inspiring to think that contact with humans would give others hope, they really needed to take a tour of my planet so they could see the flip side of the coin. Humans as a people had come a long way from our savage roots, but we still had a long way to go. Commander, I am going to sedate you now and repair your battle damage. I was so preoccupied with my thoughts I couldn't muster a comment to Justice's statement. The last thing I remembered thinking before I blacked out was, I did not have the right to question Tria's motives. She was the master of her future and destiny, I would never cross that line, even if given the choice. She had made her decision, and I couldn't fathom why it should bother me. Perhaps something deep down inside of me liked the fact her extra arms gave her a marked advantage when she was physically dominating me. I awoke to a less than palatable taste in my mouth, and Justice talking to me. "Commander, you will still have discomfort due to the large number of blunt force dislocations inflicted on your skeletal system. All corrective alignments were successful, as well as the repair to the cartilage damage associated with them. You will make a full recovery. The effects of the concussion you received are now minimal. The swelling to the right side of your cranium has receded, and your sight will return to normal shortly. The bruising and tissue discoloration will ebb in the coming days, and I see no reason you cannot return to non-combat duty." I slowly processed everything Justice told me. The distinct notion I should be mad at the AI for some reason floated back and forth through my thoughts like a flashing billboard. Justice picked up on my contemplation and pushed on to a topic that would guarantee a change of subject. "I have temporarily brought Tria out of a recuperative coma so she might speak with you." My medpod popped open, and my thought processes all shifted to a single subject. I slid my feet to the floor and stood, trying to assemble coherent thoughts that might somehow belay my concerns for Tria. She was keenly attuned to my sensibilities, and I did not wish to add additional stress to her healing cycle. The stunt she pulled to keep me from annihilating the hive mind, along with the council, brought a sudden flare of anger that quickly passed. She knew exactly what it would take to clear away the hate-blackened veil the beast had been blinding me with. It was stupidity to think Tria would not have sacrificed her life for her people's future. She did what she had to, and we paid a relatively small price for a victory that would ultimately benefit all races. I leaned over the side of her medpod, and she looked up at me with a small frown. "You look like Scat." The comment got its intended response. I smiled. I have had better days. I was not trying to throw away my life needlessly. I did what I had to because I foresaw what it would take to give us all a better future," Tria said. "While it may have seemed like madness at the time, the outcome has proven my choices correct." There was no arguing the truth of what she was telling me. She was right. I know. It just takes a backward-thinking human a little longer to process the facts. It was her turn to smile. I could feel the warmth of it caressing my spirit. "I wanted to tell you that it was my idea to make sure a small sample of the hive mind would be preserved," she said. "I know there is a great deal of valuable information that can be extracted from the biomachine's remains, information that I am confident we can use in our war against the Prul. I wanted you to know this before you determined that Justice made the decision on his own. While Justice did agree with my assumptions, he also strongly stated that we would be doing so in conflict with your standing orders. I believe it is the reason Justice turned over responsibility of the sample to Clutch. We already know what the Troop Master thinks of the Prul. There is a good chance that the entities residing inside of the sample may have already perished." There it was. The one thing I wanted to ream Justice a new ass over. Now my justification for doing it was baseless. Knowing Clutch, Tria was right. The Troop Master would never waste a second of his time trying to maintain an environment healthy enough to keep the sample habitable. I leaned down and gently kissed her. "I am going to need you as a sounding board for our next plan of action. Sale may have some good input, but it will be your recommendations I will place most of my faith in. I want you to rest and get healed as fast as possible." She gave me another golden smile as Justice closed her medpod. Her eyes blinked several times and then closed. "Okay, Justice. You were off the hook. I was ready to have a meltdown, and now it is pointless. Even though you were overruled, you did make an attempt to enforce my orders. I will let the troop master know he doesn't have to pretend he is caring for the containment vessel anymore.
Commander, Clutch is in fact maintaining the biomass to minimal inhabitability parameters. His methods have caused several hundred Prul entities to perish, but there are more than 600 that still cling to their awareness. I was genuinely shocked at that piece of information. I would have never guessed the troop master would knowingly help the Prul survive. Now I had to wonder what exactly the troop master was doing. Unless he had some input from Justice, the Prul were as good as dead.
So you are actively helping him?
No, Commander. Clutch has received no aid from me, nor has he made an inquiry on how to maintain the biomass.
You're kidding me, right?
While I am familiar with the concept of kidding, I can assure you I am not.
That only leaves Zool, and I know he would only help if Clutch asked him to. Clutch would never do that, so what is he doing to keep them alive?
The troop master is urinating on the Prul biomass daily. It hurt to laugh. So I hurt for close to 4 minutes.
Clutch didn't give a damn whether the Prul survived. He just liked pissing on them. The comedy in what the Tybor was doing was therapeutic. Yes, I was beaten, battered, and bruised, but now felt right as rain. I made my way to the command deck, where I found everyone but Tria. It was hard not to smile at Clutch as I walked by him. I slapped him on the shoulder and made it a point to tell him to carry on. He scratched his bullet head and looked puzzled. But it changed to his usual big, toothy smile. Sale sat frowning, and finally approached me as I sat in my command chair. "I would like your permission to enter the brig." "No. There will be no scenario where anyone but the troop master or Justice will have access to the containment vessel," I said. "Do not waste your breath debating the matter. I have made my final decision, and nothing will change my determination. We have more pressing matters, so I suggest you pick another topic." The frustration on the operative's face was something I had grown used to seeing. She gathered her dignity and moved on. "Is it still your intention to terminate this asteroid?" "Yes. Even with the level of weaponized nanites we released into the complex, the only way to be sure of complete sterilization is to reduce this place to atoms." "Justice, do you have a briefing for us?"
"Yes, Commander. The antimatter device is now assembled. It will require an excursion to the asteroid's power supply so it can be placed against the generator's containment field. Clutch and Zool have already volunteered for the mission and have been instructed on proper placement. I will move the legacy to the location of the lift shafts, on your order. Before we can detonate the device, we must warn off the 3 Chalt battle fleets that have encircled this station. I believe it will take a warning order from the operative to gain the level of credibility that would ensure compliance." Sale nodded. "I will be the one to set the destruct charge," Sale said. "I want it to be known it was me, and not another race responsible for destroying more than 1 trillion credits worth of research station." I could tell Zool was good with that, and I had no problems with it either. The trick now would be the timing of our escape. We had to shut down the shield dome in order for Sale to send any warnings of the base's destruction. Once the dome was down, we needed to get the hell out of Dodge. I was pretty sure when Justice was out joyriding around the Chalt homeworlds, he managed to ruffle a lot of feathers. Hanging around to figure out if we were still on a first-name basis might not be in our best interest at the moment. Apparently, the operative was brainstorming the very same subjects. "Nathan, I will put the warning order on a comms buoy and have Justice launch it before we drop the shield. It's set to broadcast the message on a continuous loop with a countdown timer of 8 minutes. If the fools cannot jump clear by then, they deserve whatever happens to them. I also have a recommendation as to what I think should happen next. I hope that you will consider it carefully before committing to another course of action." As far as I was concerned, everything she was saying made sense, and she was batting 1,000. "Okay, Sale. I'm with you so far. Let's hear it."
I have coordinates that will give Justice the location of the Fury. I propose that we jump to that location, and I will take the Council with me. We will then decide how best to repatriate the traitors and re-establish the rightful ruling party. Your presence is no longer needed for now, as many would see it as another unnecessary distraction to what many will decide is a power struggle of the ruling parties. It could also be misconstrued as proof the traitors were right about my ambitions of leadership and that you are backing me. I nodded that I understood. Nathan, I want you to know, the Chalt people owe you a tremendous amount of gratitude. I would like to think that one day they will know just how much they really owe you and your followers. I doubt what has taken place will ever be publicly disseminated. I can almost guarantee you it will be buried in a dark corner, and only those who were involved in this mess will ever know about it. As far as we were concerned, the mission had a successful outcome, and we were ready to move on. However, I felt there were still some unspoken issues that needed to be addressed. Tria put her life on the line to ensure the freedom of the council members. She was butchered for her efforts. I want you to personally tell the council that Tria's military status is retired. You can come to us and ask if she wishes to serve, but I better never hear you say she is being reinstated to active duty under anyone's command. The council members saw what the Prul did to Tria. None will deny your request. It was not a request. Seo looked me in the eye and nodded. I will make sure they understand. Justice, what is the status of your scans? I have found no life forms or active Prul machine emissions in the complex. The only location that harbors the possibility for survivors is the power generator control room. That location is heavily shielded, and the reactor emanations further degrade my scan capabilities of that area. Move the legacy to the power plant lift shafts, and make the operative in Clutch an entry point. Moving, Commander. Clutch, gear up and meet the operative in the hangar bay. I want you to port in and bring out any survivors while Sales sets the antimatter charge. I'm going to have Justice send the termination codes to the weaponized nanites. He has warned me the acid discharge will spark fires throughout the complex. A large number of the fire suppression systems in the complex were infected by the Prul and will no longer be active. You should expect heavy smoke and flame to fill the shield dome in a short period of time. We will be standing by with the tow beam to collect you and any survivors. Once you are aboard, we are going to destroy the shield control building and jump to the coordinates of the Fury. Any questions? Clutch looked sideways at the operative. She shook her head.
We are good to go, Commander,
he answered. Clutch and Sail headed to the hangar, and I decided I would visit Tria in the medbay to give her a briefing. Justice alerted me he was going to use the rail cannons to uncover the lift shafts. He quickly reported he had a usable access point for Clutch and Sail. As I entered the medbay, Tria's pod opened, and I waited until she became aware of my presence. The look of confusion on her face slowly turned to a small smile when she reached out to touch me. I realized she may have attempted to use the other arm she no longer possessed. When I was in high school, I had a friend who lost part of an arm working on a combine. He told me he still felt his lost hand and subconsciously tried to use it. Tria would have to make the same adjustment, and I suspected she would have to undergo training that would instill two-handed fighting techniques. She was crazy dangerous with all four arms, and now she could only rely on two. I brought her up to speed on our current activities. She insisted on being moved to my quarters. Justice had no objections, so I helped her out of the med pod and wrapped a blanket around her. She was a little woozy, but could walk on her own without difficulty. As we passed through the command deck, Zul promptly stood at attention. He could not hide the look of sadness on his face. 16. Once I had Tria squared away in my quarters, I headed back to the command deck. I wanted to know when Clutch and the operative were on their way back to the Legacy. Normally, time seemed to whisk by,
But now it seemed like an eternity had passed, and still no word from my team members. Several minutes more went by, and I was going to start bellyaching. "Commander, the operative and Clutch are now using the lifts to bring out 5 Chalt engineers," Justice said, alleviating my concerns. "The charge is set, and once the strike team is aboard, we will be ready to evacuate to the location of the Fury. Past data suggests it will take the Chalt no more than 18 minutes to determine our dead core destination and dispatch military units to that location. It will remain to be seen if it is their intention to pursue us. I have pre-programmed maneuvers to disrupt continued tracking of our movements. If it becomes necessary, I also have contingencies to discourage further pursuit." I was hoping it would not come to contingencies. The Chalt should be able to figure out on their own that we bailed them out in a big way. Of course, thinking along those lines would put that subject under the heading of things going our way. "Commander, I have taken our crew members and the Chalt engineers aboard. On your orders, I will destroy the shield control building and jump clear of the Chalt exclusion zone." "Get us out of here, Justice." The view of the shield control building filled the command center. One second it was there, and then the screen whited out from a brilliant flash. The brilliance continued filling the command deck, and everything around me faded from reality. The return to normal space-time was uneventful, and it felt like a huge weight was lifted from my shoulders. Justice put the image of the asteroid up on the view dome. The legacy had lingered long enough before we jumped to record the destruction of the base. The screen flared as the base exploded. As the flash faded away, all that was left was a rapidly expanding cloud of rock and dust. I breathed a sigh of relief, but it was a temporary feeling. The weight I had felt I was free of suddenly doubled. "Commander, I have no contacts to report, and that would include the Fury." Clutch and the operative walked into the command center with what could only be described as looks of satisfaction on their faces. That was about to change. I was going to tell Justice that it should be a piece of cake to locate one of his subsystems, but now that Sale was present, I would refrain from letting that particular cat out of the bag. Since Justice didn't enlighten them, it was up to me to cast some shade on their jovial moods. "Sale, we are not picking up the Fury in this quadrant," I said, breaking the news. "Normally I would not question your coordinates or intel, but Justice ran thorough scans of the space around us. We are alone out here, and the timer is ticking on whether or not your people will follow our dead core signature to this location." The operative stopped in her tracks and frowned at me. "The Fury will be cloaked, but you have always been able to get a location on us in the past." I couldn't tell if Sale was stating the facts, or if she was just hinting that she knew Justice was stowed away on the Fury. Either way, I chose to ignore it and move on with a larger search area. "Justice, engage our stealth systems and move farther away from our entry point. We will wait and see if the Chalt decide to come after us, and at the same time start searching deeper into the void." "Affirmative, Commander. I would like to note that our present location is at the very edge of the updated star chart information supplied to us by the Chalt. I will update our records as we progress with our search for the Fury." Clutch sat at his usual station. Sale decided she was going to hang out on the command deck, but I wanted her to give the council members a briefing. They needed to be current on everything that was taking place. I also wanted a heads up if there was something they could do to dissuade their military from pursuing us. The Fury not being at the rendezvous point had her distracted enough that Sale had the council on the back burner. Justice was monitoring their conversations, but said they had little to say since their rescue. They did, however, request permission to speak with Tria when she was able. It took the Chalt 15 minutes and 42 seconds. Justice reported the transitions and verified we had 16 battleships and 5 light cruisers sniffing around in all directions, trying to get a lock on us. Considering how many ships were in the area when we departed Chalt space, this was a good sign. It would have to be determined at some point who the captains of these ships served. Were they looking to pick a fight? Or were they in search of the rightful council? It was time I had a word with Sale and the Chalt Council members. I made my way to the crew quarters and stepped into a discussion I guess wasn't for my ears, because it promptly stopped. After several awkward seconds, Sale turned and grabbed me by the arm. She walked around to each member and introduced me. They all seemed grateful for what we had done to rescue them, and most spoke of rewards and remunerations. They all inquired about Tria's condition, and I was happy to report she would recover just fine without going into details. The most senior member, Chandra Mering, identified herself as such and stated that Tria would be receiving the Star of Heroism. It was the Chalt version of the Medal of Honor. I politely nodded, and when she continued to list the other awards due us, I held a hand up and interrupted. I explained what was going on outside of the hull, and that we needed to figure out if it was a hostile pursuit. This put the room into chaos. I had about as much of that crap as I could handle. I pulled Sale aside and told her to get the council to make a message we could put on a buoy, and we would figure out things from there. I left without further comment and went back to the bridge. Justice cued me in on the discussions they were having prior to me entering. The council members had been ordering Sale to tell me to take them back to the Chalt homeworlds. It was their belief the Fury must have been destroyed by hostile actions. Going back into that hornet's nest, not knowing who would shoot and who wouldn't, did not appeal to me. The urge to space them all, including Sale, crossed my mind more than once. With Justice's help, Sale showed up on the command deck with a message that in no uncertain terms declared the Council on the Legacy the rightful rulers of the Chalt. The message also stated that anyone disputing that fact was a traitor and would be executed for treason. I shook my head and swore under my breath. Apparently yours truly was going to be the executioner if they didn't back down. How nice of them to discuss it with me. My dark thoughts elicited a haunting heckle from the beast. Sale must have felt my reaction and stepped back.
Nathan, I had nothing to do with the council's statement. I find it distasteful that they would continue to hide in your shadow. I must also admit, they have no others to cower behind at the present.
Justice, we need to deliver the council's message, and I don't care how you do it. That got the operative's attention. Justice made a snap jump that put us right in the middle of the Chalt ship formation. The Legacy came into contact with at least 3 of the ship's shields. We were bounced about by our warp bubble, pushing the much larger ships aside. Justice dropped the buoy and jumped deep into the uncharted void. Sale, I would like to hear your thoughts on why the Fury seems to be missing. Are there alternate coordinates that we should take a look at? My question seemed to snap Sale out of a trance. She stared at me with a frown.
I have a few theories, and none of them are good.
Give me the best-case scenario.
There is no best case. There is the possibility the captain I entrusted with my command may have betrayed me. I would like to think that Captain Cyril thought we were killed on the insertion to the research center and decided to fight the coup on her own terms. I no longer believe that is the case. All of my IST comms are going unanswered. She knows I live. My comms not being acknowledged could mean the Fury was destroyed, which I doubt, or the comms are being ignored.
That bit of news made me shake my head in derision. What the hell? Had one of the most technologically advanced races suddenly all gone mad? I stared at the operative and wondered if this new twist was some kind of elaborate plan cooked up by her to expose the fact that Justice had indeed infected the systems of the Fury. The expression on her face gave nothing away. This entire mess had me looking in all directions for the next conspiracy. The best solution I could think of was to return the rightful council to Athela. Justice, jump us to Alpha Base.
Roger that, Commander. Dead Core operations will be available in 11 minutes. I would like to report that the Chalt warships that pursued us to our jump destination have all jumped out of the area with the exception of one. It is broadcasting on several IST channels attempting to contact the operative. Shall I allow open IST comms traffic to receive on our systems? I must caution you, it will allow the Chalt to locate the Legacy.
Sale scowled. You have the ability to eavesdrop on my IST or block it? Why Justice would choose to reveal that information after I already told him to suppress other data pissed me off. The only thing I could come up with was it could make the operative speak the truth about her communications with her military counterparts. Put it through to Sale. Her scowl turned to a face I've only seen when she was executing Greta's troops. She then verbalized out loud her orders to whoever was on the other end of the discussion. Release the crew from detention, but confine them to quarters until I can speak with them. The rightful ruling council will determine our next course of action. I want all military commanders of the ships that follow the illegal orders of the traitors arrested. Let them know if they refuse, they will be executed. Those who comply will be given every chance to exonerate themselves of all charges. You will be updated directly from the ruling council from this point forward. So expect orders within the hour. Sale's oration left little to my imagination. It sounded like the coup was put down when it became known we had rescued the legitimate rulers. I just needed the details to figure out where we fit in. The scowl disappeared from her face. Nathan, I need you to take me back to your base and load my shuttle. We will then need to return to Athela, so I can return the rulers of my people to power. Captain Cyril has indeed betrayed me, and the people she once served. She jumped the Fury to Athela and placed the crew in detention. She then took on a new crew of her choosing, as well as the leaders of the coup, and jumped to an unknown destination. I need to brief the council on what has taken place. We need to return as soon as possible. I will see to it you and your followers are compensated for your service to my people. For now, I can only thank you for what you have done. The end to this mess was finally in sight. If it were not for the injuries Tria had sustained, I would have felt overjoyed at the outcome. We had jumped headlong into hell. While I could not say we escaped unscathed, I thanked my maker we made it out at all. I reached out and grabbed Sale's arm. Just so we have an understanding that Tria's service from this point on is voluntary. You have my word, Nathan, Sale said. I will make it known that she is no longer an asset to be used to obtain your compliance. The bridge started flaring a brilliant white as my reality faded away. Commander, I have 422 Chalt warships in the neighboring star system, called Justice upon return to normal space-time. All are cloaked and appear to be monitoring the space around our planetary system. I have uploaded an intelligence brief from Alpha Base. The data shows that most of the ships took up station when it became known we were making our rescue attempt at the research station. None have made an attempt to enter our system. It would be speculation on my part, but I believe their present locations represent a defensive posture. That information put a smile on the operative's face. There are many who have not forgotten your service to my people, she said. I will return shortly with the orders of my council. It may no longer be necessary to jump back to my home worlds. I hoped she was right. We could all use some rest. Justice, what is Tria's status? I asked. She is sedated, but doing well considering the trauma she sustained. Her prognosis is good, and once she adjusts to the use of only 2 appendages, she will make a full recovery. How about Kuntz? Is he going to fully recover from the weaponization? Yes, Commander. Kuntz no longer requires coma recuperation and is now undergoing light physical therapy. He should be able to return to normal duty within the week. I have downloaded our mission to his implants, and he is hoping to meet with you and the rest of the crew. We were back to things going our way, and for a change, I did not feel like it was going to bite me in the ass. I headed to the galley for a quick meal. Justice had warned me the troop master was already there. He was packing away rations at a rate that would entail us making another supply stop in the near future. What about the Prul biomass sample? I asked Justice. The troop master has cut back on his daily ministrations to every other day. The Prul are perishing daily.
The data from the containment chamber confirms the live entity count is now 162. What remains of the hive mind's existence is begging for its life. The live count will drop below 100 in 2 days. It would be a good time to ransom information. The thought of getting usable intel from the enemies of all in exchange for Clutch pissing on the piece of pus they lived off of almost made me laugh out loud. The murderous bastards were finally getting what they deserved. As I rounded the corner into the galley, I was met by Zool.
"Commander, you might want to consider coming back after the troop master has finished his meal. It is questionable whether or not he has ever had table manners. As of right now, I can testify that he does not."
The little Grawl turned and walked away, shaking his bulbous head. I had seen the Tybor eating enough times that I had grown immune to his rather messy habits. I would make it a point to sit on the same side of the table and out of his spew zone if he tried to strike up a conversation. Normally when he eats and has little to say. I was hoping it would be one of those occasions. I got my tray and sat 2 spaces down from him. He gave me a nod and kept shoveling it in. I thanked my maker for the small favor. I had about half my meal down when Sale and the council stepped into the galley. I stood and told them to make themselves at home, which most of them did. I made it a point to tell Sale to seat them behind the troop master. When she saw the food splattered around his table, she nodded and instructed the council accordingly. When they were seated, I picked up my tray and joined them. They were polite and quietly ate, but the noises coming from the troop master finally left them staring wide-eyed. Most pushed their trays away and decided to let me know what was on their mind. Senior member Mering asked for a word in private. I got up and walked into the corridor, and they all chose to follow.
"Nathan Myers, it is our wish to return to Athela, but not on one of our ships that have encircled their star system. While we would like to think our security could not be compromised aboard one of our own vessels, the uncertainty of what has taken place brings a certain amount of doubt as to the loyalties of our commanders. There is no such uncertainty about our security aboard the Legacy. We kindly ask that you transport us to Athela, and we will depart in the principal investigator's shuttle. Sael Nalin will ensure our safety from that point forward."
"Justice, what is our ETA to Alpha Base?"
"I have finished my scans and have no hostile ship movement in our star system. ETA, 12 minutes. I will have the Chalt shuttle loaded within 15 minutes of our arrival. Dead core operations will be available in 38 minutes. I have the location of the military garrison near the capital of Athela plotted as our outgoing destination. If the Council has another destination in mind, please have them alert me before we depart." I guess Justice decided to let them know he did a little mapping while he was out joyriding around the Chalt homeworlds. Council member Mering cleared her throat and stated that was their intended destination. The council members all politely excused themselves and went back to the crew quarters. Once they were gone, I decided I needed a no-shitter from Justice. "Justice, what are you doing? You seem to be giving away sensitive information for no other reason than to rub the council's and Sale's noses in it." "I have been carefully studying the Chalt Council members and have determined that most of their interactions with us are from the standpoint of superiority. It is my intention to let them know that what they perceive as a marked technological advantage is, in fact, not the case. I can assure you that my observations now reveal they have changed their viewpoint. They now believe more than ever that a lasting alliance with us can only improve their chances of gaining tech that will bring them parity with our present technological levels. Those were lead council member Mering's words, not mine. I should have known the scheming AI was working angles that I would have never thought about. Justice was taking out insurance policies that would pay future dividends. I just wish I was in the loop more often, but could find no reason to chastise him for his methods. He was always working to our benefit, but I needed him to occasionally tell me in what way. He knew he had made his point, and moved on. "We are making our approach to Alpha Base, and will touch down
in 1 minute. 17. Our touchdown in the hangar gave me a feeling of closure. The worst of the mission had come and gone. Justice alerted me the Grawl were all present and waiting for us to disembark. I went down to the crew quarters and told the Chult that it would be a small delay before we left for their homeworlds. I told them the base was at their disposal, and the cafeteria was available for those who were hungry. All asked to speak with Tria, if possible. I told them if Justice cleared it, she would be available before we took them home. This seemed to make them all happy, and as a group, we headed down the boarding ramp. The roar of applause that came from the Grawl surprised even me. They have been known to get a little rowdy, but I had never experienced anything like the greeting they were giving us now. The Chult quickly moved aside and stood staring at the celebration. Standing in the front of the gathered crowd was Kuntz. He had his hand held high and wanted to be the first to touch mine. The once frail-looking Grawl was now a V-shaped wedge of muscle. Several of the Chult were pointing in disbelief at his new physique. The crew and I waded into them and made hand contact with everyone. They all inquired as to when they could see Tria. I told them Justice would give them a heads-up when she was ready. Kuntz let me know that he wasn't waiting for anyone's permission and went aboard the Legacy with Graf, Jaren, and young Felix in tow. They returned, shortly, grim-faced and angry. All I could do was nod and shake my head. Young Felix stepped close and put his hand on my shoulder. "Commander, I will begin working on a new battle armor configuration for Tria. I should have a design speculation within a day and proof it with Justice when it is complete." The young Zane made me smile. He was everything that we had hoped for in an engineer, and then some. "I take it you have already redesigned Kuntz's battlesuit?" "Yes, Commander. It is queued into the replicator behind the missile replenishment order." I told the young engineer to carry on. I turned back around and went to check on Tria's status. When I got to my cabin, she was awake and alert. She held an arm out to me, and I could see the effort caused her pain. "You look tired. You should rest with me." She hit that nail right on the head. I was beat. "We will be leaving for your homeworlds as soon as we load Sale's shuttle and bring our weapon magazines back to capacity," I said, then yawned. "You were right. I do need a small nap." I peeled off my uniform and gently crawled into bed with her. That was the last thing I would remember until Justice called to me more than 2 hours later. I woke with a start and frowned because Tria was no longer in my cabin. "Commander, we are in orbit above the Chult homeworld of Athella. Tria is aboard the principal investigator's shuttle and is about to conclude her meeting with the Council. I want you to know it was by Tria's orders you were not alerted to our departure." I wanted to be mad, but felt 100% better than I did a couple of hours ago. The headache I had been experiencing since the hive mind used me as a fly swatter was gone. I got up and put on a fresh uniform, then went to the hangar to see my guests off. Tria, Sale, and Chandra Mering were standing on the boarding ramp. "You look much better, Commander Myers," Mering said, stepping forward. "We are ready to depart, and I want you to know that you and your followers are now honorary members of the Chult military. The Legacy has been issued special IST transponder codes allowing you unrestricted access to the Chult exclusion zone. After the briefing from Tria, we now know all you have done to help the Chult people. The principal investigator has also explained in detail why it was necessary to destroy the research facility and end the Prul infection before it could spread to our homeworlds. You have the endless gratitude of the Chult people." Apparently a lot had taken place while I was napping. I turned and cast an inquiring eye to both Sale and Tria. The looks they gave me said, "Shut up and go with the flow." I hoped my briefing was as idealistic as the one the Chult Council must have gotten. I could think of no better course of action than to step up and give Chandra Mering a good old-fashioned earth hug to seal the deal. "Please, call me Nathan. All my friends do," I said, hugging her. The look of shock ebbed from her face as she finally returned the gesture. What was surprising was how long it took for Mering to release me. When she did, she smiled as she turned and walked up the shuttle ramp. "You scat-stacking primate!" the principal investigator hissed under her breath as she walked by me with an incredulous look on her face. "It is forbidden to touch a council member." I scratched my forehead with my middle finger, and Sale's frown grew darker. I hoped she wasn't wearing a sword when she finally figured out what that meant to Earthlings. Tria promptly turned me around, and not so gently nudged me in the opposite direction. "Just because Sale calls you a primate does not mean that you should act like one." "I am glad you are healing quickly. I have some primal urges that need to be addressed." My comment got the desired effect, and Tria finally laughed. We turned and watched as Justice picked the Chalt shuttle up and pushed it out of the hangar. "Justice, I want you to fly close cover until they set down." "Affirmative, Commander." The Legacy flew alongside the shuttle as it landed on the military base. We sat stationary above it until a large contingent of troops encircled the shuttle. A transport rapidly approached and then waited until the Council was aboard. It then made a hasty turnaround and disappeared into an underground revetment. Justice gave them a courtesy call, alerting them that we were departing Chalt space. We jumped back to Alpha Base an hour later. Tria and I were both fast asleep and did not wake for more than 9 hours. After my morning routine, I went with Tria to the medbay. Justice inspected his surgical work and replaced her medical wraps. The scarring was evident, but other than that, the wounds were healing at an advanced rate. Justice cleared her for more intensive physical therapy. She also started training on Ularan two-handed fighting techniques. She absorbed the imprinting like a sponge, because it was what she was born to do. Tria insisted on training at least 5 hours a day. As her training partner, I suffered more than a few bruises as she achieved higher levels of proficiency. It had been a week since our return, and we had taken note that no one on the base has asked anything of us. Everyone greeted us warmly, but made it a point to give us a wide berth. I knew Justice and my crew could handle the day-to-day operations, but Tria and I were both ready to get back to kicking ass and taking names. Felix made it a point to let me know Tria's new armor was ready and waiting. We waited until the cafeteria was mostly full and called everyone to attention. "Tria and I would like to thank you for the time you have given us to heal," I said. "We are officially declaring our rehabilitation over with. I know there is a great deal we need to do, so please submit a priority list to Justice so we can get on with the business of fighting the enemies of all." This netted us both a rousing cheer. It quickly spread throughout the base that we were ready for offensive operations. Justice would be the metering valve for our plans and gave us our first briefing. "Commander, the Prool biomass is now at critical levels of life support for the surviving entities. The containment vessel is now down to 52 life signals and diminishing. With your permission, I would like to open communications between the remaining Prool and the Overseer. We still have encoded information recovered from the Prool lifeboat that we have been unable to decipher. We also know the Prool entities that still survive are the oldest and most senior inhabitants of the hive mind. The rest have sacrificed themselves so that the few that remain may live a little longer. Now would be a good time to ransom information necessary for us to counter any unknown Prool activity. Are you absolutely sure that our firewall can contain any active machine viruses?" "Yes, Commander," Justice assured me. "The containment vessel is completely isolated and cannot be accessed without direct input from me. The Overseer is protected by multiple firewalls, and voice comms is the only allowed interaction." "I take it the Overseer is ready to go?" "Yes, Commander. He has taken this on as a personal crusade against the Prool. He is elated that he can be of service to his people once more." "Okay. I give you my blessing, but also want you to know that I have no reservations about letting them all die, whether we gain information or not." "I believe that is the consensus of all, Commander. The Overseer has already determined that it will eventually be the outcome of our manipulations, regardless of the intel revealed by the biomachines. Proceed, Justice, and keep me updated to your findings. Zool, Kuntz, Jaren, and Graf were next to approach our table and sit down. I was still having a hard time adjusting to Kuntz's new physique. It wasn't natural to see a muscle-bound Groll. He quickly noticed Tria and I eyeballing his new build. The overcooked ham started flexing his muscles. The not-so-subtle moves made the other three Groll turn their heads and grimace in annoyance.
Kuntz, is there something you would like to report?
Tria asked, annoyed. The Groll looked like he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He cleared his throat.
Yes, Tria,
Kuntz replied.
Zool, Jaren, and Graf have made a detailed study of the data recorded on the high-energy beam weapon that the Quill have on their habitat ship. They have brought their findings to my attention. We have come to the consensus that the weapon is very similar to our own ship's mounted beam weapons. There is some speculation among the scientists the Crits may have reverse-engineered the tech from Uleron's salvage. We already know they achieve the destructive power output by shunting all available power sources to the weapon and then directing the collected energy through a large focusing point. We have run simulations that show our new Uleron power supply can surpass the demonstrated power levels of the combined generated capacity of the Quill habitat ship.
I found this tidbit of information a little hard to swallow.